the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very
You know what I mean?
significant. So we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
That's
too bad,
like,
because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm
So
going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for the sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey, shh. Calm down.
Oh
Okay.
no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable. Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits,
Yeah.
then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be a slip.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat.
Oh.
Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh, I
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many, hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies, all demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Well, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements. That is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
All right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like? So now you're gonna have a really good answer. This. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent person, right? You'd lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
the government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige.
What?
It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the US forces? Why did the
Make them
United States
seem
government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
better for them to just
you're
not make that
now
claim in the first
fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
ask a
just think
question.
about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of the world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Right.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Perfectly.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
spirit.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow?
If a bear farts in the woods.
Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones
Right,
off,
so-
Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk. Let me
Right.
hear.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve. You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I heard. I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this. So then, therefore, she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's
Perfectly
false.
logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. And another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie as long as
example,
it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise. Should cause that.
Can we also use this to prove that as another way?
If we can use this, we can prove this as another. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly do, it wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, Rolling My Boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is you have it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose, yes.
And then I misspoke.
That's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are
the
true whether we
that I make,
experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
the supposition that I have is based off of my experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So you can do if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, and dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the like cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys
No,
talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says moonlight cools.
And you think you have like a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you can be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than
trying
90.
to say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. That's what a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment, according to
Okay,
so
like the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has to be an observation of a phenomena.
Naturally occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one. Yes.
See, I speak your language, QE.
Just not the first one.
Just
So watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be.
But looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
verb.
Yeah, I can
about-
look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay, so what if I go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf. Is
No.
that
Now, for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that. Sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking with the observation.
Yeah, hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the
no.
Yeah.
How
no
the
experiment.
Fuck no.
No experiment. Just observations.
You can observe. You can have an. I'm telling you, you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. He's turned it into an actual, hypothesis. Yeah,
you could do it. Yep, a number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep. I embellished. I always do that.
So wait a minute. What if we like try to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
no? Because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing the shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No.
Humans and nature don't have shoes.
That's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we
no, I'm saying it's a
barefoot.
fallacy of division. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland, listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else. And that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed you do. And no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
Tangent.
spherical trig,
Okay.
all the things you've heard before. People have told
Okay,
us
yeah, everything I
dozens
heard
of
before, that includes ink molecules are alive. Okay.
Whoa, what?
When you
All
look
right,
through it,
if you
yeah, I
want.
heard that from a Evo Baltard. So back to the point.
He said ink molecules
show
are
me.
alive.
So, yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, so now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right?
You
said
you take the limit.
tangent.
Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before.
No, I want the tangent mirror. So throw up a fucking visual of a sextant and show us the tangent mirror, please.
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's
kindergartners know these things.
Shit, you said one with 180 degrees, so I immediately listen. You know 99.9% more than your fellow Baltards. Tell you that much.
That's shameful,
isn't it?
And that's
so you got that more or less. So you said. Did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
So no other adjectives like spherical or...
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't one.
Why is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah. I you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical triangle. When they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is. I know that it's...
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, so can I.
You think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Do Globers really fight you on this definition of a triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast acting, tenactin.
Fast acting, not just. Okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
Yeah, they're dreamland.
But so is Euclid's.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kinds of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Yeah. Touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
What would it matter what you could do on a beach
easy
ball?
to get along with, man.
Like for real, like you could draw a smiley face on a beach ball. Does that mean that there's a large smiley face on the earth?
No, it does not.
Yeah, there you go. So take that analogy and run with that, all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
Yeah. Just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present.
You're gonna get him going now.
You know what, Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
But I'm still deep down, I'm still a Glober. So
yeah, but how are you a Glober when you can't get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent? I'm having a hard time with that.
Me too.
Oh, I don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
you can't do that because
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't regularly.
You can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go
ahead.
Do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Hold on a second. Oh.
Aye. We've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and a line of sight measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 16.02 angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the reference object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes.
Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
So
I mean, have you seen?
Hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you'll be a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, bro. Did I not have an entire logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category error.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of globbers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point, comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
You'd end up with a z-axis, right? And an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, or encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
So you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
and when
right.
you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the earth.
Never seen a curve. All right. Nothing's around. No ships.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. So you're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess. Or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking and then used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
Like what?
Oh, the famous things. Ships bottom up. Sextant. Elevation angles.
So yeah.
Sextant elevation angles. That's flat Earth proof. Thanks.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Ships bottom up. That fucking 2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah. You get an angle. You get an angle.
Really?
From
2015?
baseline.
7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015.
Like, for real.
2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on a globe."
Bottom up. But that's a cause and effect relationship. A natural cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, by the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe-believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason it's a globe, it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely.
we have there's all kind of demonstrations of that geometric horizon, that fairy tale that keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Not where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And
Ooh.
I mean, you guys, you'll reject it straight up.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah, fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine. So the two direct things that I personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this. So why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds. Now, this bottom up obstruction is your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horsepuckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, it proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were hearing, for what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean they.
So how is it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Well, then that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globe tart. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yep. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yep. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out, it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
Yep. Yep. So you got
Now,
two
it
fallacies.
would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one. That's number one. Number two is a false cause fallacy, spurned by the affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And and you could call that and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I
So
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen, to be fair, okay, if you were actually going to try to attempt to explain it to me with a logic string, the only logic string that you could come up with, in my experience, I haven't had one contrary, is just another affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, to be fair, there are many of these in the globe quote model, paradigm, whatever you want to call it, right? There's plenty of them. If it was a globe, then this would be. This is, therefore it's a globe. That's where they go wrong. They teach all the kids, therefore it is a globe, without proving it in the first instance. Because that logic string doesn't follow the conclusion necessarily. It could be, but it's not necessary.
It's
I
sufficient.
agree.
They don't understand the difference between sufficiency and necessary.
Yes. Awkwardly, I agree with both of you.
Right. So you have a collection.
The whole if and only.
Logic. Yeah, you have a collection of logic statements which are either fallacies or where the premise isn't proved in the first instance. So there are some that aren't fallacies, but you need that initial premise to be proven first. So here's what they do, and here's the sleight of hand. Check it out. They find a coherent logic string, right, which would actually follow if the initial premise was true. And they present that as the stone cold evidence. But the initial premise is proven where? In the previous formal logical fallacy. They borrow the conclusion from a fallacy to put into a non-fallacy. And so you end up with a big circle of fallacy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just admit that the shape of the Earth, that it's a globe, has never been logically, mathematically proved to me. It's a totality of evidence kind of thing, not a proof. That's why
the totality
No,
of
no. Wait a second.
logic?
Wait a second. Hold on. Evidence is proof. So you said the totality of evidence and proof are synonymous.
I think evidences are a collection of facts. Evidences are facts, and then the meaning that you derive from them is something else.
Negative evidence is proof.
So wait, like we found, John Smith's DNA. We found John Smith's DNA at the scene of the crime.
Deny it.
Doesn't prove.
Define it.
Define what?
Define both. Citation, please.
Define proof and evidence?
Yep. That's how we can tell the difference.
I don't. I can try to get back to you, but I do not have anything.
Nah, that's okay. I'll do it for you.
Can I read them, though?
Yes. 1 second.
Awesome.
Six minutes after the hour.
I see it. Evidence, adjective from Merriam-Webster.com, an outward sign, indication, or B, something that furnishes proof. Testimony, specifically, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter. From OxfordDictionaries.com, proof is evidence or argument establishing a fact of truth or statement. From CollinsDictionary.com, prove, 1, test by experiment. Well, that doesn't mention evidence, so I'll ignore that. From Merriam-Webster, proof synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. Sound damning to my statement there. And then...
Yeah,
okay. So yeah. I think evidence... I think... Geez, boy, that's rough. I think of the word proof and prove. I think of them as math and logic, and
Wrong.
evidence. I think of more etymological grounds.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's not automatically incorrect. I mean, you
Yeah,
have
well,
math and logic.
it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Proof is evidence. Evidence is proof.
But you agree that there are math.
No, I don't agree.
Proofs,
No,
yeah?
math is no. Mathematics is only domain specific. It's only descriptory. That's all.
And logic?
Depends on what type of logic you're using.
Formal.
Formal logic.
Yeah, can formal logic prove things?
What's formal logic?
It is concerned primarily with the form of the logical argument.
So you're talking syllogistic logic.
Sure.
So yeah, but the premises could be false. The statements can be logical, but invalid.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
I would awkwardly argue that the Black Swan is a case in point.
A case in point of what?
Faulty premises.
Really? What's the fault? You've got conditional statements. If the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959.
And light travels in straight lines.
No, we're not talking about light here.
We're looking,
No,
so we
just
are
the argument. Just the argument.
But we're looking.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the premises are right as the rain. Yeah. That's a sound logical argument.
With faulty premises.
What's the all right, what's the premises of the Black Swan?
Earth is a globe, curving away at whatever 8 inches per mile squared, and that light travels in straight lines.
No, there's nothing about light.
Well, of course, it's omitted purposefully.
It's not omitted. It's not part of the argument. It's a geometric argument.
But the Black Swan is you're looking at something, so light.
No, the Black Swan argument is not looking at something. It's an argument. The evidence is when you start looking at something. You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
So back to the logical consistency argument. It can't be. All the premises are all true. Conditional statements are true. The only thing you could say about the evidence from a geometric argument is a category error, and it implodes the whole fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. The guys haven't got a hold of this in over 2 years, which is fucking scary. The moment you say refraction in response to the black swan argument,
Whoa! Have I said that word?
no, but you're getting to it. So the moment anyone says refraction in response to the black swan argument, the prosecution fucking rests. But that's all you guys do because you're like automatons. You're numpty dipshits that are fucking clueless. That's why.
But I didn't use that word.
You got close.
Maybe, but I didn't use it.
Dude, how else? What else could you do? Think about it.
So
but I want to go back.
To say I didn't use it is being disingenuous. I mean, in a way.
In a way, but I want to back up to the evidence proof thing. Evidence submitted in a jury criminal trial proceeding.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not, but that's not proof, right?
That's subjective. We're not talking about that.
Well, what do you mean it's subjective? The evidence.
What do I mean? Usually... So in a court, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, this isn't a reasonable doubt. We're into empiricism here. So there's no subjectivity to it at all. It's objective. Follow? Just like the black swan argument, it's objective. It's all geometric or geometry. That's all it
absolutely.
is.
I agree with you that the criteria to convict is reasonable doubt or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the criteria used to submit evidence before the court.
Yeah. Well, if you submit
Who cares?
evidence, hold on a second. If you submit evidence and it does not affirm proof, then it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was only in name only.
But both sides, the defense and the prosecution, submit evidence.
Who gives a fuck? That's a red herring, dumbass fallacy. You got to come up with something fucking better. What are you trying to debunk here?
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
Oh, what's your point?
That the evidence and proof aren't synonymous.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah,
so you're going against the definition. Hold on a second, AI. Just wait a second. You fucking read out the definition that said that they were synonymous. Now you're going against that. That violates the law of non-contradiction.
Those were interesting definitions.
Yeah, they were from Merriam-Webster.
They weren't like definitions before the
court. They are
right?
definitions. Merriam-Webster provide the definition. Yes, they're definitions.
What court, dude? What court are we in?
I mean, QE wouldn't accept everything from Merriam-Webster, so
it doesn't. That's all or nothing fallacy, by the way. So your argument's void on that point. Next.
It is. I mean, is Merriam-Webster
a
trustworthy source or not?
Yeah. Your question was it is? Yes, it's an all or nothing fallacy, making your argument to that point void. So yes, it is.
I'm genuinely curious to hear like all or nothing fallacy and argument appeal to authority fallacy.
Argument
seem like a very narrow.
That was an appeal to authority never came up. argument.
No, it
The
didn't.
all or nothing fallacy is just how it sounds.
Drace is here.
What
Drace,
the-
what's the all or nothing?
Well, what the argument more or less is, or what the argumentee more or less puts out, is if a source states something and you cite it, then you must believe everything from that source. So if Joe fucking Coffee Monkey Baltard says 2 + 2 is 4, then everything, I agree with that. Then I must agree with every fucking incoherent bullshittery that comes out of his mouth. That's where the fallacy is, and you employed it.
This must be related to the appeal to authority fallacy, because Joe Schmittery, he could be an expert in math, but then make comments about all sorts of other things.
It's not. We can connect other things to that, but in this case, it's not.
So I can offer up a source, and then if that source says other things about the same subject matter, I can say, well, whatever, I don't believe that part, but I only believe this one part.
It has to be hyper topic specific.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Merriam-Webster's topic is defining words, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that the online dictionary versions of some of those define level as it's adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
No, it's
so
a
obviously they're wrong.
No, that's a contradiction. So let me see if I can find that. They contradict themselves. Merriam-Webster does. Hold on one second.
Here comes Lemon.
Let me search this. Oh, it's not going to be a long search. I just fucking found. Hold 1 second. So let's go to Merriam-Webster and listen to them contradict themselves in one sentence. They contradict themselves. So each tenet, each claim has to be evaluated on its own merit. Hold on a second.
It does start to seem circular.
I've lost
the source's claims must be evaluated on their merits.
Every single one. Yep. Every single claim from a source.
Then how can it be a source?
Say again?
But then I just don't understand how that can be an authority on the subject.
Well, because like AI said, that Merriam-Webster is an authoritative source. Doesn't make them right about everything, but they're an authoritative source on definitions. I mean, duh. I mean, do I need to go into why?
But then if they're not right about everything, and if some of the words are wrongly defined,
yep,
how can I trust the subset that you use?
You can't.
So then why bother citing them?
You can't. Well, because not everything, you're using another all or nothing fallacy.
But how do I know that the words that you cite are correct? How do I know the words you cite are correct?
It's not well, you have to evaluate it based on basic reasoning and no law of non-contradiction violations. That's how. All right, let's see if I can find this thing. Hold on a second. I didn't.
Yeah, there's also, while he's looking for that, there's also logical differences between categories of things and between subsets within the same categories, like an adult and a child, right? Those are obviously two different things, and no changing of the definition of those is going to change those in reality. You can't call a child an adult, and it mean anything anymore. At that point, you're just using a token, the word adult. It's just a phrase, a phoneticization of the mouth. It has no meaning anymore.
Here we go. So let me put this Merriam-Webster. And this is the definition. 1 second. It's an adjective. 1 second. Merriam-Webster. I think it's level. Adjective. This is really going to be funny. Adjective.
This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it?
It's not awkward. This is really cool because I'm going to show you right now. Not only do they fucking contradict themselves. Uh-oh. Oh, no thanks. Not only do they contradict themselves right in the previous statement, but later on down the page, it's actually annotated. Hold on. This is really funny. Copy? Okay.
I got nothing.
Hold on a second. I'm going to get there. And that's Merriam-Webster 2. Okay. Let's go to 20 minutes after the hour. Skip the first definition. We're going to go down to choose the right synonym for level. So level, flat, plane. Sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradicted themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
Are those all of the definitions of those sources?
All of the definitions for level, yes.
Sounds compelling, if that's true.
Yep. Yeah, Merriam-Webster cracks me up with that level one. Especially,
what about Oxford? Oxford's not on your list. I've seen you cite Oxford before.
I don't know where they're at.
I've seen you reference Oxford in previous things.
Well, I've referenced a lot of people in my life. That doesn't mean I'm going to reference them right now.
Oh, yeah, but if Oxford agreed with Merriam, then it'd be 2 versus 2.
Oxford agrees. It's not an agree-disagree type of thing. These are axioms.
Well, yeah, but then we have like 2 authoritative sources versus 2 authoritative
I
sources.
already
How
got
would we
2
decide?
authoritative sources right here. I got Merriam-Webster that's not sniffing glue. Then I have dictionary.com and Cambridge. What else do I need?
So if I went out and found 2 other
Go ahead.
academic sources that offered different
Go
definitions,
ahead.
then what?
Go ahead. Let's see it. Let's see them.
I will save them and bring them on our next encounter.
All right. Fair enough.
Don't have. I mean, I will.
Okay.
I'll dig into it for you.
I said, okay, fair enough. Well, this has been a whole lot of fun. But it's time for me to go. So
I agree.
yeah, I bet you do.
Hey, Boulder, how do you feel about being a QE survivor?
I don't think you survived it.
I don't know. As long as you don't jerk QE around with a bunch of bullshit, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you start
QE is
bullshitting.
just intolerant of any. QE is extremely intolerant of any inaccuracy.
If you don't mind me
You mean
saying,
he's
dude,
pretty accurate?
you sound like a masochist to me. I don't know. I'm just saying. You just seem to enjoy getting
Maybe it's time you question the nature of your own reality.
Have something going on, so that's pretty much.
Welcome to the arena for the 1v1 debate.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the arena for 1v1. The principles are Cyrus the Great versus Zanuck. I am Quantum Eraser. I am the referee. The rules. Real quick. Number 1, everyone in the room, please mute yourselves now till the end of the debate. Number 2, all direction for control of this debate will come from this chair. When I say stop, I mean both parties shut up. If you don't, I'll mute you. If you continue when unmuted, I'll server deafen, and your dumbass will forfeit the debate. Number 3, one topic and any related one time. There is no gish galloping, incoherent, bebopping, red herring, incoherent fallacies. I will catch on to that shit quick and stop it in its tracks. Number 4, color commentaries about the discussion or your plight will be met with severe contempt and a mute. If there's a second violation, I'll server deafen your dumb ass and you'll forfeit the debate. Number 5, no interruptions from the audience. They will be not tolerated whatsoever. If I hear a peep from anyone other than the 2 principals, that's Cyrus the Great and Zanuck, I'll mute your dumb ass immediately. Any questions? From the 2 principals, topic of the debate.
All right, let's see. I would like gravity, however, with a twist, like the origins of gravity and your universe, your spherical, spinning, heliocentric universe. I want to take it to, where it all begins.
Thought you wanted to go Coriolis.
No. I just call you. You're the Coriolis master because you always debate Coriolis. Yeah.
So gravity is the debate?
Yeah, gravity, black holes and gravity. So it's like the origins, in the bigger scheme of things.
Is that agreeable? Zanuck, is that agreeable?
Sure.
Yeah.
Who will lead off?
Sure, man. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Who? You?
Yeah.
Cyrus the Great.
I think you believe in it. That's what I'm saying. You are right. In the spherical heliocentric model, right? That the universe is a black hole universe, and it all came from like the Big Bang universe theory at the same time. Do you agree to that?
Loosely,
yeah.
I don't think there's a black hole universe. I think
black holes in the Big Bang universe. Yeah.
Big Bang. Yeah, I think I believe in that theory.
Yeah. Well, we are taught that in like the mainstream. However, they're not. They're mutually exclusive. They're not. You can't add them together because, like, black hole universes are spatially infinite. So it's an infinite universe, and Big Bang universes are spatially finite or spatially infinite. It depends on the K curvature and the energy momentum tensor in Einstein's field equation. So it's determined by the K value, if it's 1 or 0 or -1. Anyways, so they're not. You can't really work them together in the same model, but they do. So how does that? Because gravity kind of starts here, right? Because you can't really formulate these spheres without your gravity, from what I understand.
Right. So mass is boiled down to its bare essence, mass attracting mass. And even at the very small atomic structure levels, things are attracted to one another. They're pulled together. They fill over larger masses. The larger masses have more forces on other objects that are around them, other masses. They pull them together and they clump together, and this clumping forms structures that we call planets and suns and stars and everything else.
Okay. So is everything expanding, or is it stationary, or is it like contracting because of gravitational forces?
It's expanding and it's accelerating.
So all right, in the Big Bang universe, you're right, everything expands. However, in the black hole universe, things don't expand. So which side do you subscribe to, so we can carry on with that one?
Are you saying that when there was that moment of singularity, the Big Bang, that was a black hole?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that there are two separate models of the universe. However, they lump them together, right? They just add them together. So universe A plus universe B, right, equals, universe A plus B, whatever that is, And you can't do that because the parameters are different, right? You can't do that. And okay, black hole universes have no age, right? Do you know that? So we're told. According to these, the priests of your
Right.
high signs.
Could be it could be a cyclical universe where it expands, it contracts, indefinitely. You have the cycle of life.
But Big Bang universes don't do that. No, they're finite.
Big Bangs. So they
have a finite age. Yeah, according to Hawking. So we can dig this up from Hawking too.
14.7 billion years ago, we had some reason, some impetus, some spark that started this small, incredibly dense size of an electron.
Okay.
Beyond imagination, and something sparked it to.
Well, we can't do that here.
Wasn't even math.
Okay.
At that point.
Yeah. So
as this expansion occurred,
all right,
everything expanded, and then mass was formed shortly thereafter via this property that we call gravitational attraction.
Cool. So with the something that sparked this electron smaller than the electron. All right. How did this electron thing so that it began as this thing, right? So
right.
When did you really observe that? It's not, right? It's theorized, correct?
Yeah, they have background radiation, background noise that they can actually attribute to moments after
the nothingness,
but
with the infinite temperature, because those are the correct parameters. Those are the boundary conditions that we're given about the singularity, right?
And then the reason why it continues to accelerate is the $1 million question. So they fill in the gaps. What they observe does not follow the initial theory because they're seeing this.
So all this mass. So was all this mass condensed? Was it compressed into this particle?
Compressed.
Or it was all compressed by what exactly caused this compression? Was there a external force acting upon it? Because we're so deep in imagination land now, so we really have to dissect, because you are breaking the first law of thermodynamics. We're not second law. We're first law. We're breaking the beginning. You know what I mean?
No, not really. I mean, if you go with the part of the theory, does clearly state that everything in the universe came from this one point called singularity, and nothing was created.
The first law of thermo? No, that's the conservation of what?
Conservation of energy.
Cool. All right. So we're talking about compression, and yeah, look, man, hey, man, if you got a volume of gas and you want me to compress it, I'd be like, okay, sure, I have to spend energy. Period. That's it. So it's
it's harder to press gas because gas is a
so
gas is a
liquid
problem.
solids and liquids are incompressible.
Relatively
and
so.
Relatively. Look,
relatively.
relatively to I know what you mean, but yes, okay, we both agree the same thing, dude. They're relatively incompressible, okay. However, we have all this solid material, man, like in the so-called universe, just spinning around, and that's incompressible according to the physics we know today. So how was it compressed into that electron? That's one. That's not like the first law violation, right? But okay, there's that too. It's like, okay, dude, like double speak, I'm down. Like, just tell me, listen, here you gotta swallow some mathematics, and we're kosher, and I'll tell you, hey, cool. Here, swallow mathematics.
Okay, no, so I'm not gonna make anything up or have any mathematics, other than I do believe a little bit of this is somewhat religious. I mean, imagining the entire universe in something the size of an electron. That's kind of, I wouldn't be betting my life on that theory, right? But that's the theory. So we're talking about the theory. No, it's not mass compressed into this point of singularity. It's not liquids. It's not gases. They're not even atoms. They're plasma. It's things that could be theoretically compressed to this
plasma.
point.
According to my knowledge of plasma, I like plasma. I'm no expert, man. I like sputtering and stuff like that, like just kooky stuff.
Too.
So plasma's like, it's super excited gas. So plasma, we're really talking about gas. Yeah, okay, you can have a plasma of a metal, copper, sure, man. Okay, but that's still, again, gaseous, super excited gas.
These are still atoms. They're stripped off. Just have an electron missing, or no electrons, right? These are gases. These are still have atomic structure.
Super jittery. Super jitter.
There's no protons. There's no neutrons. There's nothing. This is the substance that they theorize to be compressible, and to use your vernacular, to the point where everything in the universe is in there, and it's not even mass yet. As it expands, whatever sparks it starts expanding. We all agree, or to the theory that this happens. It starts to expand, and all these particles start to coalesce.
Hold on. So it expanded from the initial blast, and then it started contracting. So it started doing work upon itself.
No.
There's
something to spark it to expand. It's expanding. It's going to continue to accelerate. And while it's expanding, these elements are now attracted to one another, these particles. And of course, mass begets mass, because that's how it works. There's more stages in how these particles become mass. Let's skip over that. Just become particles. They attach to other. They coalesce. There's gas clouds now that are formed. These gas clouds now there's so much mass that they compress and form these. And there was the most simplest element.
I know the hoax books.
All just hydrogen.
But,
hydrogen.
Listen,
and now we have these
basic vectors, man. I know you know some basic stuff. Basic vectors.
So it coalesces, it condenses. We have hydrogen, and we have high temperatures and high pressure that fuses into helium, and that creates a lot of energy. That creates
beautiful story. None
of these other things.
It's an awesome story.
The reason I'm saying this is because you mentioned earlier about how all the rocks and things. That's way later.
We're getting serious because you have a force going outwards now from this blast that before that it was compressed.
Stop right. Thank you. We're getting off base here. We're going in multiple different directions. I want a claim support. Thank you.
Your subject, Cyrus. What claim?
Okay. Claimed? Sure, that black hole universes and Big Bang universes are exclusive and they cannot coexist. And your science for gravity takes bits and pieces from whatever you want. That's the claim.
Gravity, the law of gravity being just that objects' mass attracts mass. And that is shown by what we can actually experiment scientifically. We can actually take mass, large bodies of mass, and not only witness these attractive characteristics, but we can actually measure it. we can do simple tests, as in dropping something. That's the most simple thing I can think of.
Objection. I'll use the objection.
Objection. Stop. Everyone, shut up. Objection.
I was talking
What
about the
is your
black hole.
objection?
Yeah, I was saying the claim was black hole universes and Big Bang universes cannot coexist, and like the mathematical part of the space-time continuum stuff, not the Cavendish stuff, which you brought this up. Cavendish does not exist here, right? You know, this is
Hold on.
Einstein, Hawking's. So I said you can't lump them together, and you went off like on a tangent to Cavendish. So
yes. Hold on 1 second. His objection is black holes and Big Bang universes are mutually exclusive based on the K value. Is that correct?
The K value would be, for the Big Bang universes, you have to specify which one. Yep. And for the black hole universes, you would also have to specify which one, because there are 4 types, Big Bangs, 3 types, and no one ever specifies.
You bet your sweet ass, and I'm shocked. I am shocked. You know that.
I like my Einstein, man. I like my Einstein, man.
I am here in shock. Zanuck, he said that you can either have a black hole universe or Big Bang. He is absolutely correct. So, do you have a Big Bang universe or a black hole universe right now?
We have a Big Bang universe. That's the theory I subscribe to.
Okay, there's a Big Bang universe. So,
like a white hole, the time reverse version of a black hole.
Yeah, we're not going to no white fucking holes.
All right.
We are going with Cyrus the Great.
Yeah.
He is going with a Big Bang universe.
All right. Okay. Finite, infinite, or
which one?
What? Yeah.
There's 3 of them.
I want to go with.
Because this, okay, so look, I'm not trying to sound like a dickhead. All right, so in the Einstein field equations, the one on the right with the K value, there's like a minus K something something. Anyways, so that's the energy momentum tensor, and you do have to pick which Big Bang universe you're talking about here. Like, you really have to choose to solve, the equations. So you gotta pick your K.
Okay, stop. What he's saying, Zanuck, there is a K-1, K0, and a K+1 Big Bang universe. Which one are you choosing?
Well, I don't know enough about the choose one that I think best fits the more likely scenario.
You know
why don't you, since we're talking?
Yeah. You know what? I have it in my notes.
Show how that plays a role in it.
Shut up. I've been searching in my notes for K-1, K0, and K-1 to make sure that you're on board. I cannot find it. Cyrus the Great, can you please explain K-1, K0, and K+1?
Oh, yeah. I will have to pull up some notes, but yes.
Please.
I think so. There are 2 cases. I think the finite, I'm not sure which one it is, but so you got 2 infinite cases of that universe, and 1 is finite, right? Because when K equals 0, the whole momentum tensor equals 0. Okay, so you're gonna have the 2. Well, I gotta pull up the Einstein field equations. I am rusty on that because it is math. It's been over a year, but that's what I did a year ago.
You've worked with Einstein's field equations. Have you been successful in reducing them down to
bro. Listen, man. There's a lot of mathematicians that worked with this. You got De Sitter, De Sitter's empty universe. De Sitter is like a Dutch astronomer, right? Where there's no mass in the universe, mass there's equals 0. It's like, what? Okay, so it's insanity. You get the solutions, you got different solutions, right, for the Einstein field equation, yeah? So I just go and see what they did. Those guys, the heavy hitters from the ball, and it's just nothing adds up. So what do you mean you got an empty universe? How does that work? But yeah, you can solve it that way. But does the solution make sense? Like, can you have an empty universe? Well, yeah, that's De Sitters. If you look it up, D.I.
He's correct.
Sitter, it's Dutch astronomer, like 1913, something like that, man.
But
So,
the Big Bang doesn't really fully explain the origin of the universe, does it? Doesn't
the Big
describe
Bang? No, this is the origins, you know.
It doesn't explain. Does not explain how energy, time, and space were caused. It just describes the emergence of the present universe from this really dense, high-temperature initial state, right?
What got it to this high-temperature initial state? Okay, cool, man.
God,
like,
God put it there.
Okay, so you want a miracle? I'll give you a miracle here. If all right, then God created the flat Earth. Boom, done. Like if you want to bring in miracles, cool. One for you, one for me.
We see nothing
What do you
about the flat Earth that you can see, touch, or measure.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't see too far, but that's not the subject.
No,
Anyways,
you can't see too far.
Anyway, let's reverse. You know, reverse. Yeah. Reverse, bro. Reverse. Yep. So, anyways.
Special relativity doesn't even apply beyond the motion through space, right? Hubble's law. You got to talk about Hubble's law. I mean, there's a lot of Doppler shifts that all lead to this conception.
I'm going to stop. Yeah. I'm going to stop it right now. Right now. There's a lot of terms and phrases being thrown around. I have yet to hear claim support. Cyrus the Great, claim support, please.
For what exactly? For
Bang,
the beginning.
Big Bang universe.
Big Bang, Big Crunch. I mean, what's going to happen, right, to us? What's our destiny?
What's our destiny?
The argument?
My prediction.
So it's clear. Hold on. So it's clear to the audience. What is the argument here?
The argument. Hold on, let me pull up my notes.
They call it right now.
It was the origins of the universe, right?
Origins of the universe.
Yeah, origins. Yeah.
Okay.
Origins, because the gravitational model comes after that, right? It has to, right? You can't precede it. So yeah, we're just talking about the origins and how you can't pick and choose from two different models of the universe, but you guys do. That's it. So.
Well, when we talk about the Big Bang, we talk about the observable universe, right? We don't, not the entire universe. We don't know what else is out there. We know things we can see. We know there's things beyond what we can see because things are moving away from us even faster than the speed of light.
But, okay, so...
But how is that possible?
In the Big Bang, everything is expanding. So you've witnessed the expansion, we've recorded the expansion. Is that correct?
We have measured this expansion.
How did we measure that?
By the redshift and blue shift of objects in the distance.
Ooh. Dude. Did you study Halton ARP stuff he did on that? I'm rusty on. I'm really rusty on that, but that's from your ball scientist that's full of holes. But anyways, yeah.
Well, you don't think redshift is a
no? No, I understand it. Yeah. I get it, but no. From what the material I reviewed back then, there were other alternative views on it. You know, and Halton ARP. I remember the guy. The material exists on YouTube, but I would seriously have to go review it. It's a real long time. There's nothing in the head. But okay, so you're saying that. All right, cool. Let's see.
I mean, Hubble's constant and all these other.
What about Hubble's? What's that?
Well, how fast things are. The expansion of the universe based on what they measure. Hubble's law. I mean, I spent a long time for me too. So
okay, all right. So do you have black holes in since you went with the Big Bang, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my claim is there are no black holes in the Big Bang universe.
There are no black holes. We have a black hole at the center of our galaxy. That doesn't exist?
It can't, according to the math.
Why?
So how does it?
Where does the math dictate that cannot occur in the Big Bang universe?
Dude, it truly 100%. You really have to go and study the material. 100%.
Oh, I did a long time ago, but I mean, what I remember is certain conclusions. How I derived those or how I arrived at the conclusions, I don't really remember, I'll be honest. But I do remember that the black holes
all right.
Black holes they're all over our galaxy.
Exactly. I was about to ask you that. How many black holes can you have in a black hole universe? How about that? According to like Einstein, dude, like how many? Like, go ahead.
I'm not. I don't know how many. I know there's more than one.
You're supposed to only have one. Yeah. So how come now we got all these?
Wait. Are you conflating the origins of the universe as a
No. We're saying black hole universes.
Primordial atom? Are you talking about our black holes we see today?
No, dude, universe? They're not. You cannot add them together. These are two different models of the universe. They're not linear. You can't add them together because the parameters, their properties, all right? You can't take a piece from here and piece from there and mix them together. Like a black hole universe, like has a set of conditions, like it has to meet. All right? Big Bang universe has a different set of conditions. You see?
Give me the top
they're not the same.
Different. Give me the top three conditions.
It's not expanding.
Because I have
black hole universes. Black hole universes are not expanding universes. Big Bang universes are expanding universes, and we have recorded. You're saying we recorded the expansion because we live in a Big Bang universe, and we have a black hole in the center of the galaxy. That cannot coexist according to the astrophysics that I understood, and that's the mainstream astrophysics.
Nowhere have I ever heard anything or even read anything that talks about any kind of conflict between Big Bang and a black hole. No way ever. Never.
I'll lead you to the books.
Stop. You need to stop. Both parties stop right now.
All right.
We have to get some kind of coherent claim, support, appealing to books. Hold on, I said stop. Appealing to, you have to read the books. You have to go research it yourself. No, you have to provide the evidence here in the arena. If this is contention, I understand the argument. I know the argument, but I cannot intervene.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Yeah, go ahead. So either stick to this argument and support it, or change the argument. And Cyrus the Great, hold on.
I know.
Cyrus the Great, I am directing this towards you. I'm sorry.
Yep. No, I know. I gotcha. I did not have material prepared, that's for sure. I know that.
You are correct in your claims. I cannot intervene.
I understand.
If you don't have the support at hand, then we have to move on to the next argument.
Yeah, because if you haven't heard Hubble's law, and I haven't heard of the black hole universe, we're kind of talking past each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Whistling Dixie. So you don't have the your background information on the contrast. You're also disputing my claims that.
Stop. I already said that. Stop.
I know. So let's. Yeah,
Stop.
I agree.
Stop. I already said that. I don't care whether you agree or you don't. Cyrus the Great.
Yep. We can move on, man. Yeah, we can move on. That's fine.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I'll have to get material for you, but I can. Sure.
That's fine.
We can move on.
Yes, please.
What would you like to move on to, Zanuck? I picked the first one. Go ahead. Coriolis. Reference frames, bro. How many reference frames can you have?
Let's do Coriolis. Why not? Let's roll down that path.
All right, go ahead, man. What's your claim?
Path.
Go ahead.
Let's roll down that apparent path.
Yeah, apparent, exactly. Yeah. I'm down. Go for it. Okay. Cool.
So, what's our goal here? I mean, we're just kind of grabbing topics. We have to. They're so wide and so diverse.
We need to fight. Yeah, I know. We're
How
too
does
friendly.
it apply to the overall story we're trying to tell or claim we're trying to make? I mean, if they're related to the Earth, curvature. I mean, what is your God? I mean, what are we really trying to frame this with? How are we framing our discussion for Coriolis so we know which way to go here? That it doesn't happen.
To the shape of the Earth, right? Obviously, yeah. Shape of the Earth, yeah.
The shape of the Earth.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So,
right?
Coriolis,
That's the idea.
we agree Coriolis is an observed effect that is viewed from a rotating non-inertial reference frame?
I disagree.
Oh, okay, good. Then we have something to talk about.
Yes. Observed. Yeah. Like, show me. Okay.
Okay, so I can obviously use the most simplest example. You throw a ball on a merry-go-round, and the person that throws it sees the ball. Instead of going to his buddy that's sitting directly across from him, this ball deviates over and curves and flies off the merry-go-round. That's the apparent deflection. That effect is basically called Coriolis.
Okay. On a spinning apparatus, yeah, sure. Centrifuge, yeah, 100%. Let's keep rolling.
Anything rotating. Or
Yeah. Okay, so you were talking about the effect, not like on Earth. I thought you already took it to the ball. No, you were just talking about like that effect itself.
Yeah, so we all agree with that effect. And it has to do with observing an apparent deflection while observing it in a non-inertial, aka spinning rotating reference frame. Not on, by the way. Not in. In, rather, not on.
In the frame.
In the frame. The frame,
yes,
the whole
not,
frame,
not on
the whole entire point, the whole point coordinate system is rotating.
Yeah, okay.
So when we see things, long range artillery, according to the Earth, have these charts developed and distributed to everybody in long range 16-inch gun, artillery batteries, where they have to take Coriolis. And that's a huge effect, but it's they could be 70, 80, 90 feet off of their target at 2 miles. But that's enough to where they take it into consideration, just like they would a crosswind. And that is, and the deviations they talk about and are listed in their specifications. When you shoot north, the deviation is to the east. When you shoot south in the northern hemisphere, I'll just keep everything in the northern hemisphere to keep things simple. And everything I talk about will be in the northern hemisphere.
Am I allowed to make an objection?
No, you're not. No. I'm sorry, man.
No. Who said that?
Cardi,
no, you're not allowed to make an objection. Do not interrupt the discussion again.
So these objects will deviate to the east when shooting north, to the south. They'll be deviated to the west. Basically right. They will always be deviating right in the northern hemisphere. And we see example of that.
The deviation is caused from what exactly?
It's caused by challenging the conservation laws of momentum. So you're leaving from a position of higher tangential velocity when shooting north and going to an area on the surface of the Earth that actually has a lesser tangential velocity. And
so it's also observed in like airplanes, right? If you fly north with like a heli or south, we observe that.
There is something that it's hard to observe it because you're steering the aircraft.
Well, that's how come. Wow. Okay. Because that's my method of observation. Like on a shell, there's too much wind between like point A and point B. Like I know windage will have effect. Right. So I can't really take that. Well, sure, yeah, okay, but to verify it. So the easiest method of like verification, drones but you still got the wind, so I can't really verify your claim. I understand that it works like on a small scale, but because you already presuppose that the Earth is a ball and spinning. So
no, we're just talking about observations we see. We must assume. Well, it gets better, by the way.
Yeah, well, you said artillery shells, right? So yeah,
I haven't become ill prepared here. I have the information that you can observe and or review.
Oh, I know.
Okay, so we notice these objects consistently deviate to the right when shooting north. In fact, anywhere they're shot, they're deviating to the right. And in east or west, there's an effect called Yelkos, which is also a family of the Coriolis effect, which makes the object basically have less weight. So when it's shot eastward, it has less weight. It goes farther. When it's shot westward, it's
less weight.
Yeah, less weight.
Why?
Because it's going along this. It has a centripetal force, which is its weight, because we all agree objects have weight.
Right, so it's got less forces, what you're saying, yeah.
Since it's going on a curved path, since the plumb line of that particular object will always be vector straight down, and that vector is always changing, they're not parallel along its path, it will follow a curved path, so it'll induce a centripetal force. it'll be a centripetal force, and that's
This has been verified. Yes.
Yes, and this is verified. You can weigh things as you travel east and west and see this type of evidence, and that makes things appear 0.3% lighter. Some fraction of a 1% lighter going east.
Is it within the margin of error of like the, or is it?
Device?
Yeah.
No, it's
outside.
It's fairly conclusive that it's still something that's made the object lighter.
I would like to actually look at that.
Directions and always in those
be
directions.
Nice.
I mean, they have a grouping of the bullets for long range snipers that will always appear to be shooting high versus the other direction.
I'm not gonna take grouping data as weighing bullet in mid-flight, like the projectile. No.
Well,
Okay.
that's the statistics they have.
If that's what they used, just scrap that. That just means nothing to me.
All right.
If I thought I actually they had like a sensor, because you got to measure the forces, right? Like I thought, you gotta right. Yeah,
you can measure. So
that's how you gotta do it.
Travel in high, and you can travel in an airplane. It keeps at a constant altitude, and you can then measure with a very sensitive scale that this object on the scale will be lighter going eastward than it is westward.
Oh, yeah. Well, it wouldn't work on an airplane, but I understand you would have to really fix a device. You gotta calibrate.
No, it's long enough.
You can't just airplane. Look at the speedometer. How fast am I going?
Over 4 or 5 hours at a constant, relatively constant velocity. Sure, the velocities will change slightly, and your altitude.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they
but
do, man.
That's why the plot is not going to be a straight line. It'll be this jagged line, but it'll be shifted on the lighter side, going east, and shifted on the heavier side.
Well, you assume that the jaggedness of the graph is exactly identical to assume that the shift would be correct that you're implying upon it. You can't do that, man.
No,
let's see the graphs first. Then okay, if the graphs shift, sure, man. You gotta match first.
It's statistically significant because all the jaggedness is the R-square value would actually match the data. I mean, the claim. So it will be significant because all the little jaggeds, which are, like I said, changes in velocity or changes in altitude, any kind of wind you run into, there will be some noise. This noise can be filtered out and get a line that is discernibly below the.
I have not done it myself to verify that this is correct.
I've seen it done, so I'm not going to,
Yeah, sure. We can crunch math all day. I get it. Okay.
And then, of course.
Yeah, keep going with the Coriolis. Your claim was what?
That because the Earth is rotating, we see these phenomena that can be demonstrated and point to the rotation of the Earth. See, it's like whenever
they all point towards the rotation. Yeah.
Rotation. That we are in a rotating sphere. Yeah. That we are rotating. And rotating specifically because
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Why can't we be a rotating cylinder, and we're just on the surface? I understand that sounds stupid, but if you're going in one direction, it's the same as going around a cylinder. You said a sphere,
Sphere, yeah, because we have this Coriolis effect going north and south, and you wouldn't have that.
Yeah, so you mapped it out. I get it. Yeah, so now you have the shape of the sphere.
It has to be a sphere.
We mapped out the sphere based on observing the Coriolis effect.
No, we detect that we are in a rotating reference frame by the apparent deviations we tend to detect.
In projectiles, yes, but not quite.
Projectiles and storm rotations, not
in airplanes because they're under engine power, correct?
Well, they're also being steered, right? And we have a vector of the thrust, which can be changed by a small wingtip dip and a small rudder change. And
same thing on the projectile. It's not in a perfect environment. It's not an isolated environment.
It's not powered or steered.
Oh, well, the wind can actually steer it, yes. And if you have turbulence in the middle.
Well,
okay, if you're measuring wind velocity at point A and point B, but you got turbulence you can't see in the middle. I don't know, man. There's too many variables as a scientist, just basic.
We can take into account the maximum amount of drag laterally that would happen or be forced on that particular projectile and find out how much it would move it. And we could say worst case scenario, what if we had a 100-mile-an-hour wind along the way? How much would it deviate? Well, we know this profile of the projectile. We know its drag coefficient laterally from the side view, and we can tell how much force would be acting on it in that direction, in either direction, all directions.
Yeah, basic ballistic calculations from the stuff I understand. It does not take account the Coriolis effect at all. It has the ballistic coefficient of the projectile,
Mhm.
right? And of course, what you got gravity, right? You know,
Well, there's a whole
just
chart that
projectile mechanics. Yeah, and you just look
the
it up.
military
But yeah.
not only takes into account the rotation rate, it also takes into shape because that's going to change where this thing lands.
Like the shape of the projectile, of course. Yeah.
No, the shape of the surface. It's falling away from you when you shoot a projectile. You're if you have 8 inches per mile squared over 100 miles, let's say, if you're shooting a long range ballistic,
Yeah. You already
longer.
we don't. You never measured that, but anyways,
that's in the Navy.
you presuppose that you got an 8 inches per mile squared already. But
all right,
anyways.
stop. I'm going to stop the debate right now. There's a lot of opinion, a lot of baseless assertions without any support. This debate is about making a claim and supporting it, whether it be citation or logical consistency or scientific evidence, those three. So I like the discussion. It's a great discussion, but that's not what we're here for.
Okay.
So I would say make a claim, support it, shut up, be concise, and let the other have at it. Is that understood? From here on out, for the next 20 minutes or so, I want claim, support.
what the hell is going on in the VC check-in, man? Dude, there's 1, 2. All right, I got a Las Vegas phone call. I'll be back. Hold on. My friend John's going live, Flat Earther. John Neems. I don't know if you guys know John. Here, I'll drop a link, man. He's going to... Memorization never made you smarter. He's going to drop a video here, man, in a minute. Let's see, man. I'm going to get there. Give you guys a little heads up on that. Memorization doesn't make you smarter or something like that. I have not seen it. It's brand new. We'll check it out, man. John Neems. Some of you guys may have heard of him. Good truther, old guy, man. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's get to his channel. Where the heck are you, John? There he is. John Neems Music. All right. Here's his channel. I'll wait till he's live, then I'll post it. Hey, what's going on, man? Why is there so many people in the VC check-in, man? I mean, I dig it. I think it's great. I think it's a good thing to have people checking in. Nothing wrong with that, right? But look quiet up here in the big house. What happened? Just saying, man. I'm just saying. That's all. Hey, it's Sunday afternoon. Do you know where your globe is? I don't. I can't find it. Ah, shit. It's a crazy cuck show world, man. Cuck show is in the house. Yeah, it's pretty wicked out there, man. Yeah. I went by this restaurant today, man. I thought, I'll just drop in, grab a little late, 1:30 on a Sunday, maybe get some burgers, have a beer. No. The place is absolutely fucking packed, and the cheapest thing on the menu is like $20, I'm like, oh shit, and it's fucking packed, man. There's Porsches and Ferraris in the parking lot, and I'm like, holy shit, man. There's a lot of people with a lot of money out there, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it kind of threw me off. There was not a single goddamn fucking parking spot, and there was probably 100 cars in the parking lot. And I know this place is one of the most expensive places to eat around here and have drinks, at $12 beers and $20 hamburgers, that kind of prices, crazy money.
That's trash. That's 100% trash.
It's crazy, Glatt, man. It was like I had to drive to the little Mexican place around the corner, and it was much more reasonable. There was hardly anybody there. They treated me like gold. I sat down, brought me chips and salsa. It was like, I
feel like most people with the amount of money that, hold on. Speaking of, I'm at Taco Bell. Hold on.
There you go. Yeah. Don't eat that shit. Please don't. Well, if you're going to eat it, man, have a Taco Supreme. Those are pretty tasty. They've been engineering the taste of those for 50 years. They're
Holy
really good.
shit. You have no idea. Listen, KJ and I owe her a bunch of tacos, And so I keep buying them for her, and those are the only things she eats at Taco Bell, the Taco Supremes. It's so funny that you said that.
That's the only thing I eat there too, man. Like maybe twice a year, I'll just like, fuck, I gotta have one, man. Damn, takes me back to high school, you know. Woo, those were good. We had an open campus at high school where we could leave and come back during lunch, and Taco Bell was definitely a place to hit, man. It was could walk over there, grab a couple Taco Supremes for $1, and then head back to school. But yeah, those are yummy. Oh man, I don't know how they engineered fake food to taste so damn good, but it does taste good. Especially if you throw that stupid sauce that melts pennies apparently on it. Oh, that's good. Woo! Get that super hot, extra hot. That's good. What do they call it? Fire or something? I can't remember. Hot stuff, man. Hot tacos. It wasn't that hot, man, really. As far as salsa
I'll
goes.
tell you what, this fake food, it sure does taste like food, doesn't it?
It sure does, man. I mean, tastes like food. It's so good, man. I mean, I knew a guy that worked at one of the development kitchens for Carl's Jr. I don't know if you have those out there. But
yeah, we got them.
And he's like, yeah, we just keep adding shit until it tastes great. I was like, thanks.
Yeah, they just try anything out. They're like, hey, let's grind up dried pig fat, right?
Yeah.
Grind it up, make it a dust, and put that in the food. Like,
right.
fucking A, man, that works. Hell, you could call that 10 different sauces with that taste.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah, there's teams of developers in the making food taste good department that just absolutely crush it, man. And then they
do. Yeah.
Crush. Yeah. And I'm sure we could do the same, you know. If they put us in a room with a bunch of ingredients and crap, man.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, is there a science behind it? No, because it's based on personal preference.
Right.
But that doesn't make it any less valid, because those fries they make at McDonald's, get the fuck out of here. Like, get out of town with those. It's the best food I've ever had in my life. But is it food? I don't know. But just lovely.
Yeah. I mean, it's some kind of potato mixed with, you know, probably rice or something. Who knows? It's just like they mix all this shit together and it somehow makes this incredible flavor. What the hell's going on?
KJ says it's the oil that's suspect, not the potatoes, which I think she's right. She's right.
I know the factory.
Go ahead, Kenny.
There's 11 people in VC check-in, man. What the hell is going on over there?
Well, they told us come down here because there's people needed down here. Now, you and I are keeping the show going with fast food, but it's not a good conversation topic overall.
No, but you know, I'm open to hit some reality checks, man. Last night, yesterday, I kind of hit me like, without using NASA, without using the sky, can you prove to me that we live on a spinning ball? You got anything? Anybody?
Well, no, that's the thing. Yeah, I agree with this
simplicity
mind frame switch, because we got to constantly psychologically help out these toddlers that can't think right just yet.
Right.
So, and I don't mean to be mean about that. I experience toddler-esque reactions and intelligence levels regarding this topic.
Exactly.
So anyway, yeah. What I'm saying is, I agree with you. When in your natural life, without having been told anything about space, do you experience the globe? And what is it? You know, what is that? Where is it? Where can we go? You and me. Where can we go and see that shit and be like, holy shit, weird.
Show me the globe. Thank you. Not gonna happen. Anyway, it was proposed. That question was proposed to me like in early 2016, and I'm like, well, shit. It's like so simple, man. Like, I can't there's no fucking way, man. Get out of here. I can't show you we live on a globe. There's no way. And if you can admit that, man, I think you're on the road to the right kind of thinking and right kind of reality awareness, man. Reality awareness.
Yeah, I agree, and it's good. It's good because it's like a cheap date thing to talk about. It doesn't take a lot of intelligence to realize if you don't watch the television or listen to NASA, anything, right? If you just go about your day without listening to other people about shit, I'll tell you what, you might have a better day than you thought.
Exactly.
But I'll give you one thing. You're going to have a boring day, okay? So prepare for that. God forbid you don't fill every waking second with something interesting to give you them dopamine hits. Yeah.
We got Guten Abend. Guten Abend. No rolls. Welcome. You got no rolls. You got your own microphone.
Are they in the voice text?
They're in here on the no, they're in VC check-in. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. My bad.
No problem. I really, really want to talk to a Glober pretty bad though.
Yeah. So it's going good up there in VC check-in. I don't know. I didn't click on it.
Well, here's what I heard. They're describing reality to people. So flat earthers are describing reality of certain situations and such about the world to newcomers, and the newcomers are, as far as I can hear, they are listening intently. So yeah, could be good.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe I'll send a couple of those Mongos down here, and we'll
see what we can do. Yeah.
I got about an hour to hang out, so hopefully somebody will show up.
Cool.
It's a nice Sunday.
I'm driving, so it's kind of sporadic. I might stop talking immediately and not respond to something, and do not take it personally.
I will never ever do that. Everybody has their time frame to join the live stream, and if you're driving, man, it makes it extremely difficult because you just drop out all of a sudden. You're like the satellite.
Yeah. Oh, those poor people believing in satellite technology. God bless them.
Bless them. Well, that was the first hit I hit, man. The guy goes, dude, man, satellites are fake. There's no pictures of satellites in space. I'm like, dude, I'll be back tomorrow, man. Shut up.
Yeah.
Nope. Nothing. I got nothing. Still got nothing. I was just recently looking, and it's the same CGI shit out there. Hey, we're going back to the moon here in like a week or something. I don't know. That's what they're telling us anyway.
I can't wait for their excuse why they're not going this time. Oy.
They're going to launch this big rocket. It's going to the moon.
Yeah. Okay.
It's totally great, man. I'm excited. I'm totally pumped. Can't wait. I've been waiting for this for 50 years since we've gone back. Damn, ain't that something? 50 years. 50 fucking years. A half a fucking century. Damn. Took us a while to build that technology back. I think our boy was right.
That's like most of a generation of people.
It was a painful process, man, but they did it. I'm so pumped. I know Chris V's pumped. He can't wait. He's like,
yeah, man.
Whatever, man.
Yep. And they're buying it, right? And they are buying it.
And they're buying it.
Yep. That is perhaps my favorite moment in Jim Carrey's entire career is right then and there.
No doubt about it. It's my favorite in his whole career.
And like, I'll die laughing even to this day watching Liar Liar, right? But that still doesn't compare to just what he did when he said, and they're buying it. Like when he said that, and everybody cracked up. That's the thing. Nobody knew what the fuck they were laughing about, right? They're laughing at themselves for believing the moon landing. So fucking funny, dude.
And we just didn't go there, and that's the way it was. And that's how it happened.
Yep. That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. That's what I want to know.
That's what I want to know.
Listen, if Buzz Aldrin is asking a child why we didn't go to the moon, what kind of place are we living in right now?
That's my question. Oh shit! You can't make this shit up, man. There's just no way. I mean,
Yeah. Listen, never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined, when I was 10, in my 20s and 30s, would I have imagined seeing an astronaut tell a little girl that they didn't go to the moon? Like, that's not something I would have put in the script for life, right?
No.
What?
Like, what? No, that's too ridiculous, man. We can't put that in there. People won't buy that. Come on. No, it happened, and I mean, I don't know what the Globers said about that. They said he took it out of context or something.
Right.
But, I mean, what excuses could you come up? Well, he was constipated and he had tacos, or he was drunk.
He was drunk. Yeah, I love it. Like, yeah. That's what he's going to do before he goes and talks to a child about space. He's going to get fucking loaded up. Like, his handlers won't let him do that shit. You feel me? Like, come on. He was drunk. You know, it's funny. Well, the whole thing's funny, but there's specifics too. The part where not only do they say the Globers say, "Oh, you're taking it out of context," but what said something else? Hang on, I got to make a turn here.
Hey, take your time, man. You're driving. I get it, man. I drive and listen, and sometimes come on here all the time, so it gets a little hairy, and I gotta negotiate a bunch of.
Oh, dude, they just say like he's so old and decrepit, and he's just crazy. Like, you can't trust anything that. Why would you trust what Buzz Aldrin says? Clearly, he's crazy and insane and old. That's what they say. That's their best excuse.
Oh, he was only the second man on the moon. Come on, man. You can't trust
They're like,
him.
oh, he's delusional because he's so old. He's not saying shit properly. Of course they went to the moon. Of course. Like, really?
Of course.
All right.
And why get your ass to Mars? He used to wear that T-shirt all the time. Something like that. I just thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, he did. That was funny.
Get your ass to Mars. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we're living in a flat stationary plane. Anybody's got any information to help me out to realize that if there's an actual observation I can make to determine that we're on a spinning ball, it'd be really handy, man, if you got one. Anybody? That'd be cool.
Yeah, listen, I hear people talking about it my whole life, right?
Yeah.
So if you can, because I feel like I'm nuts that I don't see or feel or experience a globe. I can't find evidence of it anywhere, but most people are out there going, globe, space, aliens and shit. And I'm like, wait. Like, I can function in the rest of my life, right? I can go to work. I can do my shit in my life.
Right.
But am I crazy to think that all of these other people are wrong about space? Holy fuck. Well, it turns out no. Turns out the crazy ones are the vast majority of people. And yes, kids, that's possible.
It's how dare you just have objective reality of your own experience. Don't do that. I mean, that's unheard of. Don't do that.
So don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Don't you dare. How dare you have objective reality? You've ruined my fantasy. How dare
Well,
you?
you know what? Let's just be honest. As adults, really sucks when your fantasy gets right.
Yeah, it does. It sucks.
So
man.
I don't blame a lot of them, but it's also like I said it earlier today. There was a meme about Santa Claus, and I know it's cliche to talk about the globe belief in Santa Claus, but it's also really true, rings true, and that's why we always get made fun of for it because they know it's right. But anyway, so it's the Santa Claus deal. So what I call understanding your reality is simply growing up. Like, you know what happens during puberty? Your senses get more heightened and you get, there's more stuff going on in your body, right?
Right.
It's called growing up. Well, the body grew up or whatever it did, but then for most people, the mind didn't. The mind stayed kind of wherever they had the most, again, dopamine hits, right? So I'm going to admit Santa is wrong because, oh, well, I guess it is, yeah, and all the adults are saying he's yeah, and I don't have any proof. Yeah, Santa's BS. Okay, well, I'm going to let my parents, I'm going to let the world have that one. They get a mulligan, but I'm going to believe the fuck out of everything else, growing up. So that's a 12-year-old, 10-year-old mindset, right? Well, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to get rid of that. Like, oh, Santa isn't real, but the X-Men, God damn it, they are, oh, I can't wait to meet Wolverine. It's the same damn thing as, like, I can't wait to go to space.
Dude, all right, we got a bunch of mods dropping in. Silvers, okay. When you grow up, I think it's part of the whatever they call it, social engineering, and then we give them Santa Claus, and then it wrecks them, and then they never grow out of their fantasy land, and they stop. They don't ever become adults. Essentially, I think that's what you were saying. They just
pretty much. Yep. But go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Welcome everybody.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thanks, Flat Flow. Thanks, Flat Earth, dude. Just quickly, we've got Lerzo, who is new, and he said he had a couple of questions. Doesn't really sound like he's looked into much.
Okay.
But let's just be chill with him. Lerzo, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I got you.
All right.
Welcome.
Sweet.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Discover.
Did you ever walk to the edge of the world?
Edge.
Oh dear.
Who said edge?
I know the edge. The
who came up
outline.
with the edge?
Hey, also, I'll shut up during this one. Y'all take it.
All right, glad. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, who wants to go through the edge with Lerzo?
The outline.
You're a little low, Lerzo.
So let me ask you this, okay?
Yeah.
So when you jump into into a pool, can you fall off the pool?
No.
Can you fall off a lake? Can you fall off the lake?
If it doesn't have a cliff there, no.
It's a lake.
Okay, Lerzo, we should clarify something for you quickly. I should have said this before. So when you Google flat Earth and it shows you all these pictures of like a disk Earth in space.
Yeah, well, you mean the one that's in the lobby? For example?
I don't know what's been posted in the lobby, but
I'll check the lobby. Go ahead.
By the
whatever imagery you see of that, like a disk Earth floating in space and water falling off the sides or any of that, that's not what anyone here is saying. Right? That's not what anyone thinks. It's not a disk in space. So it's not like a circle with an edge, like you might be imagining.
Mm-hmm.
So when you ask what's the edge or where's the edge, it's like, well, where have you seen that you could fall off the ground? We've not seen an edge that you could fall off. Have you?
No. Well, then what do you think is there?
Where? Specifically?
If you would go, let's say you would go in a straight line or fly with a plane in a straight line for a long time.
Yeah.
What would you find in a bed? Or not in a bed, but in quite some time.
Well,
anyway.
okay. So you're imagining this concept of if you travel in the same direction, you'll come back where you started because you're on a globe. But that's not really how it works. If you keep going, let's just say as much as you can in a single direction, however you're getting there, eventually you'll be heading south, which is towards Antarctica. And when you get to Antarctica, you're going to find essentially a wall of ice a few hundred feet up above the waterline. And how do you get onto that, for starters? But then if you go over it, it's speculation what's over it, what's beyond it, basically, because you're not allowed to go there, because international law says that it's illegal for you to go there. So we can't go and check.
Okay, so there is something basically at the end. There's
Well,
like
Antarctica is south. Antarctica is south, so you get to ice and bad weather and mountains. But then what's beyond that? Who knows?
Yeah. Okay, so it's like there might be theories what's beyond that, right?
Yeah, it's speculation what's beyond that. Some people think it's more land. Some people don't. But who knows? Are you looking at the live stream voice text? I don't know if people are posting images, but usually they are.
What?
Can you see the live stream voice text? It's the text channel just above this voice channel.
Wait, I'll try to find it. Oh yeah, I see it. The playlist suggestion.
Yeah, so live stream voice text. And you'll see a bunch of images that people are posting.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And oh shit! I forgot my question. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Whatever you think of. I mean, you just asked, where's the edge? You're trying to get an idea of if this place isn't a ball, like they've told me, then what is it? It might be helpful for you to look at some concepts and images of, some different ideas that people have. But we can't say what it is in totality, right? We're not claiming it's a shape. We're not saying it's a disc. We're not saying it's a square. We're saying that the surface that we live on doesn't curve into a ball, right? It's just level. Right? It's got topography, but it's level overall. Hills and valleys, but overall it's level plain. Unknown in size and dimension.
And do you think, the government knows what's behind the wall?
Don't know.
Well, this is the thing. If you get into the history of it, when you start looking at some of the military operations done in like the 50s, the 1950s, Operation High Jump, which is called that because they did the high jump from the ocean onto the ice wall. And the first time they managed to get onto it was in the 1950s. And then after that, they locked Antarctica down so the public couldn't travel there. And they invented NASA. So the upper atmosphere would be off limits to the public. So there's a lot of history to Antarctica that you kind of have to research.
Does the wall have a name, so I don't have to call it the wall of ice?
Well, that's what Wikipedia calls it. Ice walls.
Ice walls, okay, yeah.
That's not a flat earth term. That's what the likes of Cook and Magellan were calling it. That's what Wikipedia and stuff call it. They're just massive 200-foot vertical walls of ice sticking out of the ocean. So, not easy to get past. Not easy to even get onto them. And they didn't manage until the 1950s. And then when they did, they shut it down from the public. So what's beyond it, we don't know. We can't know, really.
Do you have a theory?
There's a bunch of theories, but we're more interested in empirical evidence here. I mean, we can get into speculation, but because you're just new to this, you should be focusing on the globe.
Yeah.
Like the evidence, like what proves a globe. Like just think to yourself, what is it that makes me think that the Earth is a globe? Like, it can be anything, right? I mean,
and if I think of something, I can just come here and ask, right?
Yeah. So you say, okay, what about satellites? Don't they prove that the Earth is a globe? And then we'll tell you our take on that.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't think I have more questions. Also, I will probably go play something. But anyways, thanks for the help.
Hey, Lazar, ask yourself this. Ask anybody you know. Without using NASA or the sky, how are you going to determine what you live on? Is it a ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour? How are you going to prove that? And if you can do that, if you know anybody that can, we're here 24/7. We'd be glad to entertain that explanation of proving where we live. Thanks.
Okay. Well, yeah. Thanks for the answers. If I think of something, I'll come here.
Okay,
anyway,
we'll be here. We'll be here. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
Cheers. All right, we got Guten. Yeah, Guten. No Guten.
No, Guten was in the VC, and he said that, you know, he was doing the whole Earth's a cube thing.
All right.
And then I said, well, why are you ashamed to say that you admit or that you believe in them, in the globe? And I don't think he really liked that, but he said basically that it's beneath people to speak to flat earthers because it's ridiculous. So I said, okay, well, what is it that makes it ridiculous? Is it because of all the evidence and proof that there is for the globe? And he said, yeah, essentially. And then I asked, okay, well, tell me one proof of the globe. And he said, why should I waste my time explaining that to you? As he sat there in the voice channel with us. So I don't know if you'll unmute.
I've ran into those types where they're like, dude, I'm not even going to talk to you. I work for NASA. And I was like, really?
Yeah, right.
Okay, I think. All right, have a nice day. Bye.
Yeah, I think Guten did say he worked for NASA. Guten, you work for NASA, don't you?
That's the ones that won't even like talk to us, man. They're like, oh no, it's way beneath me. It's way.
Oh, hold on. Maybe Guten needed unmuted. Guten, can you speak now? I've just unmuted you.
No, he's got control of his own mind, I think.
No, he's not got VC verified. He must have just moved down here.
Oh, he's got no.
Guten, your mic is unmuted if you want to try again. Guten Abend.
Oh,
just now.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh. Guten, if you're having mic issues, you might have to try push to talk or something. I don't know. But you're unmuted, so you can unmute your mic and speak if you want to try.
Yeah, you're unmuted. Just click the little microphone down on the left there.
Guten, I promise I won't ask you for any globe evidence. Because I feel like that's where it went south before. If it makes you feel any better.
This just absolutely fucks me over. It's Guten. You can say.
That's what I said.
And it's
Guten.
also an adjective. Also, by the way, it's an adjective. If you didn't know.
It's actually
Guten
Abend.
He keeps dropping out. I don't know what's up.
Well, we can only try.
An adjective?
That last guy listened a bit at least.
Is that what he said? It's an adjective?
He's using two German words. Why he himself can't really say it the right way as we say it in Germany.
Okay.
So yeah.
He's
weird.
German. He's German, obviously.
No, he's not German.
Oh, he's not?
No. He speaks very broken German.
Fucking German. Yeah. I'm the jokester around here, man. I try to keep it fun. I try. I'm also very serious, man. If anybody out there has evidence of a globe without using NASA or, the sky, what we live on is Earth. I want evidence of this round spinning ball Earth that we live on. That's what I'm looking for. I'm keeping it simple, man. I'm not going up there upstairs. I'm not going down in the basement. I'm right here on Earth. Where is the spinny curvature?
Good question.
Why does water always find its level? I mean, if you can curve that water, man, I'd like to have a really great large experiment of that. That would be cool. Thanks. We'll be here 24/7, 365. If anybody's got anything at all, we're here. Much people smarter than me will gladly take your information. And can't use NASA, can't use the sky. Show me the spinny ball. You got it? Anybody? Thanks. Keeping it simple. Kiss it, man. You ever heard that? Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss it. Kiss it, Glad. Yeah, baby. Kiss it. All right. Anybody else?
Wait. What are you doing?
We're keeping it simple, man. Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss it.
Oh, kiss me. Yeah. Yeah, gotta keep it simple.
You know, just like without using NASA or the sky, show me we live on a round, spinny ball. Thanks.
Yep, can't do it. Well, and that means can't do it anyway. Okay, so check it out.
Yep.
If I want to do something, I do it. Thanks.
Right.
I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, doing things yourself, going out, because we live on Earth, man. I don't know. Maybe you guys didn't know that, but we actually live on Earth. Therefore, we can measure it. We can walk on it. We can drive. We can fly over it. And we can do a lot of cool things here, right here, to prove that it's a ball, without a doubt. And for 7 years, I've been asking anybody that if there's some kind of way we could see the curvature from Earth, yeah, let me know. I mean, I've been up 42,000 feet in an airplane, and that's not high enough to see any curvature. And the highest mountain is only like 29,900 or 30,000 feet. So I've been 12,000 feet above that. And I see nothing but eye level horizon. Boom. No curve. And, that's just the facts. If you think you're going to shoot a laser across the water and show me curvature, man, we're all for it, man. Because our lasers are straight. Our lasers don't bend. Damn. Fuck. No no bendy lasers. Show me your bendy laser. Oh, they don't bend. Oh, that's right. Never mind. All right, we got anybody? I heard some people dropping in. Anybody? Some new newbies? Anybody? No. Well, that was pretty full up there in BC check-in, man. I thought you guys. I appreciate you guys sending a couple guys down here, but I know how it is, man. Some days I was like 3 for 3 one day, man. I just checked 3 people in. They came in here. Boom. It was great. But it's hit and miss. You never know up there. And anyway, there's a guy up there named okay, and he's gold. Never mind. All right, but it was great to see like 10 people in VC, man. Check it. Yeah, it was great. There was actually more than that, but anyway, if anybody's got evidence for what we live on without using NASA or the lights in the sky, please let me know how we can verify what we stand on. We went out, we measured, we looked, we used telescopes and cameras and lasers, gyroscopes. We've done a lot of stuff to try to find this alleged radius, alleged radius, and it keeps coming up short, man. Damn. All right, we got Epic is in. Epic left. Damn. I just had one, man. He got away. That was just a nibble on my fishing line there. Fuck. So close. That was a big one. Damn. So the alleged. Man, I'm making up words now. That's bad. Alleged.
What edge?
Alleged radius. Not the edge, the alleged. Alleged? Alleged edge. The alleged edge.
Alleged edge, I thought immediately.
Sasha, alleged edge.
I like that one.
I come up with a lot of them, man. But,
You can break tongue even if you say it.
Astro, what am I saying, man? I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just...
Alleged edge.
Alleged
Okay,
edge.
be careful.
Exactly.
Your muscles can go. Yeah. Use.
Alleged edge.
Grow more left when you're saying that.
Very Russian. Alleged edge. No, maybe Italian. I don't know. Not sure.
What? Why use something what looks like a wall calling wall?
I don't know, man. That's not good. Ah, shit. You guys are hilarious. Hilarious. Anyway, I'm usually not here on an afternoon like this, but it's. I saw so many people in VC, man. I'm like, check in. I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be great, man. And, you know, like I said, it doesn't always work out, man. You can check in 10 people and one might come down here, or you can check in 3 in a row and they come down here. You don't know. And I've done the 3 in a row and they all came down here, and hopefully they'll come back. But I don't know. But it's all about, you know, getting new people in here and saying, hey, man, what do you got? You got something for us? We're down. We're here. Show us your bendy water. It's that simple. I mean, I'm trying not to complicate things, man. I mean, there's some great guys over there at Nathan Oakley's can complicate the shit out of everything. They're really good at it, man. It takes you weeks to figure out what the hell they're talking about sometimes. I love that, man. Deep divers dive deep, man. I'm floating on top of the surface, man, with my sailboat, just cruising, saying, hey, man, show me the bendy water. Real simple. How do I see it? Where can I see it? Can I take a picture of it? Something. Video. No, you got nothing. And I got nothing. And that, you know, until I get past that, man, I'm not going anywhere. It's looks flat and stationary to me, man. 100%. There's no getting around it. You can only, you know, accept the reality which we've been shown. Accept the reality which we can experience for ourselves. Accept it. It's that simple, man. It's not complicated. You know, I love deep diving. I love sextants. I love, you know, the stars, the moon. I love all that cool stuff, man. Great. Yeah, how far is this? And we can see this spinning that way and that way. I'm standing on the goddamn thing, man. Tell me I'm fucking spinning. Oh, you look up. That's how you know you're spinning. No. It doesn't work like that, Mongo. It's like, oh, you're in the car, but you're really not in the car. You're just sitting on at your desk, but you're driving. No. I know the difference between reality and what I'm experiencing something else doing, like my video monitor on my TV. If I'm playing a game, man, I know I'm playing a game on a video monitor versus, you know, it's like standing out and looking at the stars. It's not really that much different. There's something going on up there. I don't know what, but it's the video game above our heads. And it's cool, man. And it works perfectly. It's very predictable. And it's like a clock. It's beautiful. Great. But what I'm standing on, man, there's no movement, you know, there's no curvature. No movement, no curvature. And those are the two things that, you know, I'm just going to kind of keep it simple right in that ballpark and say, hey, man, you know, you can show me all the equations in the world and the mathematic works out this way and refractions that way. But in all sense of reality, none of us are experiencing any kind of motion standing on the dirt that we live on. Period. None of us. And if somebody comes in here and says, yeah, I feel like I'm moving all the time, I'm like, you might want to go check out your doctor and see what he can do for you. Right? Something like that. Astro, get your ass in here, man. Tell me something. Tell me something. Oh, he muted. Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Keeping it simple, man. That's what I'm saying. Everybody complicates the fuck out of everything. It's like, you know, a 2x4 is a 2x4, which doesn't actually measure a 2x4. You guys know that, right? So you got to use your head and figure out why is it 1 3/4 by 3 3/4. Well, that's called a 2x4, but it's not really a 2x4. Actually, what the hell? So, I mean, a 2x4. Fuck. Yeah, they call it. Yeah, it doesn't. I love reality, man. You can measure shit. We live on Earth. We can measure Earth. It's not complicated. I can't measure the fucking light in the sky. Fuck off. Nobody can. So anybody tells you they can, man, show me how. You know. Oh, it's the angle differential between the refraction and the 23 degrees from the north, and it magically appears to be exactly 23 trillion miles away. Yeah. Oh, okay. Fuck. That totally makes sense, bro. That's good. Cool, man. I'm convinced. Yeah.
Plus or minus some million kilometers.
Plus or minus a couple trillion miles. Before we're off by 120 zeros. It's my bad. Fuck. I don't know. I'm 120 zeros off. Man, if you balanced your books 120 zeros off, well, first of all, man, you got a lot of money. Fuck. But 120 zeros, man, that is just, I don't know. What do they call it? Astronomical numbers?
Yes, it is.
It's astronomically apparent that our numbers are off. All right, can I even type 120 zeros in the chat? I'd probably get busted for that, right?
Yeah.
I don't even think I could do it, man. I don't even. It would probably take me like a half an hour to put a bunch of on. There you go, old Haas. You fucking man, baby.
Russian guy said on VC to know, but other people was in the space. And I said, okay, how many of them? 500. Okay, let's make a math now. How many is that?
It's like it's 120 zeros. So
yes, that's the same number. That's the equation for knowing
right?
things
It's
about
like
space. Yeah.
It's the smallest margin of decimal points that you can get.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. The
Out of
smallest that you can get.
8 billion or whatever, how many people have lived now? There's people that
500,
live
man.
and died. It's got to be like 10 billion.
Man,
yeah, 500 people out of 10 billion.
500 and 500,000 will be even fucking small number.
Exactly. It would be a little teeny minuscule number, but let's bump it up to 10 billion. Oh my. Man. Out of all the people that have ever lived on Earth, which is probably 20 billion or more, who knows? I have no way of knowing. But, you know, only 500 people have ever been to space, dude. That's it.
And that's the answer. Do you know how many? You need to answer mathematically. Do you know how many people was in the space? You don't need to say 500. It was 0.0000000.
0.0000000. Yeah. It's a lot of zeros.
Yeah.
It's almost to the 120th power, right? Almost. Might as well be. It's the same difference.
I think it's more than 100. I don't know.
It might
can
be.
do the math.
Shit, that's a lot. Yeah, it might be. Anyway, it's crazy to think that, you know, it's actually, Sasha, I heard last year or maybe earlier this year, back February, March or something, there's been a little over 600, it's like 601 or 2 that have been up to altitude, not necessarily space. The ones, it's still in the 500s that have actually apparently we've been told they actually went up in a rocket and went to weightlessness and orbit around the Earth, right?
I know one news about I don't know for sure, but they're saying something that ISS is now the 1% of that what they achieved in 7.
The 1% what?
Of that what we achieved in 70s.
Yeah.
Because we were on the moon. Now we are 1% of that distance.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So again, keeping it simple. We live on Earth. We can check out Earth. Show me the curvature. Show me the spin without using.
Give back that technology.
Oh, but the sun goes across the sky. Excuse me. What did you say? Yeah, the sun goes across the sky because that's why we're spinning. The sun goes across.
Give back that technology. Give back that technology. We are missing now 99%, man. If we have that technology, we'll go. Can you imagine?
Hey, we're going back to the moon, Sash, this month.
What moon? Jupiter, man. It's next. It's like
Jupiter, man. That's the big gas giant, isn't it? Gas?
Yeah, but if you make some, I don't know, something in Jupiter atmosphere with the plants, we can live.
It's really dense, round gas, man. It makes a planet.
I like Jupiter. If I would like to live in Jupiter.
No.
I don't like why people like Mars. Mars sucks.
It's dry, man. Pretty dry.
Jupiter is beautiful. It's big enough for everyone.
Yeah, we can fit like a bunch of Earths in there, man, right? Bunches of them.
Yeah.
I don't know how many. I didn't check it out, but I think it's a lot. It's all a big number. Yeah. We can't, yeah. The sun, man. Can we go? No, we can't go to the
First thing, we will make water on Jupiter because we need to live. We will connect oxygen with hydrogen and we'll make water. Then we will go on. When we get water, everything will grow itself.
I think water is my favorite substance on Earth, man. I think it's my favorite.
It's my best friend.
It is one of my great friends. I love water. I don't know. I'm a Pisces. I'm a fish. Apparently, I like water. But it's good. Water's good. Hey. Hey, I need a little help with Yokes Meister. He says he must have got muted last night. He might have been hot micing or something. If we can go ahead, Yokes, jump in, man. Let me see. Let me see if I can help you, bro. I'll give it a shot. You're not blocked. You're not muted. You there? Yokes.
Yo, I got back. Something
Right,
happened.
there you go. Okay.
Thank you.
Just trying to help you out, man.
Yeah, my app was just acting up, I think.
It happens. All right, man. I mean, dude, I got muted many times because I was hot micing or something. It's like, hell, help me out. I'm muted. Help me.
Yeah.
Help me out. You got any direct evidence of curvature or rotation? Something? Anybody? That'd be cool. Sasha and I are asking. Well, a few other people are asking too, but just right now, Sasha, I'm asking. All right, we got Fiber Oats. All right, he's valued. What's up, Fiber? Hey, I hope you guys are having a great Sunday afternoon. I know I am. It's 100 and fuck all here where I'm at. And I'm sweating. but I'm drinking lots of water. So that's the key to the heat, man. You got to drink a ton of water. I like distilled water. I don't know about you guys, but since I started drinking distilled water on a regular basis, I have not been sick. That's all I'm saying, man. Personally, that's a personal observation, man. I haven't even got the sniffles, man. Nothing. Fever, nothing. I ate some tacos one night and had a little. Probably wasn't the best thing I eat. I don't know. Had the shits. But other than that, man, I've been good. I think distilled water pulls a lot of the crazy heavy metals or something out of our body, man.
And I have to do that every day.
Drink the distilled water, yeah, right?
No.
The shits?
Yes.
The shits ain't good, man. That means you're eating wrong, man. Something's wrong.
What?
Dude, if your poop isn't like coming out like clean.
Oh no, it's clean.
It's gotta like barely wipe your ass. You're eating
No,
wrong.
it's clean.
I hate to, take it to the basement here, but everybody here has to take a shit, and talking about it is not.
Yes.
It's not a bad thing, man. It's a natural phenomenon that we all have to deal with every day. So I think it's a totally okay subject to talk about. I mean, it's not necessarily driven towards the server, but since we don't have any newbies in here, we can talk about whatever until they come in.
Yes.
To be fair, German chocolate is addictive.
I like the Swiss chocolate a little bit better, but the German chocolate is very good. I will say it's damn good.
I've had a lot of Belgian chocolate and German chocolate, but I can't even think of any Swiss chocolate I've ever eaten.
Really?
Actually, never mind. I guess I have, because there's a lot of like Swiss candy bars that I've seen. I know what those taste like.
Yeah, they're hard to get here in the States. I mean, you probably got to go to some specialty shops. But my German niece flew over here one summer, man, brought all this Swiss chocolate, and I'm like, "Oh, you're from Germany?" She's like, "But this is the best." I was like, and it was really good. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is really good." But the best chocolate I ever had was in Hawaii, man, where it's like almost pure chocolate, very little sugar added. Yeah, the cocoa plants there in Hawaii, man, they kick out these incredible. I took a cocoa tour at this plantation, man, and they fed us all these different chocolates, and the best ones were the ones with the least amount of sugar in them. It's so good. People got addicted, man, to the Hershey bars, man, and everybody loves their high fructose corn syrup now, man, and they just suck it down like it's nothing. But to really enjoy chocolate, man, you got to get rid of the sweetness and have a little bit more of that tart, bitter, deep enjoyment of the chocolate. It's good stuff. And but the mainstream manufacturers of foods have done everything they can, and Glatt and I were talking about this earlier, how they even made Taco Bell tacos taste good, I mean, it's not even, I don't even know if it's real food or whatever, but damn, that shit tastes great. And they figured out the right amount of salt and pepper and whatever else they put in on top of whatever the fuck that is. It's not meat, but it tastes great. And they did a great job. But when you have beautiful foods and they're raw, they can be absolutely way, way, way more amazing than anything Taco Bell can produce, man. Guaranteed. And much more like if you drink 2 glasses of water really quick, your mental look will change. I've done it, I don't know, thousands of times. I've been stressed out, day ain't going right, you know. I cut the fucking piece of wood too short. I'm like, fuck, you know. And I drink 2 glasses of water, man, just back to back real quick. Completely changes my outlook on everything. And I don't know what it is, but it works every time, man. Every time I'm like super stressed out or gotten pissed off at something, 2 glasses of water, man, brings me back. You know, brings me back and says, it's going to be all right, man. We'll take the next step and get through it. It'll be fine. But that's just my personal experience. This is not health advice or anything. But drinking water is not health advice. How dare you? Isn't that ridiculous, Orion? Like, you can't even talk about drinking water on a live stream sometimes, man. You know, oh, that's misinformation. Really? Oh, ain't that something, man? Misinformation. Talking about drinking water. Yep, you're out. Elijah. What's up, baby? Where'd you go?
Yo.
You drink enough water today, man? How's your pee looking? Is it yellow? Is it more clear? Talk to me.
Probably on my third 12-ounce bottle.
That's good. That's good.
I'm getting there. Getting there.
All right. I heard that your pee should be very clear, not too yellow. If it's too yellow, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you drink anything other than water over extended periods of time, it gets darker. And you drink water and it's clear. It has to be better for you. That it's like it's clear. It doesn't smell like mad urine.
Doesn't smell. It's like, oh my god, my pee is clear. Everything's good. I mean, if it's clear going in, it should be clear coming out. That's called a flushing. We used to flush our radiators in our car, man, right?
Right. The more you flush, the better it is for everything,
Exactly.
you know. I always try to make sure to always have it white completely, you know.
It's hard, man. You gotta stay on top.
I really think many people have problems with like the symptoms like headaches or stomach pain or back pain or whatnot because they just simply drink don't drink water, you know. There's some people I know people that literally just drink Coke or other soft drinks or something. They never drink water.
Disgusting, man. Don't do that. Hey,
And
Gold.
they literally say they never drink water. Sorry.
Yes, they say that.
Oh, that's the crazy people, man. Oh, Gold just took off. Damn. We had a newbie.
Sorry.
It happens.
Just to think about how much water our body is made out of, you know. That's the thing, you know. So imagine you're made out of. I mean, let me see. Supposedly.
How do we know that? Like, how do can you separate blood from? Never mind. Forget it.
So the brain is 75% water. The blood is 83% water. The heart is 79% water. Bones are 22% water. Muscles are 75% water. Liver is 85% water, and kidneys 83%. The easiest way to know that is if you would burn someone, right? And measure the liquid that is vaporized, for example. Or just think about how hard it would be to burn a human being. You know, that's you need a lot of heat because it's just.
I think a better word would be evaporate. So if you took
evaporate,
someone, the body of someone that was deceased, and you put them in a chamber, and then you did your best to see how much moisture you could pull out of the chamber and how much moisture you could pull out throughout the whole thing.
Yes. So I think the numbers about how much water the body is made out of are true. I certainly, would subscribe to that.
Well, I mean, what I do know is we piss out everything that we drink, but what we definitely have is blood. Whatever that is, you can't find it in nature. It just exists in us, you know. And I don't know. Like I know that there's like mad blood in my body. Like when I'm like, if you get shot or anything like that, they're not like, oh, you're losing water. Like you could be dehydrated, but like, you know, just because we eat a whole bunch of food, how much food are we made up of? Like, no, I don't know. I'm just.
Hey,
just
Elijah,
saying.
people go out and get they give blood. I've heard of people doing this. I've never done it, but they give blood. They give like a ounce or two. I don't know, whatever it is, man. Quart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And they're like kind of wiped out for a day, and it'll just come back. You'll be fine. I don't know if it will, man. I'm not so sure. Apparently, you know.
I think that's true. I don't know what the fuck produces blood, but I just know that it happens in our body. Because somebody could lose. Well, there are people who, if they lose enough blood, they need like a transfusion.
Right.
Or like, so it's like they need it to come. But like, if I lose a little blood from a cut, like, is it gone forever, or does it? You know what I mean? Like, because imagine how many injuries we've had. Eventually, we'd be, you know. Then again, maybe that's why they drink. Okay, we're on the live stream. Like, but I was gonna say, like, maybe dying is the lack of blood in you. Like, why is it that every time vampires drink blood, like they look young and youthful again? Never mind. I don't. Obviously I'm in speculation land. OD. I'm just saying.
Hey, Elijah, I want to say something about what you said a second ago about, like, you know, when you lose blood and you go to the emergency room or something like that. They don't say, "Oh, you're dehydrated." You know, they don't say that. But the solution, oftentimes, to balancing your blood pressure is an IV, which is just salt and water.
Right.
So even though they don't say that to you, the most common solution, I think, more often than even a blood transfusion, at least to begin with, because, you know, they have to like test you to see what your blood type is to begin with anyway. So, and, you know, not everyone has access to, you know, blood used for a transfusion. So, you know, the solution is salt water a lot of the time, like directly into your vein.
Last time I checked,
In fact, my brother was a phlebotomist, and he was like, he tried to get me to like let him, more in a joking sense, but not entirely joking. But, you know, he's trying to get me to, you know, let him practice on me, giving me an IV. Like, hey, Charles, you want me to stick some salt water in your arm? You know, it's good practice for me. He's a phlebotomist. You know, he sticks people with syringes and draws their blood.
Right.
Tests it. That's his job.
There's places here in California, man, you can go in and just get an IV, man. It's like a bar. And it's like, hey, sit down, man. Grab some extra hydration, man, whatever. There are places here, I don't know. There's not a lot of them, but there's a few, man. There's one not too far from my house, man. That's what they do. They just give you an IV full of salt water and maybe vitamins and shit. I don't know, man. But yeah, it definitely works, man. I mean, I've seen my wife. She's been in the hospital where she's super dehydrated, and they give her an IV, man, and she's back. Definitely works. No doubt about it.
A little while ago, I watched this Jackie Chan movie from like the 90s, I think. I can't remember the name of it, but he does this funny like MacGyver like IV trick. And then like in the movie they even say like, oh, that's like military training or something, some blah 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 country. I don't know. But what he does is, so he's like stuck in the desert, and he comes across these people that are in a race, like with a four-wheeler or well, I guess no, it's just like a Jeep of some kind. And like, or something like that. And anyway, it's all broken down. There's a man and a woman there, the man is like dehydrated and sick for some reason, or like got bit by a snake. I don't know what the hell happened. He's just like sick and he's dying. And so Jackie Chan, he goes and he runs and he gets a coconut, and then he like rips apart like some mechanical device and pulls out like something he can use as a needle and a little like pipe, a pipe that you could move fluid through. And he like sticks the pipe to the needle, sticks the pipe or little rubber tube or whatever into the coconut, and he basically makes a coconut IV for the guy and just puts the coconut juice directly into the guy, and it stabilizes him. And he's like, okay, he's stabilized, and then he like fixes the car and then gets back in the car and takes off with him, and like, yeah.
MacGyver IV, baby. Woo! I love it. What's up, Rook?
What's up? Can you hear me on this mic?
I can hear you just fine, man. How you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Ah, man. I'm having a great Sunday, man. Got up, did some laundry, went and had lunch, hanging out with you guys. That's about it. Pretty cool. Can't complain.
Right on. Good to hear you're doing good.
Yeah, man. I'm just looking for somebody that can show me what we live on, not using NASA or the sky. Can you show me what we live on? Any curvature, any rotation, any kind of radius, something. Not asking for much, man. Just a little love here.
I know, right?
You're gonna have to get that off the black market.
You know,
We don't sell that here, sir.
Hey, I'll pay top dollar. Top dollar. I pay top.
Sir, we're not taking any walk-ins, so you have to make an appointment for curvature request.
Make an appointment for that one, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
Yeah, we don't do walk-ins, and yeah.
Well, we're here 24/7, man. We are here 24/7.
We don't like it kind around here, boy.
The curvature request is a premium package, so if you have to pay a little bit extra for that.
The curvature premium package. Yes, Jay Tolan Media will definitely have to verify that.
Yeah, the evidence comes in tier levels. So if you pay, tier 1, you get boats going up for curvature, and tier 2, we got refraction. Tier 3, so depending on how much you pay to the tier system, we've got a premium package for you for curvature evidence. But you do have to make that appointment. We do not do that same day.
And it is a premium. That means it costs extra.
Yeah, exactly. It just costs extra. 1% of your proceeds will be donated to Tesla/SpaceX to get more proofs for you out there. So your money is going to a good cause.
Yes, you get some free swag with that. You get a T-shirt and a hat. Come on, Flatter, you know that. Everybody gets a T-shirt and a hat.
Don't forget the brownie button.
Yeah, they also have a deal. They sponsor with the space restaurant, Spaceys.
Spaceys, man. Hey,
Yeah.
that's our sponsor here. Everybody, have you guys been to Spaceys yet, man? You should check it out. Great place to eat. I think Spaceys has a promo ad they want to plug, possibly.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spaceys. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spaceys. It's good food in space.
Shout out to Spaceys, man. Keeping us going here. Paying the bills, man. We're just paying bills around here. Got to keep the
Yeah,
lights on.
they're really growing and expanding. The menu's gotten a nice revamp. So
You got béarnaise sauce on everything, I heard.
yeah, they're featuring the special béarnaise sauce.
That's good stuff, man.
They have French orbiting onion soup. It's amazing.
I like the blooming onion space soup. A little bit better. That's down under. You know, it's the blooming onions down under. It's Outback Steakhouse. The blooming
Outback
down under. Well, I just drank about a gallon of water sitting here with you guys, man. It's 100 and fuck all here. It's hot. Woo. Anyway.
It's in the 90s up here in the Bay Area.
It's very humid here. I think that's what's really getting to me. All right. We got a VC verified, man. G, what's up? Welcome. Make sure you're free to talk. Yeah, thank you. G, man. G Disca. G Disca. Welcome to the show, man. If you step right up to the microphone, man, you can talk. And you can tell us all about what you think the next prize is worth. Come on down. The price is right. G Disca. Desica.
Yeah, all the people in this VC right now are in line to get back on the globe. We just need, I guess, the bouncer to get in the club, took a break or something. We're just waiting on a globe bouncer.
The globe bouncer.
Come get us in the club.
Got one? That would be good. G's got it, man. I know it. I got a feeling. Man. I got a feeling, man.
You know how they usually like check your ID and stuff like that. Like we're basically just because we got all the money to spend, right? So we got to find a club that's cool. So we want to make sure that they have the measurements, the qualifications, the paperwork, and if they have all the goods, then we can come party in that club.
Get that bad boy notarized. Let's do this.
But if they don't have the paperwork, we're not spending $1 in their club.
Right, man. You got to have a bill of sale. You got to have a transfer title, a release of liability. I mean, there's got to be a lot of things checked off here.
You want Floyd Mayweather to party in your club, you're going to have to, set up a deal beforehand.
Yeah. It's got to be some guaranteed.
Yeah. We need some. Yeah, we need to make a deal. We need to see that curvature.
Guaranteed curvature over 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm too good to be signing up for some shitty deal, man. Come on.
Exactly. I already bought the premium package, so I'm all in here.
G.
Did you get the ultra or the ultra premium?
I want to talk to G Desica. Where are you, man?
Actually, in 6 months they'll roll out the super premium plus plan.
Shit. The premium plus plan, which gives you the extra channels to verify your curvature. Yep.
That's correct. It's even higher level, more curvature, more rotation. Smash that like button.
More rotation. We got more gyration, rotation in the house.
All that. More gravitation. Guys, get on the new tier. Super
CD,
premium
man.
plus.
CD, man, can you kick a beat? You got a beat handy? Just check it.
I could. Why, you trying to spit something real fast?
No, man. I was wondering if you had one handy, just in case. I need to know.
I mean,
I know you got a beat somewhere, man.
Only if you're gonna spit some bars for us, there, FED.
I'll spit something, man. Guaranteed.
You're gonna spit some bars for
I'm gonna spit some bars. I'm gonna spit some bars. spinning around the globe, shooting through space.
They think we're in a car.
You think we're in a car? I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna make a splash.
NASA getting all the cash.
NASA's getting the cash. So a few months ago, man, the guy came in here. He actually went back and looked at all the money that between Space Force and between NASA and everybody, it's like $128 million a day. 128 or some shit.
That's not enough.
And it's just doing such a good thing for humanity, man.
Yeah, they need more, honestly.
All right. Oh, shit. G the Seeker, man, are you actually alive, man? Could you type something, or you're not here? You're here. You're not here. All right. Never mind. Ugh. I was trying. I tried. Got the crickets, baby. Got the crickets in the house. Anyway, I think I'm sweating deliriously because the heat is it's good. I love summer, man. I'm not complaining. I'm just drinking a lot of water. But yeah, the sweating is really interesting, man. When you
It's actually gravity just squeezing your skin. It's actually releasing the. It's releasing a little extra weight. It's just gravity.
I thought it was refraction. Damn it. What do I know?
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
When you sweat, it's a refraction of the molecules within the atoms of the dielectric.
Yeah, that's the smell. The smell
plane.
gets refracted. So, like, if you're sweating and then that smell, like that, the smell is due to refraction.
You're really not hot at all. You're actually cold because the molecular structure of the refraction inside the cell membrane produces the molecules of the water produced by the cold inner black matter of the dark space that totally makes everything work. Of course, you guys know this. I mean, I know you guys know this. Everybody knows this, right? Yeah. Everybody knows that. Come on, don't be ridiculous. It's the dark matter of the dark space between everything that makes it all perfectly aligned, so that the sun and the moon appear to be the exact same size. It's just, yeah, that's it. Yep. We got some curvature problems here for you. G dropped. Chicken that. Too bad. So it happens. It happens a lot, man. I've seen it, man, 100 times. Guys come. I'm coming in, man. We did VC check-in. They come in here and they get their, and they got nothing. Then just leave. Weird. Very weird. Strange. Yeah.
Maybe they're yellow.
Are you yellow?
Guess we'll just have to do another victory lap, fellas. These ballers aren't coming in, so I guess we'll do another victory lap.
We got a victory lap music. What do we got? I could use like some Rocky. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, a little Rocky. That'd be nice. I mean, shoot, that's trying to get hyped up for the fight. We already won.
I know we are trying to get these Glovers hyped up, man, to come in here.
Yeah, they need that Rocky.
A lot of these tigers.
You give us that curvature, baby. Come on. You got it. You got it in your pocket, man. Come on. It's easy. You live on Earth. Show us the Earth curving.
I mean, I don't even know why we're asking at this point. You know, like,
I know.
It's only really good to ask if there's like 5 ballers in the room and they think that it's there, and then you ask one of them and then they can't get it. But otherwise, we all know it's not there. So it's like when we ask somebody, we're sending an innocent person on a wild goose chase, looking for something that's not there. But otherwise,
yeah, that's why I sometimes point out to him when I ask him for curvature. I point out to him it's redundant even asking him because the radius has been falsified.
Absolutely.
But hey, I was gonna say, CB, you should go and take your soundboard and go into Gem Panda server and then like throw out the invitation. Hey, we're looking for some Globers to have a discussion with over at this other server, and then play the Rocky soundtrack.
Not happening.
I get banned so fast.
Yeah, well, of course. I've never been over there. I don't think I'm ever going.
They don't like my type. Like, I'm too direct.
They definitely don't like my type, man.
Yeah. They want somebody that's going to get into the weeds with them. I'm not doing that.
I'm not going.
I'm not slithering in the grass with you.
No, man.
Snakes.
I got a weed eater.
Yeah.
Ain't going in there.
I hired some people to do some lawn care. I'm not getting in there.
Yeah, exactly. That's just stupid, man. Like, yeah, let me go deal with some cocks that got no proof of alcohol, man. Thanks.
Well, they're over here trying to talk about like this high level stuff. I'm like, so you think that water curves? Let me just take a quick sip.
Yeah. Let me find that curvy water, man. Bendy water. Anybody? That'd be good. I ain't got it. I've been 7 years out here, man, looking for it. Nothing. Help. Help me. Funny stuff, man.
High level.
Keeping a high level, man. Just looking for bendy water, man. That's high level for me. Simple, high level. Yeah.
I met that guy once, man. He's got some killer stuff.
Yeah. That's my plug's name, High Level.
Hey, man, you got some curvature, man. What? Say what? All right. I gotta go check something out. I'll be back in a few.
Get out of here.
I'll be back. This is high level shit. I'll be back. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll come back now, you hear?
Be quiet now.
It's weird, man. Like, if I try to get in the mindset of a baller, knowing what we know now, I can only see it as peer pressure. They don't have anything to lean on. You know what I mean? Something sturdy. You lean on a wall, it's going to hold you up. They don't have anything to lean on. There's no evidence. There's nothing there. It's like, so what do they have then? What's got them so... Why are they on this ball so much? It's the peer pressure. I've been saying, like, if you've ever, like, played sports, you know what it's like to play an away game. You get in the bus and you go to someone else's turf, someone else's court, someone else's arena, someone else's, stadium. So it's like the people in the stands, they're sort of pressured to cheer for the one team, the home team. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I can relate to that.
yeah, it's an away game, but we smoked them. We won like 100-0. I think, Rookie, we were talking about this in the chat earlier.
That's what I was saying. You're like, well, we can convert people. Yeah, for sure. But I don't think like my main goal isn't, well, I want to get everyone in this stadium to be a fan of my work today. No. Like they came here to cheer for their team, dude. You know what I mean? Some of them will realize, like, damn, this team is really good. We got smoked 100-0. Maybe I'm gonna look into like what they do or whatever. And like I said, like we're not gonna win the hearts of the people. We're gonna win the minds of the intelligent people. Well, we're definitely not gonna win the hearts of.
But yeah, that's the goal. Obviously, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
So
Completely, yeah.
I think we just keep doing our thing, you know, like they don't have anything to lean on. So if we keep building up our foundation, something that we can lean on, our evidence, then we don't need the crowd, we don't need the cheer, we don't need the fans, we don't need any of that stuff. We got a solid foundation. I can lean on this wall. It's going to hold me up.
Yeah. A flat Earth fanatic would scare the shit out of me, right? Like it's either you know the truth or you don't. But if you buy like flat Earth merchandise and wait a second, no, you should buy flat Earth merchandise. What am I saying?
Wait, what?
No, we like the super fans as much as you know, just the people who are gonna just learn or even just listen. Super fans are cool. I think that's kind of what Globers see us as too, is like just instead of knowing things, they think that we're just fans of an alternative opinion from the mainstream. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Not really. Anyway, keep going. I just want to say that.
That's a good take,
Yeah,
though.
I think
They do think that, oh, well, you guys have a distrust of, so you've come up with this other idea. No. It's just that you guys slurp up every government-sponsored narrative. Is there one that you don't? You know, it's not that we're just like alt. No, you guys are just simps for what for what daddy government has to say. Slurping up all those sponsored narratives. It's so weird though. It's really goofy. Like you talk to I feel like 8 times out of 10 when you're talking to a new baller, they already have a pre-assigned narrative for what your position is supposed to be that they find stupid. And most of the times, like, they came up with that narrative. So it's like, I was pointing out today in the chat, like, people would be like, man, you guys are so dumb. It's like, okay, so you came up with something in your head that you find stupid. That's my problem? Dude, you're finding your own thoughts dumb. We get that so much, dude. It's like, we don't even spend that much time debating the flat earth. We're trying to, like, unspin these what is it, like these guys tie themselves into knots with these narratives. Oh, so where's the edge of this disc? All right, well, let me untie that knot. Oh, well, you know, it's like it's always that. Every once in a while, then you'll be able to debate the flat earth, get into Black Swan and all that stuff. But it's like people have their own narratives for what you're supposed to think. It's sloppy.
I agree.
I don't think there's a baller that we haven't met yet. Like, what you should do is when you come across one of them, categorize them in a way. Like you see the different types. You get the interviewer type, the guys that come in. Oh, I'm just asking questions. Are you? You know, you get the troll types, the cube earthers, all those guys. Very rarely you get like a genuine person who's like, all right, so what's your position? But like, it I don't think there's one approach for this topic, this conversation, this dance. You know, there's you have to dance a different dance with these different styles of people. Some people, you know, they don't know how to do the, you know, they don't know how to line dance or whatever. You know, some people don't know how to do the merengue. So you gotta match them, I would say. The guys that come in like trolling hard, it's like an ego thing. You can slap them with unlimited amounts of evidence. They're not listening to you. So you gotta pop their ego first.
Well,
But
sometimes it's a revenge thing too. I think I've heard a lot of them say that when I've asked, you know, like, why are you so aggressive or whatever, they'll say, well, you know, they started it, blah blah blah, and I'll be like, wow, really? That's what this is all about? It's just like a grudge? Wow.
well, they got their feels in it, you know. So with those types of guys, I sort of, I don't know if fight fire with fire is the right way to put it, but like I just like straight pop the ego first, and then we can like talk about, you know, I'll plant in a couple red pills here and there. The interviewer guys, I know you guys have seen those types of people before. Oh, I'm just asking questions. You know, that's a
Seems
damn
like
lie.
every day in lots of different servers too. Yeah, you're right.
That's such a lie, though, dude. Like, it's like, they try to pretend like they're this nebulous third party hovering over the two stances. Nah, dude. You know, you can't pretend like we don't know whether you're a baller or not. You know, it's easy. You don't have to say it. It just radiates off of people. But with those types of people, the floaters, you know, the fence riders, the interviewers, I'll just make them take a stance. All right, what do you think about this, you know, topic? Pick a stance. You know, the interviewer types, they're the good ones. The good ones, those are the ones you make take a stance. The bad ones, you just point out how when you start, they'll like if they're doing interviewer style questions. So, what is your stance on gravity? And then you point out some stuff how gravity's never been scientifically validated, yada yada yada. Then they start defending. Oh no, but gravity has. Oh wait, I thought you were interviewing. What are you doing defending like some position now? So that's what I
Right,
do with
right.
the bad
Yeah, it's
interviewers. I
like
point out you're not
like their
really
belief
interviewing.
feeling their belief feelings get hurt.
Yeah, that just pointing out how like you lied about like just being an interviewer. You went like trying to do this undercover baller act. Like we've seen that before, so that doesn't work. But like when you get like someone who's genuine, that's a delicate situation. I know like tempers can get pretty worked up in here. Like even for me, from time to time, I'll pop off on a baller. It's like, but if you have someone who's genuine and like pretty cool, chill, we should handle that with like you know, a gentle hand. That's tough to do.
Well, like I usually act accordingly to how everybody else is acting. Like if everybody's acting outrageously silly, then I'll start doing the silly thing. Or if they're acting really, really like aggressive, sometimes I'll just do the funny thing anyway, just to like counter it. You know, like I like to do that a lot. A lot of people get mad at me for that, but it's like, you know, sometimes we just gotta laugh and like mellow people out a little bit. And you know,
I
sometimes
know.
it's just telling people the truth. Just be like, do we really have to like go there? You know, like we don't have to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
angry and hurt each other. We really don't. You know, we
I
can
feel
talk and
like
we can
I've
work.
definitely joined the live stream and it's like a bunch of dogs like barking at a target. like, okay, guys, hold on. What's going on here? Everybody's barking at this one thing, but no, I get like that too. It happens. We deal with a lot of ego. It's not like we're barking at someone's evidence that they presented. You know what I mean? That's happened 0 times out of 0, or out of 100. But it's like, well, maybe out of 0 because they don't have evidence. But you're usually getting worked up at someone's ego. Oh, you guys or whatever. It's like we're not getting worked up because they presented some evidence that debunks anything.
Yeah, exactly. I just get frustrated with them when they won't be honest with us, with themselves and us. It's like, you know, like I get it if you want to come in and troll, but at least be honest enough, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like dishonesty anyway. I hate liars, so I don't have time for that. I wouldn't make time for that anyway. Damn, nobody new today? Where's all the new people at?
See, that's the very reason why, Glovers, or some Glovers are not, able to read or not willing to research, since they have pleasure in this unrighteous behavior of suppressing the truth. They're literally people that just want to stay in Wonderland. You know what I mean?
I think it's part of the peer pressure. If I step out of line, people might like question my faith to the cause. You know what I mean?
Do you really think that the Glovers think that way, though? Do you really think that's what's in their hearts, or do you think it's more of like a psychological response or something?
Maybe a little bit of both. I mean, because like that's what peer pressure is. It's pressure, right? You better do this thing, or you'll be castrized publicly. If you step out and start questioning the globe,
well, isn't that
that's
more
a
of like an
problem.
acceptance issue? I mean, I'm just saying, like thinking it out.
I don't know. I mean, I was listening to like a live stream the other day, and some people were like casually, they were like, "Do you guys believe in any conspiracies?" And some guy was like, "I think the Earth is flat." And they were like, "No, get out of here!" Like, so it's peer pressure. You're not supposed.
Well, at least
to
it was lighthearted. I mean, at least they were
No, I
laughing
agree.
about it.
I agree. Usually that could go. Usually people get way more emotional and like triggered.
Yeah, usually they're like, "Oh, get out of here! I don't want to talk to you, man. You're
Are
one of
you
those
kidding me?
weirdos."
It can't be flat. That's impossible. Yeah. So it's like, I think it's part of the peer pressure. Like, no way, man. Everyone knows. Yeah.
What's funny is that there's two sides to it, and I bet you that there's probably a story on both sides of it if we really actually sat down and listened. You know what I mean? Like, I can imagine that there's probably a lot of Glovers who really believe in the evidence they've got, right? And although they might be misled, they probably don't mean intentionally be liars. They just don't understand what's going on and what evidence is what. Maybe I don't know.
Well, that was us.
But, yeah, it's like it's weird though because it makes me kind of feel guilty if I'm too harsh on somebody.
Well, the only reason you go harsh on somebody is because they're being hard-headed, dishonest. They're retelling the story like you've never heard it before, type of thing.
Yeah, that's
they're
usually
treating
what
you
triggers
like
me.
they're treating you like you've never even heard of this stuff before. Like that's when you start popping off and you're like, are you kidding me, dude? You think I've never heard of gravity? Like, really, dude? Like, I'm teaching you this stuff. Don't just read it off Google like I've never heard this before. I genuinely think that as like a defense mechanism, people, this is what I mean when they have this pre-assigned narrative about what a flat earther is and what they think. I genuinely think there's a large majority of these people that think a flat earther is someone that was born a flat earther and doesn't know anything about the globe because they go and start telling this story like no one's ever heard it before. It's like, hello.
Right, like they didn't expect there to be any intelligent, logical argument on this side of it, right? Yeah,
and here we go.
Does. Well, I mean, don't we always like assume that, like when we go into like, a group that's like, into some kind of video game or something, and they're like really into it, and they use all these code names, and you know what I mean? Like, I get it, but it just I don't understand why being so opposed to everything that's different. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've always been interested. You know what I mean? And I'll ask questions and all that. I'll try to be nice about it, even though I am skeptical. I'll still want to know why they believe what they believe.
Right. Well, like I said, it's a defense mechanism. If they don't ask you your position and instead just assume it, then they don't have to defend against your position that may actually be pretty rock solid. But the silly position that they came up with in their head that they've assigned for you is easier to deal with in their own mind and dismiss it as silly. This is what I've noticed a lot lately with these Globers. None of them will ask you what your position is and then steel man it and then try to present a case against that. They'll create a straw man, burn it as if that's your position, and claim victory. But this isn't common, or this isn't
like,
new.
So what you're saying is,
Yeah, exactly, like that Peterson interview.
Like, why do you got to do that, man? Like, come on. Like, don't you have better tactics? Like, didn't you train better?
It's so weak. It's just really weak, is all.
Not that I wouldn't use it if I was losing my ass, but
Yeah,
like,
maybe that's why they have to do it. Because like, what other choice do they have?
I think that kind of reveals who they are, right? It kind of reveals like the kind of Glober or the kind of opposing person that they are, right?
Yeah, I've been asking the mods to make a role called the Weasel Earther role. I'm sure you guys have played Whack-A-Mole before. You have like a rubber mallet, and there's a bunch of holes, and a little a weasel will pop up, and you smack the weasel, and they pop up another hole, you smack it again, pops up in another hole, you smack it again. But this is like the nature of a Globe Earther at this point. They just weasel around the different topics and points and all this. So if any mods are listening, hook a brother up. Damn, you guys are so respectful, giving a moment of silence to the globe. It's amazing.
Bro, it's important to so many people, the globe, so I figure a lengthy, a longer than usual moment of silence is really deserved here.
It's just so honorable that this many people can hold it quiet for so long. It's just amazing, guys. Like, the globe really was with us for so many years. We really have to pay tribute to such a long-lasting and just beautiful memory of the globe. So
yeah,
the globe, 1960 to 2022, 62 years of years on this Flat plane. R.I.P. to the globe.
It's it's important to remember those that have fallen. And the globe model is the only thing that has fallen that has made me happy. Really. Awesome. See, that's what it gets. It gets the most respectful salute we can come up with. That's right. So salute. But obviously, I ended that moment of silence just because at some point life goes on. You got to grow up, right? The globe ain't shit.
But hoes and tricks.
That's right. I'm not going to say the next part, but anyway.
But it is lots of tricks, though.
Wait, what did you say? Buttholes and tricks?
The globe ain't shit, but hoes and tricks.
Black holes and magic tricks, huh?
Ooh, there you go. Parlor tricks, magic tricks. Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have Flat Earth Joke Day.
Well, for the globe, it's a joke every day.
We need a lot of days. We need court day. We need role reversal day. We all go ballers for a whole day. What else was there? I think there's one.
That might be a mess.
That'd be fun, dude. That'd be fun.
We should have a humor channel in this server.
No, just do an event
I think Drace and I did that once, where I was pretending to be a Glober, and somebody came in and goes, "Did Rookie become a Glober, or what's going on in here?" And I just laughed my ass off. That was pretty funny.
No,
Dude,
it would be one event, like ladies' night. We just do one event where we do baller night.
Yeah.
Role reversal. And we honestly, it'd be even more funny if we could get the ballers to be the flat earthers, just so they could reveal how little they know about the topic.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What a fun thing to actually get a baller to pretend to be a flat earther, right? While we pretend to be globers. Oh.
That's one of my ideas.
It would be really fun if we separated people off and only had like certain people talking. Yeah, I think, but otherwise everybody would be like coming in, going, "What's going on in here? Who is it?"
Sure. No, we have to definitely referee that shit.
Yeah,
we have to advertise
it
it really good so that way
event.
everybody doesn't freak.
Yeah. It would be a special event.
Did you say sexual?
Oh yeah, well we're getting heliosexual up in here.
Oh, okay.
Right. No, I think that'd be lovely. But the problem is, we destroyed that technology, and the real problem is
not at this juncture.
that we can't even get a glober to admit it's not a globe, let alone come in and LARP as a flat earther. You know what I mean? Like that's probably not going to happen. But
they can barely admit that it is a globe. They'll start saying things like, "Oh,
right.
It's a
They don't
cube,
even.
it's a
They're like,
triangle."
if I say it's a globe, then I got to back that shit up. I don't know about that, sir.
That's why they say it's a triangle or some sort of cube or something.
Sir, I refuse to cooperate with your logical conversation. I'm going to tap out now. Because level means curve.
That's crazy, dude.
I just drove by a bona fide Masonic temple here in my city, too, by the way.
You should have popped in and told some Mason jokes.
There. And for their sake, that's the good news. Do you feel me?
Yes, I feel you.
Well, I probably could, but you're kind of far away.
That's okay. Right when I said that, I had someone feel on me. It was great. Look at those guys in the blue shirts. Same white hats. Sorry.
Oh, man, that ain't no fun. I mean, it's a little exhilarating, but I'll give you that.
Hey, Goldshock, what's up? We got a person in the server here, Gold Shock. Do you identify as a Glober today?
That's a good question.
Yeah, but what does the Earth identify as?
That's a better question.
Play. I got a better answer. How about a realm?
That's bigoted for you to assume its identity.
Well,
Don't
that's
assume
right.
the
I
Earth's
forgot,
pronouns. Ask
forgot
first.
about that. My bad.
Yeah, it changes depending
My
on how
daughter and I were having a discussion about this yesterday because she comes in the living room and she goes, do you know how many genders there are? And I'm like, 2? No, you don't understand. There's like 5. I'm like, no, I think there's 2. And there might be like an extra one if you say that you're not. And she's like, no. And she got all angry, and I was like, it's okay. I don't need to know all this.
Well, the globe can be whatever it wants. It's like a trans globe.
Maybe we should put it onto a table and smash it like a dough ball and make it flat like it's supposed to.
Maybe. I mean, that would still be proof of a globe. We have sometimes the Earth is pear-shaped. Sometimes it's a perfect sphere. Sometimes it's a spheroid. Sometimes it's lumpy like a potato.
It's polygonal.
Sometimes it could just be, it's flexible.
Someone mentioned to me that you can make a globe out of triangles. And I said, yeah, if you make those triangles microscopic and then you back away from it really far and you can't see the edges. But if you look at the edges, you can always see the pixel, can't you? Like, regardless of how big it is or how small it is.
Oh, well, my car can be a Lamborghini. You just have to think of it as one. So you can do a globe with triangles. You just have to think of it.
Mind over matter, huh?
No, man. I trust the people that have been outside of the Lamborghini to tell me about it rather than me going and seeing the Lamborghini myself.
That's right. You don't even need to look at the key fob or the steering wheel. Someone else has already done that for you. Therefore, you can believe them.
That's right.
And even though it says Toyota, that is actually a Lamborghini.
Correct. Yeah. And it's specifically because the experts told me that Toyota is actually a Lamborghini.
Yes, and the reason why it says Toyota is actually for security purposes, so someone doesn't steal your Lamborghini. It's labeled as a Toyota. That way they don't steal it.
Correct. Any excuse in the book, in fact, a whole new book of excuses not to address the fact that Toyota is not a Lamborghini. This Earth is not a globe.
You still have to pay Lamborghini prices, though. You still have to pay Lamborghini prices.
Yeah.
So you label the Earth as a globe so no one steals it?
Interesting.
Well,
get out your post-it notes and
we need you to give all your money. So if you think that it's a Lamborghini, then you'll give us your money, more of your money.
Oh,
But
it's a shakedown. I got you.
Yeah. Because if you thought it was a Toyota, then you would probably look for a deal. Then you wouldn't give us your money.
And we can't have that, can we?
Yeah, we got rockets to launch here, ladies and gentlemen. We got bills to pay.
We got tin cans to throw in the sky and tell you whatever we want about them.
Rockets to shoot, pockets to line.
All right, so Gold Shock then not going to talk to us.
Maybe we need some silver. Or maybe he's a... What is that, a vampire don't like silver? Maybe he doesn't like silver.
Yeah, I've never met a creepy creature that didn't like gold. You feel me?
Well, work it with gold then.
Dun, dun, na, 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 na. Hey.
That reminds me of the Tetris soundtrack.
It is, yeah. Isn't that what you... Was that you just now?
Wait, is that Tetris? That's not Tetris, dude.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, I just said it reminds me of Tetris because it's that Russian type.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Basically the same thing, right?
Notes were not. Yeah, that was basically the rhythm, but not the notes.
Yeah. That's funny.
Of course, the damn beginning of Super Mario Brothers when you first start the level and it goes do 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 do, that runs through my head constantly. Because I probably played Super Mario Brothers, the first one, the first Super Mario Brothers that came with the Nintendo Entertainment System. I played that so much. I mean, so much that it literally I would dream about playing it. Like it got really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I'm with you. Sometimes I'd be on the playground running around, and when I'd stop suddenly, I'd go, like in my mind though.
You'd make that little
sounds while I was running around. So I kept it to myself.
Oh man.
Eat some mushrooms and double up in size.
Yeah. You don't need to go back to being a kid. You just need to, level up.
Yeah, you gotta level up.
Well, what I think is great is that we all know that mycelia is healthy, right? Mushrooms are healthy for the body. But I'm not sure that's what they meant by homeboy eating mushrooms and getting more power.
No, I think they need something.
Well, they're even
flygaric
Italian
mushrooms, and you eat a lot of spaghetti. Some people don't like mushrooms in their spaghetti. I think that's where the idea came from. But I could be.
They made them Amanita mushrooms in the game too.
Yeah, they did. Amanita muscaria. That is crazy.
And what about Toadstool? He is a mushroom. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, why wouldn't Mario just grab him up and just take care of him?
Exactly.
Of course, maybe it would turn him into a toad. I don't know.
That's crazy. All this stuff is right in your face, dude.
Right in your face. Trip mushrooms, bro.
Well,
you
if you
literally
think that's
level
bad, you
up
should look deeper
temporarily.
into Mario Brothers because more of the characters are actually very racist and there's different. I mean, it's pretty creepy.
What's weird is you'd have to go into the sewers and hang out with these weird, soft triangle creatures with feet, and it's just weird.
Sounds like some Glober stuff. Triangle creatures and
and you jump up and you punch a golden box with a question mark on it. I don't know about you guys, but I'd just take that box and sell it for cash. You feel me? I don't care
You
what.
gotta wait till it flickers onto the right thing that you want, then you hit it. Remember?
Well, that's different ones, but yeah, you're right. I like that about Mario 3, where they at the end, if you jumped right or whatever, you could pick whatever one up you got or something else.
Yeah, depending
did they have any? Did they have any maps? Maybe it's not called maps, but levels that were curved.
No, the only I've said before, the only video game that I know of that deals in being on curves or spheres is Mario Galaxy. And that was a bad game.
That was a terrible game, dude. Trash.
Well,
you know why
a
it
lot
was
of
bad?
games. I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, you know why it was bad? Because they had to try to make it like you were on a sphere, and they didn't do it right because that's hard to do. You know what I mean?
And you could tell immediately how small. If you were on a sphere, Like they showed this sphere, this globe. It does, like California looks so curved. Like you would be able to tell this stuff for sure in reality, man. The globe they keep showing pictures of doesn't look that big.
Well, you know,
yeah,
one of my
yeah.
So Mario Galaxy was the same way. Like there were tiny spheres.
yeah, I was gonna say the planets were tiny. It was like really ridiculous. I
Yeah.
still have that game on the Wii.
On the Wii, that's when I played it.
Yeah, it was on the Wii.
I still have a Dreamcast.
The only Mario game I started playing, and I was like, "Holy fuck, this isn't going to make any money," but it did because it's Mario. You know?
Well, the three of us had a copy, so
I spent so much of my life playing Mario Brothers just alone. I mean, I probably don't even want to look up how many hours I spent on it.
Only other video game I played more than the only other video game I played more than that Mario was Street Fighter 2.
Hey, whatever it is, you've spent less time doing that than a Glober has spent time in a flat Earth server.
Right.
Those 5 globe heads that were in Helio's YouTube chat for like how many years straight? Yeah, so they've got more time here than you've got more time playing video games. So don't worry, don't beat yourself up.
I'm not at all. Every day I take comfort in the fact that I'm on the right side of truth. I love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right.
We love you too, man.
Not even joking though. I genuinely think that the globe earthers have the top like 5 slots on the leaderboard for most time in this topic. It ain't me. Like taking some big ass breaks. It's not us.
Can you imagine though going into a debate with no evidence and really no understanding, and actually coming out on the other side like thinking you won?
Confident, yeah. Well, it's like that's why I look at it like a court case. You know, I've like they go in, and the only thing that they can do is ask for a continuance. Otherwise, they're going to lose. If they don't continue the case and just push it down the road, well, they don't have any evidence with them. There's nothing in the briefcase that they can present to the judge. What are they going to do? Cross-examine us? They don't even know how to do that. And they're the ones with the claims on the table that doesn't have support. So continue it, push it down the road.
Do they know they have no evidence? They think they get to just be right by default. They think the default position is globe. That's already established. Everyone knows it. Therefore, you have to prove the opposite.
Yeah, classic fallacy. I think if they could just keep it going, keep the lie going.
Yeah.
You know, like imagine you're a lawyer at a firm you're a globe earth lawyer at a globe earth firm. Obviously, y'all don't have database files of evidence, but we got to keep this ship afloat. So when we go and face the judge, we're just going to continue every case. We're just going to keep continuing the cases. I don't know if you guys have been to court, but this is like a court thing. If you just continue the motion to continue, that just means judge. Don't make a decision right now, judge.
Cost to the court.
Yeah, don't make a decision now, judge. Push this one down the road a couple months, and we'll push it down the road again next time I see you. So that's like the only thing they can do. They can't do anything.
And their hopes is that you'll plead out because you're tired of waiting.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna hope you like run out of money, run out of patience, run out of this, run out of that, morals, all that, and just drop the case. Nope. Their evidence is you'll hear them saying, well, my evidence is in the future. You wait. Once space travel's real, then I'll really get you.
Yeah, just wait till space tourism starts.
Imagine telling a judge, well, just judge, wait till I get my evidence.
Yeah, I guess they probably tried that because, the globe is lost in court before.
Yeah. So it's over, dude.
Yeah, I mean, all they can do is appeal to popularity. just over and over again.
Yep.
Everybody knows it. We've always known it. You can't overturn 2,500 years of science. How can you deny all this science? What
Yeah,
science?
they have the home court advantage. Just look at the center of the football field. That's our logo.
Yeah.
That's what that's who I'm supposed to cheer for.
Yeah, they're the homeboys.
Stupid. That's what I mean. It's pure pressure. You know, the freshmen are like, "Oh, well, I guess we're losing, but who? They're still cheering for the losing team." Freshmen all confused on who they're supposed to cheer for.
Yeah, it's like a social and political thing for people. It's not about reality.
No way. If it was about reality, then they would just go outside and make observation and be like, yeah, this place isn't moving. But it's not. It's a social thing. It's like, like you said. Yeah, that's why they have to just all regurgitate the story.
It's just groupthink. It's
Yeah.
like whatever they would have been told. It could have been a globe. It could have been flat. It could have been anything else. If they had done it in the same way that it's been done here, where it's got this much popularity, people would just go for it the same as they did the globe.
It would be funny for a day if we could push a button and like change their belief to just, like from globe to like just some other thing, and just watch how they would just parrot that too. You know what
exactly.
I mean? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Forgot. You know,
have to be a television broadcasting person in order to be able to do that and laugh about it.
If for some reason the peer pressure tide turns towards flat, all these globers will just jump right on top of that.
but I also love. I
don't know. Wouldn't that cause like some kind of like special cognitive dissonance?
It would.
I'm just saying, if it does go that way, I mean, that's how they got into their position in the first place, was peer pressure, right? So whatever, the peer pressure swings towards is what they'll go with.
Correct.
I don't know. I would think there would be some difficult periods beforehand, right?
No, that's what I'm trying to say, though, Rookie. That's what I'm trying to say, Rookie, is that there are mixed signals already on the globe side. They can't seem to figure out how high enough I need to go to see curvature. 10 different
you're right.
goofballs.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, I'm just imagining.
That's the cogdis. It's like the mixed signals.
Well, the globe is well marketed and well promoted. So if we had our shit together to promote our ideas that well, to the point where the globe starts to seem stupid to the normal person, then that'll be that.
That's a good point. And I feel like that has been my main goal for the past 6 months. That's why I keep talking about like water hills and moving houses, because like my goal, I'm trying to make the common sense belief seem really silly.
Yeah.
And like that's
Or just expose it for what it is, really. Yeah, but I hear you exactly.
Well, Central, that say a guy, he's like, "Oh, you shouldn't say that, water hills. You shouldn't say that to somebody." I'm like, well, that's what they believe, though.
Yeah.
That's literally what they believe. So, like, doesn't matter if I say it. That's their belief. So when
you got to just put it in the most basic terms so people can see just how dumb this idea is. Right?
Yeah, they get mad. They're like, "Oh, that's stupid, though." I'm like, "Yeah, your belief is stupid, dummy." It's not my idea.
Doesn't it still like awkward, like letting when they say stuff like that? Doesn't it just like eat away at you? Like what? Like I don't. There's some kind of dissonance that's involved with that too. Because sometimes I get angry and triggered by it. It's like, how can you be in denial of reality? I don't get it.
You got to get past that stage. I feel like I was at that stage for a while, but I'm in this new stage now where it's funny. You have to laugh. We've already made it through the trenches, Rookie. Okay, we've already debated all the rumpuses and all these crazy Brendas and all these people. We won. We're just doing victory laps. So don't get angry. There's no need to ever get angry at any of these people. They're gonna come in coughing, bluffing at the poker table. You're gonna get mad because they don't have a winning hand. Let them bluff, but don't get angry. You gotta stay calm, man. The only time I get it's for me.
I'm working on it.
I'll ramp up the energy, but it's like I'm gonna pop this dude's ego, but I'm not angry. You know what I mean? Like,
the one time I get pissed off is when I feel like they're just like straight up lying to me.
no, like, it's okay to pop off on a
that's
ball on a globe
that's the
pad.
kind of
That's
thing I'm
fine.
talking about. It's like when they just like when you
Yeah.
show them two pictures and you say, okay, which one's white and which one's red, and they go neither one. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that triggers me. It's like, really, bro? Like,
You can
you're
pop
playing
off. Like,
cop out, bro. Come on.
there's a difference between, like, you know what I mean, like getting your feelings involved and just like slapping someone on the chest and being like, wake up, dude. You know what I mean? So I think there's a few people here. Central's one of them. I would consider myself one of those types of people that would like turn the tone up a little bit, kind of slap someone on the chest and be like, hey, dude, get it through your head, man. Like, wake up, bro.
Yeah, like what's the matter with you? Snap out of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not anger, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean. I say anger. I don't know if it's really anger. It's more frustration with myself because I feel like I can't explain it in the right direction or in the right manner, that they're not getting what I'm saying or they're not really seeing. And I doubt that. I start to think, well, maybe they're really being honest and they're not seeing what I'm showing them, you know. And then you know how that works. And it just all like starts twisting around in your head.
Well, that's why it's like another way I look at the server is like Dancing with the Stars. It's a show where they have expert dancers and they bring on these people who are B-listers or whoever, and they learn to dance. So your job is to be able to show these people how to dance. You can't have a you can't have like a one dance. You got to be versatile. You got to be able to swing different ways. You got to be able to do different dances and stuff. So try new things. If you feel like you're not getting through with someone, try another way. You know, like no offense to anyone, but we do have like a couple different what would you call it? We have like a flow chart. Some people will hit the flow chart. So how did you hear about the server? And then like what's the next question? Oh, so what do you think about flat Earth? Oh, so you know what I mean? Like that doesn't always work, friends.
I always ask them, did you read the rules and do you understand the rules?
Yeah.
They go, yeah.
You got to try different ways to really connect with somebody. That means you got to get on, you know, continuing with the dance plan. You got to get on the dance floor and try out your moves. That same dance isn't going to work with everybody.
True.
Even if it worked really well one time. How did you hear about the server? Oh, you know, blah blah blah. It's not going to work on everybody.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, like not everybody is the exact same thing, so you can't just copy and paste the same formula and just use it on everybody, right?
I mean, we get mad at them for copying and pasting their bull crap into the
I agree. If it worked, we could argue that. But yeah, since we can't, then yeah, you're right.
There's a time and place for everything, but just read the room, know who you're talking to. And I would especially keep in mind that the majority of people that we do talk to are young children.
True.
So you got to talk to them like a child, man. You can't be going all high level on a kid. You know what I mean? Like, meet them where they're at. If they're like young and speaking with, you know, like speaking with some gusto, with no, you got to speak back to them with a little bit of gusto. You know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, that's what I mean by like having being a good dance partner. You got to sort of match their energy. It's not easy.
You either pull them up to your level as best you can, or you lower yourself down so you can communicate properly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy, really. I mean, I'm saying dance. That's a physical thing, but this is speaking to someone, trying to convey ideas. And again, like I've said before, like this flat Earth idea, it's not a package deal. There's no portfolio or a brochure I can just show you with some bullet points. It's more like a shaman. Like you show up and I have to sort of
suss you out as an individual, and it's like a personal journey that you have to go through.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it any better, Central.
We're more like shepherd that's keeping the sheep on the path so that they can experience the same things we did and then hopefully come to the same conclusion. That's basically how I look at it. I mean, I know it sounds kind of silly, but
Here's the word I was looking for. It's like therapy, like flat Earth therapy. So you come and lay on the couch, right? Well, I don't have anything to sell you.
I
don't
like
have
the
a
sound of it, but
program.
I'm sure the people won't.
No, they're not gonna like that. Of course not. But like, you lay on the couch and tell me what you're thinking, and then it will help you sort of untangle the knots of your mind. But I can't give you a step-by-step program. We're not gonna meet every Wednesday. It's just your journey, dude. Like, you got to figure this out. I don't have anything I can give you.
The thing that makes it tough is like when someone goes for therapy, they do it willingly, like knowing they've got a problem that they need to sort out, right? And when they come here, they don't have that attitude at all, right? They think that we have a problem.
Yeah, they come in here thinking they're the shrink and they're going to help us.
Yeah, I know. They go from the shrink to the patient real quick.
Which is actually good because that's one of the few things that people will actually show up onto a strange server for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I admit it. I've actually gone to strange servers just for the reason of what it was named in the thing that people told me that it had or whatever. You know.
And it's so delicate. You know, it's not a mathematical thing. When you speak to these people, it's like there's lots of colors. It's what is it? Left brain versus right brain. You know,
Right.
It's dancing. It's not computing numbers. So you have to try different moves, different steps, different things. I say a lot of the similar things. I notice we all have our patterns, which is fine. Some of them work really well. And one of the things for me, and I don't mean to brag or anything, but like I love hearing my ideas ripple through the server. Super cool.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things. So like, try out new things. You never know what might work, fellas. I hear like 3 or 4 of my ideas ripple through the server all the time, and I love it. It's like awesome because right. So I've been in Flat Earth for 4 years now. I'm coming up with new ideas still today. So it's like you gotta try new things. The stuff you were working with a year ago might not be, might not be fresh anymore. So you gotta try something new. Oh, when did you hear about the server? All right, we'll try something new, dude. You know, like, maybe that's not gonna work anymore. But
Yeah, it's more about your skills in relating to people than it is even in geometry or anything like that. Because as far as the geometry goes, the actual globe argument is over in just about 10 seconds. So then it's more like how do I actually get this across to this person, right? That's more where the art is, I think.
Well said. Well said. Exactly. Yeah. Can you convey this information while we're dancing?
Yeah, because I mean it's simple. It's like that horizon isn't at 1.2 miles, is it? I mean that's it. Like that's pretty much the whole thing. Like the challenge is really in just getting it across for sure.
Yeah. Then holding them accountable and stuff like that. And like, yeah, just being a good dance partner in general. It's very difficult, but you need practice. And I mean, there's several of us that practice this in the chat. People practice this in the live stream, stuff like that. So yeah, get out there, try new things. You never know what saying you might put out there that might be the next like point that we all use. Like, for example, one of the things that I said, maybe it wasn't my idea, but like when I first joined, I always said, well, how about water in a cup, a pool, a swimming pool, a lake, a pond? And like, then you start hearing other people say those exact words. And I'm like, well, that's awesome. Like I've literally thrown a rock into the server and it has rippled through. And like, so yeah. And like even some other new things too. So try out new stuff. You never know what you might come up with. But the same old song and dance might not work with every single person that you meet.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
Yeah. I think what Central said is like in hospitality or restaurants, well, maybe not even just restaurants, just in general, like even giving speeches and stuff like that. There's this thing called reading the room.
Inside, man.
You got to read the room.
If you just hit everybody with the same approach, you're not going to connect with everybody. So
yeah, you got to be more of a psychologist than somebody who knows like math or geometry, really.
Yeah.
Which is what you would think it would be, but no, there's too much psychology involved in this conversation.
Truly, and it's weird. That's why they're always like, "Whoa, I'm not an expert." Well, neither am I, dude. There's smarter people than me, no doubt about that. But you know, yeah. So
yeah, for sure.
What I am good at is like, sort of connecting with people. Like, imagine like a seatbelt, the plug, the connector, whatever, they click together. So you want to be somebody that can kind of click with as a lot of people. You want to be adaptable and click with other people. So yeah, I feel like that's what I don't have all the technical skills. I can't debate ether or any of this stuff.
You don't need to.
I know, that's why I don't.
We're just talking about a shape. Like this is like, primary school level stuff, right?
Yeah.
Shapes.
That's why I don't even get into that stuff. I just keep it simple, like FED was talking about. So
yeah, that's
point,
why.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, at this point, that's what I'm working on in Central, is like just being a better dance partner. You know, we already won the debate, so it's like, well, so how can we convey this information?
Another big hang up I think people have is that it's deceptively simple too. I mean, you say something to them like either there's a horizon in that pic at 1.2 miles or it's not a globe, and I think people just go, well, this is just like a picture of some rigs. Like, how can this prove anything, right? It just seems too simple to them that they just don't think that could possibly be it, right? That's the end of it right there, really? Like,
I know. See, this is another. This ties into the peer pressure because then they think, well, if you guys can figure this out, then why haven't the experts figured it out?
Yeah, it's so basic, and yet the scientists and the experts, they can't figure it out, but this guy in Discord can. Yeah, so they have all these hang-ups about it, and all this cog dis and stuff.
The why would they lie? You don't forget that one.
Well, then you insert refraction, and that's where the experts will refraction and so on. So then they've hung themselves up yet again. But they don't realize that the refraction thing, this is just the timeline thing. You can guys just call me Mr. Timeline because they never look at the whole timeline. Refraction, we were saying that. So if you guys are going to say refraction now in 2022, you have no idea. Like, you guys just don't realize that you're punting back you're punting on first down. This is our argument. You dummies. Like, oh my God.
That's hilarious.
They do it with gravity too, fellas. If you want to know what I mean by timeline, like they do this with gravity, right? They'll say, well, drop a pen. So they're starting their timeline. They have a hyper-focused timeline on this small gap of the moment you dropped it and the moment it hits the ground and so on. But like, your goal is to get them to see the whole timeline. So you picked it up first.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the flat earthers at first were saying, at first the globe earthers were saying the earth curve is the horizon, boats go over the horizon. So we were saying, well, no, there's refraction, there's observer height, there's weather conditions,
the angles and stuff to how far away something is.
All that. Then they say, no, you're just talking about perspective and all that stuff. And then we say, okay, then black swan. Then they say, no, actually, refraction. It's like, wait a minute. Wait, we were just saying that. Like, when I first got into this whole topic, that's exactly what was being said. For perspective, we were saying refraction, yada yada. So how are you going to turn around and claim a victory after saying what I was saying?
Well, then when they hijack your arguments like that, they also kind of taint them too. So now when you want to bring up refraction, it makes it kind of awkward to talk about it with them, right? Because they're going to go, oh, yeah, you're bringing up refraction. Now refraction exists, and they're just going to take that as a win, right? Because they think automatically refraction, therefore globe. Right? I mean, it's totally incoherent, but I don't know. They've muddied the waters so bad.
That's true. That's true. Right, because we're not talking about a 7 over 6 hour refraction.
No. Yeah, we're not talking about applying refraction to things that don't exist, right? That's how crazy it is, because that's what they're trying to do. It's like you would have to demonstrate the thing that you say is being refracted existing in the first place before it could ever be refracted, right? You can't just whistle past that part.
Refracted gremlins. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll never
exactly.
forget that, dude.
I got a refracted bridge to sell you.
See, this is what I mean by leaving ripples in the surface. So you said refracting gremlins once, and I'll never
Yeah.
forget that. That's
Well, I
always
used to say like unicorns and stuff like that, but I don't know. Gremlins.
But that's
seemed
the same
good that
idea.
time.
Refracted something. You can't have a refracted something if that something doesn't exist.
Right.
That's the
Right.
central thing. I'll always remember that. Like Central said
Yeah.
that. So that's
Exactly.
what's up, man.
Yeah, I mean it's right there in their formulas, right, with the R and the 7/6 and stuff like that. It's like, what are you talking about? What R? You don't have R. It's not measured, so there's nothing there to be refracted. Like, it's not going to work.
Yeah, well,
Unless
they
you can
do.
go back and get us that measurement, but we know by now that ain't happening.
Yeah. Well, they do that. They do the muddying of the waters thing with Coriolis as well, right? Because we know there's
Right.
Coriolis effect, but then they're talking about some sort of Coriolis force. Like, it just gets crazy. But I think that's part of that mixed signals. If they put out all these mixed signals, then it's almost like those interviewer Glober Earther guys that, like, if I don't take a stance, then I can't be wrong. So if we as an entity, Globe Earth entity or whatever, we put out mixed signals, then they can't trap us on one stance. It's just, dude,
Yeah.
it's so ridiculous, though. If anything,
Yeah.
if a rookie, that's what bothers me is like the weaseling around.
Yeah, that really
Yeah,
pisses me off, to be
that's another
honest.
one.
Like, that's why I want that Weasel Earther role, dude.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I hate that. You have
they
to ask.
do
I
that.
had to ask a guy in chat the other day, literally like 50 times for his Earth curve, because he just wanted to keep talking about lunar eclipses, and we humored him on that anyway. It's a total red herring, but we humored him on it, and we showed him how the lunar eclipse itself actually debunks the globe, and he just kept circling back to it over and over again. Then it was like, okay, it's time for you to show a measurement of Earth curve, and he just literally could not even talk about it. It's just like the response every time back to the eclipses. It's like,
Yeah.
weird.
No, it's like whack-a-mole. Like,
Are you talking about
literally
yesterday afternoon?
It was that British kid. Can't remember his name. I put him in cultist and deleted everything that he said until he finally addressed Earth curve. And then he was like, "Well, I don't know of any. I don't know of any measurement." I was like, "Okay, good enough from you. All right, I'll let you go now."
It's the live action whack-a-mole
Yeah.
with a human being.
Yeah.
Well, I say human being loosely there. I mean,
Yeah.
jeez. Sheep, maybe?
Yeah, it's just freaky to see how a lot of them literally cannot address the actual subject.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Like, why can't you answer to this?
It's high defense. It's just like super defense. If I don't allow them to bring it up, then I don't have to address it.
Right.
It's like kind of genius, but I don't think they're doing it intentionally. It's like a defense mechanism that comes naturally to people.
Yeah.
They can like
behaving like cattle. Wouldn't it make more sense to say whack a cow?
Whack a cow. No,
Like
that's
bots,
not
basically, like
Like a
NPCs in a
move.
video game, with just a script, a set bunch of lines that they just repeat over and over again. They just can't deviate from the script, right?
Yeah. No,
Like, you're talking about the eclipse again. Like, we're done with this already. We've already beaten this to death, and I'm trying to get you to talk about something else, and you're just on this script still. Like, what gives, man?
I don't understand why, like, they do have this script. They can't go away from it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like there's not even any thinking involved. It's just they just rattle off the script.
Yeah.
Even though it's already been debunked, I mean, I guess they don't realize it. They don't fathom it. They don't seem to fathom anything in the conversation. They just think, stick to the talking points. and somehow that's a win. I don't know.
Dude, literally, like, I'm picturing the court case again, and they're like, well, the book here says that the sun is not moving, and why are you reading off the story? What the, like, what is
Right.
going on, dude? Like, I don't care about what the script says. What is the proof? You
Right.
saying the script line one more time,
Right.
what does that do?
Right. They don't understand the difference between the story level of it and what we can actually, empirically demonstrate, right?
Correct.
They think they're the same thing.
Dude, rookie, that's what pisses me off too, right there. Is like when they confuse the story with the real thing.
Yeah.
They're like tying the two together.
I hear you, bro.
It's like explain seasons, and it's like it's the same
Yeah,
thing
there
that
you go.
everybody has always
But what
known
about
that it is. Just the
what
sun
about
moving
the
between the tropics.
Exactly central. Exactly.
And then
central.
they give you this whole story about how that happens, and they think that that's automatically some kind of proof. They don't
shooting
even know
stars
the tropics
and
part of it.
meteors and
But they don't even know the
and so it's
They don't even know the main thing. They don't even know what the sun is doing, right? All they know is the globe story about how the sun does that, and then they think that's it. That's the whole argument. That's proof in and of itself. It's pretty weird.
I'm glad you picked up on that, Central. I haven't been able to put that into words, but that's exactly what's been in my mind. Is they like work backwards with the story as the proof. Oh, but what about seasons? As if that's proving like something about the sun.
They're so lost in the story, they don't even know what the story was made up, like what observations the story was made up to explain or to try to explain, right?
Correct.
Like what is the observed phenomenon, right? Well, it's the sun moving between the tropics. So then I just give you this whole like reverse engineered like globe story about how that happens, right? And then that's all they know, and they don't even know what the observation that this was all taken from is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a moment I haven't really worked out my flowchart response to when someone says things where they use like the story as the proof. That just makes me want to, like, grab my own forehead or like smack them. Like that's what I'm like. Are you kidding me? Like I don't have a response for when they're like, "Whoa, explain seasons, dude." You can't explain seasons,
right?
Like, just because that's part of the story doesn't make the story true.
Right.
That's crazy, dude. Like, I don't have a response for that yet. It's just too crazy. That line of thinking.
I just tell them it's the same explanation that people have been using for, I guess, thousands of years. I don't know. People have more or less always noticed that the sun moves between the tropics, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. Yeah, going back to the
So just adding your little globe story on top of what people have always known doesn't help.
It's too funny.
Yeah,
man.
but
You see something in the sky, you make up a story about it, you
Don't we
claim
all have a
proof of
different
what?
idea? Right?
Yeah.
Like everybody can be right, right?
Yeah.
Everybody can or everybody can't.
Or I was punning, like.
Everybody gets a participation trophy. You're all winners.
Well, no, because you ever notice, like, when you start debunking a bunch of stuff about the globe, they'll go, well, neither of us can be right.
Oh, yeah. They were both wrong.
Yeah. It's that crabs in a bucket mentality. They when they start getting slammed on, then they go, well, we're both
Defeatism, isn't that what they call it?
What do they call it?
I call it defeatism, because when they're defeated, they go through this ism where they don't, they start acting all sketch and trying to, just trying to figure out some way to cover their ass without actually telling the truth about what they really meant.
Yeah. Yeah.
It must be the... Oh, sorry, I got to go do something. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's like we're looking at them from outside the bucket, and they're like trying to pull us back in. No. If I can't get out, no one can get out. No, we already made it out. Sorry. I'm not getting dragged back and down into your crab bucket. Just because you're wrong.
Some of them do come in with like this attitude, like they really think that they've got something figured out.
Yeah.
They really think they're going to help us figure something out. And I love that because it does give me the idea that maybe they're really genuine. But I always notice that it seems to turn out the other way. You know, like it never seems to turn out that they were genuine. They just didn't understand. It's always like, oh, I see. You just came in to troll, and that's all it was. You know?
Well,
it's kind of disappointing.
Just put,
you know what I mean?
here's how you can fix that though. Put yourself at the poker table. Some dude sits down at the poker table and he's talking a big game. Got to see smirking, smiling, but he keeps losing every hand, and you're the one has all the chips. You ain't gonna be angry, bro. You're not gonna be angry. You're gonna start laughing at this goofball for bluffing every hand. Then you're gonna realize, oh, he's just that's all he can do. So start realizing that when they come in here all confident, pretending like they're on a high horse, all this, they're just bluffing. If they're claiming to have the winning hand, then just play it. Tell them to play it. What are you holding on to your winning cards for? Why are you folding your hand? You are you waiting till
You won't believe
tomorrow?
me.
You're gonna come back tomorrow and play me in. Why are you talking a big game and then folding your cards? It's because they're bluffing. So that's all you need to do is just literally anytime you interact with someone that acts like that, just okay. If you have the winning hand, then go ahead and play it. Oh no! If I played it, then all right. Well, then you don't have the hand. Then you're just bluffing. Super simple.
I've noticed, CB, you like this poker analogy. Have you
Brought a knife to a gunfight. I'm sorry.
I could elaborate it. It's the only thing I know.
Wait, so what was it, Andy? What's the metaphor again? Or the
No,
analogy?
I've noticed you used it before, and it's funny because I was listening to Paula. Is it Level Up? And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I hope I never have to debate that lady on physics because she knows way more than me. Then I thought to myself, I wonder if she knows anything about poker. Because that's the only thing I could debate her on and actually win.
Okay.
But
Well, at
anyway.
least you're honest about wanting to beat somebody at something. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I mean, a competitive edge isn't a bad thing provided it's used properly, right?
Yeah, well, the way I looked at it is, no one of us is greater than all of us. So
correct.
Where I lack in one area, you guys can teach me about that. So I don't mind.
Yeah, and vice versa. Like, there's things that you can show us that we might be missing in our game. So that's what
Absolutely.
I love about this crew of flat earthers. I haven't really quite figured out a way to put it, but it's almost like football. Like, there's 11 players on the field on your team. So 2 of them are wide receivers. They're catching the ball. One of them's running the ball. A bunch of them are blocking. One's throwing. So it's like, that's the way I think of it. We're all doing different things, but we all have important functions.
Dude, I love you, CB. You do love a good analogy, and so do I.
Yo, that's what I'm good for. I'm like all about the analogies.
Yeah. Well, anyway, go on, Sasha.
So you like the bluffing analogy, Andy? Is that what you were trying to say?
No, were you trying to say something, Sasha?
I wanted to be CB. I said emotional damage.
Emotional damage, yeah.
Right.
It's always him, in this moment it was like missing,
Yeah.
damage.
All right, go ahead, Andy.
No, I was going to say the thing. I mean, this I'll get told off for not talking about flat Earth. But the thing about poker is, if you're going to bluff someone, you need to first establish that they're a good enough player that you could outplay them because, that's the first thing, because then, otherwise you might be sending signals their way that they're not picking up on. So,
right.
And then once you realize that they are a decent player and they know what's going on, then you can tell them a story. and it's got to be
Okay.
convincing. Do you understand?
To the bluffer is telling the story, or the person.
He's trying to tell a story about what hand he's got.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Guy's got to pick up on it. He's got to, and if he deviates from that story at all, the other guy's going to pick up on it straight away. So he's got to stick with that story from start to finish.
Okay.
Like shooting that goal, but that goal, it's not there. It's in the corner. Shooting that corner.
I think that were a football analogy, Sasha.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, if you got in 50,
We're mixing up the sports here.
52 combination analogy, you need to be smart.
Yeah, it's very psychological. It's poker, very. It's like you have to really. Sorry, go on.
It's also math. If you can count everything.
Well, the math can kind of ruin that side of the game actually, because you can play strictly mathematically, and it kind of fucks things up because I don't know. Some people's games go out window because it's all about feel, and there's no maths in feel. You know what I mean? It's not.
For example, okay, with good professionals, but if somebody in a game make a mistake that you see even one card, that would be, so enough, I'm saying only about game, because that's
saying,
mistake. But yeah, if you have cards, nobody can beat cards. I have, my straight flush, you can do whatever you want. You can you can bluff whatever you want your life. Like guy said, that the guy said 2-3 years ago, I will go there on the oil rig and I will be there and you people shoot on me and you will miss it.
Wait, you're saying that's actually really funny.
I missed that. Explain that to me.
No, the guy
he's saying
in Glober said that he will put himself there on the oil rig. That like
right.
example, he said you're fucking crazy. I will not put myself there. Expose myself, because he said that he will not be shooted by anything.
Yeah. He's saying like if someone was standing on the rigs and you tried to shoot him from the spot where the black swan was taken, you wouldn't be able to hit him because it's refracted or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, whatever.
That's ridiculous.
We know he's dead.
He's getting sniped, dude. He's getting straight sniped.
He's not there
Maybe
anymore
bullets
because
can
he
refract
dropped to
too.
the ground.
Oh my god, he's behind the curvature.
Not on the ground. That water, what is physical. Immediately
Everyone
after
says
the
they're gonna stand there until it happens. No, I was just kidding. No, I don't trust this. Walks away. I was just saying stuff.
just stuck to answer. Is that water physical or optical there? And they know that they cannot say that that is physical, and they must say it's optical. But it's standing in the water. That means the only standing in the optical water. I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. But it's flat water, man. What was that? Earth has elevation. Earth has elevation because of that water.
You can do this strategy. You can pretend, right, like you don't know how to play poker, right? Make it very dangerous for him to bluff you. Oh man, this guy is freaking donkey, man. What the hell? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what he's doing, right? You want him to expose himself, right? His story. It's like, see, I knew from the very beginning, pre-flop, that without curvature, you can't have. That's why I'm not even. You know what I mean? Like you can just.
The thing about good poker players, though, Bong, is they can always spot someone who's acting. That's very difficult to then sit at a table and say, right, I'm going to pretend this and I'm going to pretend that. That's yeesh.
I think the better a player is at poker, the easier it is to bluff him. That's the thing about poker, right? You don't want to bluff like new players that don't know what's going on the table because could run into something that he doesn't even know he has, right? That's why we don't. That's why people don't bluff. But NASA, you know how NASA is thinking that they're bluffing us. We don't know what the hell's going on, right? Well, you can play stupid, right? And let your opponent tell you his bullshit story, note down the inconsistencies, right? And then open your cards up. You know what I mean? Like you can just surprise, let him put all his chips in. You know what I mean? Like, because you've got the the winning hand. Now imagine you're sitting there with a royal flush, and all these people, they might have stronger hands but you're the one sitting there with the nuts. You know what I mean? Like just waiting for everyone to put their chips in, stories in.
Yeah, that's like once in a lifetime, and that's Hollywood stuff that you don't really see that often.
But that's what this is.
Size.
We are holding a royal flush. No higher hand than this, right? So no matter what hand you bring to this, game, we started like the flop. It flopped a royal house. That's what I'm saying. We flopped a royal house, and all you got to do is get everybody to put their chips in. I mean, right? Aren't we holding?
Let's drop the poker analogy because it's just confusing.
I know. It's like it's psychological, man. It's like if you want to learn how to lie to a liar, poker's your game.
No, Bonk, water is a game. If you want to know say how to lie, say water is curd.
I was just about to say that. Funnily enough, I'm with Glatt on this one. In that, let's just bring them back to ground all the time and show them that it's been measured, and then it's over. I think that's what we need to do.
Show him one of your cards. Look at my cards and look at the flop. Look at my one card and look at the flop.
Bug, it's over. drop the poker analogy, man.
And here's the ace.
I have 3 of pick, 8 of heart. I have 1 ace, also of heart, and I have 7 of pick, and I have cube of 8. Is that enough or something?
I don't know what you're saying, Sasha.
I'm saying that I have ace of hearts, 7 of cube,
7 of cube, 7 of cube.
Oh, of caro. How do you say?
I don't know what you're talking about. Diamond.
Right. Yeah,
okay.
Diamond. 10 of pick.
You have ace high so far.
And 4 of diamond.
You still got ace high.
Okay. And you have 3 ladies and 2 kings. Have I any chance? I don't know the rules.
No chance.
But why? I have ace.
Yes. You have a lonely.
You don't have ace. But he
you
don't
have an
have
assumption. Right? Having an ace is having an assumption, is assuming that your ace proves that the earth is going to win, right? Like, I got to win because I have the ace. The earth is not ball. It's not perfect.
Ace is bigger than kings and the ladies.
See what you've done, CB. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, refraction is just, that's what you have. You have this argument of refraction that assumes a ball. That's what you have. You have nothing. Yeah.
That's why I see all hearts.
You should fold. Yeah.
But if I come back tomorrow and bluff again.
Yeah, reset. Yeah.
That means you haven't learned anything.
Yeah, but if I repeat that like 1,000, 1,000,000 times that I'm winning with my ace, maybe you will believe me on the end that I'm winning with the ace.
I don't think I don't think the math works out. No, I don't think that's how probability works. I'm just saying.
Define probability. Maybe now
Probability
we
is
don't,
like. Sorry, go ahead.
because maybe we now probability was the name what we was
Right.
using for probability. Maybe now it's
It's-
changed.
I'll explain it. It's like the double slit experiment. Okay, when you're not looking, okay, the probability is there, right? But when you look at your card, it's like, oh no, I'm not. I fold. Go ahead. Next. I'll wait for the next one. That's probability, right? Like
I
the
will
double
say
slit experiment.
this. I will say this about a math game, a pure math game, and that is that it's less exhausting. Because if you're playing by feel and you're just looking at every player and how he is, what sort of day is he having, for instance, is he feeling good about himself, etc. And you're doing that with other like 9 players. Oh, it's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting
It
to pay
is.
attention to every move. Oof. Whereas if you're just playing a pure mathematical game, you can just ignore all that and just have your headphones in and not listen to anything, you know.
Yeah. I go for the if a player is a gutsy player, you know what I mean. You can be a good player, So I go for the personality. I look at the personality versus
Depends.
all the other details.
Cash
If you're
game.
playing like
Oh
this,
yeah.
this is 52 cards. But if you imagine that it's 60 cards, there is some 8 cards flowing around, but you can see them, but they have some function, some pseudo function.
Like a
Let's
wild
drop
card.
the analogy. It's
I
it's
know.
so
Like you
Getting
have
complicated.
you have four like 3 kings, and 4 kings is somewhere there, but you don't know that 8 cards what could be, because they are making that stuff refractions, arranging centrifugal force, that
Only
stuff.
the experts can see those cards.
You, like a human being, you cannot understand, but that cards exist. You cannot see them, but they exist.
Like a wild card, right? Like a
Yeah,
wild
yeah, yeah.
card, like a joker, right?
Yeah, and they are always here, and they are.
Well,
Then
we can say we can call those the things that we don't understand, but when we do discover it, it supports our argument
Okay.
or our side. What we're saying.
I
That's
think
what you
Andy,
call that. But the analogy is getting complicated. I agree.
yeah, I was gonna say I think Andy was gonna help drop the analogy if you want to finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, that
I
means
just
that
want to move away from poker because it's annoying as
Love
shit.
poker.
no, I will come back. That means that we now clearly can say that level is flat. That we cannot say level is curved, because with that we will invoke all the 8 cards, what doesn't exist. Do you understand?
No.
If we say that level is curved, that means that in this moment definition is changed, because level is not curved, level is flat. How we learn, like a boy, like a child, or like a human beings. You cannot say that something is curvy if it's level, and everybody knows that. But somehow now it is not the case, because we have people who say that level is curved. That means that these 8 cards now starting to move, around.
Are you
12
telling me
cards.
that they've changed the definition of level? Is that what you're telling me?
Of
That's
course.
cheating.
They
You
had
know what
to.
happens to people when they cheat in poker? They
No,
get
no,
shot.
no. I don't mean anti-flat earthers. I mean they, as in
But
Oxford Dictionary. Have they changed the
no,
definition?
no, but they didn't realize that these people who realized that the level is curved, they still didn't put how to publicate that new age science, whatever, and
Scientism.
because
Well,
yeah,
we're not
because
playing poker anymore, are we?
this is
Yeah.
new, this is new people. This is people who will now debunk all this. Well, scientists, what they are saying that level is flat. For example, if we have Einstein will say level is flat immediately, and now Rumpus will come and say no. God, what the fuck I will tell you now. I'm
Well, then
agree
those
with you with relativity, but I'm not agree with you with the level thing. That would be
That's
the answer.
cheating. Yeah, that's cheating. That's that's wrong. That's unethical. Nobody wants to play a game when people do that. When you redefine things so that you can win, it's like, what kind of game are you playing here, man? These are the rules of the game, and you're breaking them. What the hell? Guy out of here.
Yeah.
All right, shoot him.
Yeah. That's when it stops. Stop. You need to stop that person and say, listen, okay, everything is right, but let's make definition clear. Let's make something what is let's call it straight or whatever. Let's put one name and let's agree on that. And then let's
No,
agree of something what
no,
is curvy. No, I'm telling you what
no.
is.
You do not.
Yes.
If you don't know how to play, right? You don't play. I mean,
Yeah,
this
like
thing
I
that we're
saw how
talking
you.
about, right? It's not
Bonk,
a
listen.
game, right? Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
saw how you English people playing. You are playing like this. Proof, evidence. And in my brain, docas. Any you again. Proof, evidence. And in my brain, docas. And I like, what the fuck they are discussing?
Mm.
Do you understand me?
Yeah.
When, for example, Matthew starts to, whoa, and 1 hour, what? Oh, this is not evidence because of mathematical things, because of this and this and that. And in my brain, what the fuck? Can you tell me what is the whatever that 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 water is whatever? If I can say it now. Do you understand me? I cannot use now,
Yes.
not even level, not even flat. Okay, tell me what is
Well,
water doing when it's doing what is doing.
I think the best thing to do is to define flat. Okay, let's define flat, right? Let's define a 180-degree line, right?
Without
I think that's
school,
the first thing we should do.
but
What is it?
without school. Horizontal and level without school.
Right. Well,
Like this from head.
let's
Really.
distinguish between a straight line, 180-degree line, and a curved line. Okay, let's make a distinction. Let's separate them and see what the difference is. I think that's the way to do it. People hate that because it insults their intelligence. What do you think? I'm stupid? You think that straight line out there is a curved surface. You tell me if you're stupid. What you think?
Well,
You
I
know
think
what I
the
mean?
way to look at it, I think the way to really simplify it is to just simply have someone look around them at the surfaces nearby. There are only two options, friends. You either have a surface that's curved or rounded in some way, a pillow, a chair, yada yada, or it's a level slash flat surface. We don't mean smooth, none of this stuff. We're just saying not curved. So just as simple as look around you. There's only two options. So the Earth is either
What
curved or
Sasha,
it's not.
right? What
Right.
Sasha is saying, okay, is that the word level now means, right, a curve around the globe. This is what they've redefined level as, right? It's this equal distance from the center of a ball, right, to the top of the ocean. And as you go
Yeah.
around that ocean, right, around the ball, they call that level. That's what we have to call level now. And this is why I say put a ruler on that ball, right? What do we call that?
Level.
What do we call that straight line? Right? Let's
Curve.
distinguish between this straight line. Yeah. So is this called flat while that curved line is called level? We have to do that.
It'll just be whatever you want it to be.
Well, it can only be like a ball and a table, right? Cannot be the same thing, right? That's what I'm saying. And it'll blow
If
their
you want to
mind.
think of it, if you want to think of it as a ball, and it can look like a table.
When does that ever happen?
You just have to think of it like that.
Okay, you can look at a man and think that it's a
exactly
it's a pig. It's a pig or a tree, right? I mean, I was like, what?
Or you can think it's a woman. You can think
or
it's
a
a
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, just insert thing here, right?
Exactly. It can be whatever you want it to be on the day.
Right. Right. So I saw this dude yesterday. He was going to the store. I'm sorry. I saw this tree going. He was in the store buying cigarettes yesterday. And I was like, "Hey, nice branches." And he's like, "Touch my hair." And I was like,
Did you just assume my branches?
Did you just assume I had branches? I was like, "I thought you were a tree. Sorry, I'm a flower." And then he, you know what I mean? It's like, Wonderland. Dude. So yeah, ask them what level means, and then ask them what 180 degrees is. Are they the same thing?
Well, you know how that superhero with the two buttons and he starts sweating. Let me post because they just click both buttons. If level's is level or curved or flat, and they just click both buttons.
Just hit them together at the same time, like.
Yeah, they just push both buttons at the same time.
Siri, tell me.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Yeah, that's right. We do. We don't.
Can you tell which one is a curving line and which one is not a curving line? I can. Okay, what is it? Both. All right, let's go to recess. Let's go play basketball, guys. Come on.
Both? Dude, that geeks me out. Oh my god.
All right, everybody out. Let's go play the ball. Yeah.
Both.
All right. Yeah. All right, you see the floor? You see the ball? Okay, bounce the ball on the floor. All right. Let's go back in the classroom. All right. Try again. All right. It's not as simple as it seems. Look, it's not as easy as it looks. All right, it's very difficult. Let's try it again. One is the curved line, and which one is the straight line? Okay, let's do +2 equals.
Both. 5.
All right, let's go back out. Everybody back out to recess. What'd you guys do at school today? Play basketball all day. The teacher was so frustrated.
You didn't get your education, man.
He kept trying to tell us that straight lines and curved lines are different. What's wrong with him? Does he even NASA? Does he even sense?
I have this weird idea. I think ballers have this weird idea that like no matter what, it's always going to check out. Like if you have questions about, well, is it a straight line or curved? Like the peer pressure starts kicking in where, well, if they were wrong, I would know. You know, like it automatically works for them. Just so weird. Anything you go and poke holes in, like you said. Well, how can you have a straight line on a globe? Well, you know, they just tend to rationalize it at every instance. It's crazy, dude. How they do that. You know, it's crazy.
So it's the kind of rationalizing.
This-
It's like
This is belief like a you cannot question this really. You cannot.
Yeah. Right. That's what I mean. We have that. I've been talking about being like a good dance partner and stuff. Like, how do you get through to someone like that? You know,
You can question God, but this you cannot question. This is no.
Yeah,
This,
right. Isn't that crazy though, Sasha? They would
oh,
question. They do question God, but they could never question this
yeah.
at all. Yeah. Good point. Great point. Yeah, so it's about getting through to those types of people. That's very, very tricky. You know, like
we will
Pokemon.
know. We will know that our mind control program is complete when everything the public believes is false. This is what the CIA said. CIA said that.
Yeah.
I
and
mean,
even
that tells you how
you know
hard
what
they've been working at it.
you know
Sorry,
what
Sasha,
TV
go ahead.
I could be even how to say skeptic if I could see, let's say, 100 years of history, like totally different history, with some kind of fucking good history, without wars, without it, then I would be maybe skeptic about that, appeal to authority and that I believe them. But in this, all of this, what happened in the history, and you still, have like a, Hope somebody realized, in the end. I don't know who. I'm not so clever, but it must be somebody who nobody wrote anything, nobody mentioning anything, but it must be. It's not. These people doesn't know. It must be somebody who knows. That's the point.
Gotta
Must
be
be
someone
somebody
out
who
there.
knows. Yeah, yeah. It must be somebody who knows, and that's it. It it is not possible that this is, and it's not
Yeah.
questionable.
Yeah.
Well, is
Yeah.
it
It's,
America?
You know what
Is it?
keeps the globe narrative alive? It's simple. Here's what keeps the globe narrative alive: a willingness to believe.
yep. Yep. I was
That's
just gonna
it.
say. They'll literally say, "Well, I trust the scientists," and you say, "Well, who? Can you name one?" And they go, "Well, I don't know their names." So it's like then
Right.
you just trust some random vague thing that you make up in your head. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Well, yeah. It's like, listen. It's like people are like, oh man, what a big world. It's so daunting to try to figure it out myself. Oh wait, he says he figured it all out. Oh, thank God. Let's just go over there and believe that shit. Yeah. Tell me everything and make it snappy because I got shit to do.
That sounds confused, right? They're saying that, well, how could you possibly figure this all out? Oh, but they figured it all out.
Right.
Oh man.
Well, first you need a lot of money, like a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
would have gone
money.
the
No, you don't need
opposite.
money. You need degrees.
I would have gone the opposite
Resource.
direction. Hello. I would have gone the opposite direction and said it's avoiding pain. It's about avoiding pain because
Yeah.
it's very, very painful. Oof.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's yeah, defense mechanism for sure. If I
Like
don't
even
allow, yeah.
and just to comment on this week put here, Bong, about the jester. I see you've done some work on this. Well, the jester always used to be able to say the things that everyone weren't allowed to, weren't they?
Correct.
Hmm.
And now they're not. Well, Benjamin seems to get away with it, and he's been ostracized from everything. He's been kicked from
Right.
everything. And
Well,
talks about this quite a lot. He calls it jester's privilege. And
But we're not. We're not those just. We don't have that privilege. That's what I was saying.
that's true. That's true. But
Say,
even they don't now either. That's the
yeah.
point.
The
Why?
jester
I think
used to
the
be able to sit
comedian.
next to the king.
Why? The people that stay up. These late night shows where they make fun of politicians. Those are the gestures. Those are the people that get to make fun of the president, that get to make fun of the politicians, of the bankers,
Correct.
of all these powerful men, and we take it all in and laugh, ha 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 ha, just like the gestures did old days. Those are the
Yeah,
gestures, right?
but here's
What
the
we're
thing, though.
doing is also similar, but we're doing the opposite. We're doing the opposite. We're making it. We're bringing the real to people, and that's a problem, and that's why they have to watch this very specific little group of people, not just the server, but real flat earthers.
It changed a little bit, though. They changed the idea of the jester because the jester would in the past would have told the truth to the king. It would have been someone that could be trusted to be at the hand of the king. Now, what you said was true. These little guys on late night talk shows, they're not saying truth, though. That has changed now. So, but the idea of
narrative.
good jester for sure. Where I feel like we're more of the good jester. We're just not at the hand of the king anymore. We're definitely telling the truth still, though.
Oh, we never were. The reason why the gesture is there, right, is so that the narrative, right, can be told, but truths can be told, right, and everyone can hear it. But like a gesture wouldn't embarrass the king in front of like the people. You know what I mean? But
Well,
he
no, he
would crack
would.
some
He
jokes in
would.
front of
That's
the
the
court.
point. That's the whole point, Bong.
Right,
I
exactly.
thought the whole point was that here's this thing that suddenly we can not take serious in all this very serious business. Do you know what I mean?
It's supposed to be like fun and games in a way, when they do it to the king. And in the end, they're delivering the narrative, the message that you're supposed to believe, the people. You know what I mean?
Well, here's my understanding is actually that the important part of the jester was not to the people, but from the jester to the king. The jester, in a funny way, would tell truths to the king. And if you didn't say it in a proper way, they would off your head and in come a new jester. So to be a good jester, you'd had to be able to deliver a truth in a certain way. Whether if the king was being disruptive to his people, whatever, you had to be able to tell him that without getting your head cut off by being a jester. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of the way I look at it. It has to do with
I'm
telling
not
the
talking
truth in a certain way.
right, but I'm not talking about the guy with the funny hat. Yeah, that's the public mocking the actual position of the gesture in the courtroom. Like they didn't dress like that. They were high. They had high positions. Yeah. But oh, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. It's not necessarily just the funny hat. It definitely is more of a meme, I think. But I can see it though in a more sophisticated way. Someone who's close to the king, close to someone who's very powerful, who can sort of deliver a message in a way that might be, you know, like maybe for comedic effect, it tells a hard truth in a softer way. And so, yeah, so, and I think that ties nicely in with what we do here. Like, we need to be able to tell the truth about the earth being flat, but in a way that's sort of, because we don't want them to, like, metaphorically cut our heads off, which is what a lot of people do. They get pissed, they leave the server, you guys are dumb, they're out. So instead of cutting our heads off, we want to be able to deliver the truth in a way that's sort of, jestful or whatever you want to say. Like, it's light, a way that they'll accept, as if they were the king.
Yeah. I just got my. You guys know the news, the media. You guys reckon that also fulfills the role of jester? Jester. They're always criticizing. Right? But they're not really criticizing, right? It's problem, reaction, solution, right? Why would Sky News Australia report against the pandemic? That's what I always ask. Are you telling me Channel 9, Sky News Australia is one of us? The news, they're the manipulators, aren't they not? When people take DMT, and then they go on these trips, they talk about seeing these same, figures, like gestures, clowns. I'm not gonna try it, but I can't verify that, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, I've heard similar things.
Yeah.
That's kind of somewhere of the idea I've got it from. But it's like flat Earth. You don't want to meme the idea first. You want to experience the thing first, because, like, how we see these people fail. These new globies that come in with the meme of flat Earth in mind, this disc, or with Joker, like you said, with the hat, the jester. You don't want to have the meme in mind, like DMT or whatever. You don't want to have like some idea in your mind go in with an expectation. You gotta have the experience first. You gotta experience what is flat Earth. You gotta ask questions, get the position. If I was a new baller, the best case scenario, it's like you ask questions. You'd be like, "What is this?" Oh, you gotta have the experience first before then before you come to some sort of conclusion.
A new baller. I was like, I don't think there is such a thing as a new baller. There are only old ballers, right?
Well, I guess what I mean is like someone who believes in the globe who just heard about flat Earth, someone new to this topic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And even after I did figure it out and put it together that the Earth can't be a ball without curvature, man, it was so hard to like remove their belief. Ah, fuck! It was so hard because all these explanations kept coming in, right, and smothering the 100% fact proof that you know the Earth can't be a ball, right? It's smothered by all these scientists and smart people, and I was too lazy to challenge these scientists to go read their stupid books, right? So I was like, fuck, I gotta do this, and then go read it. Go read Einstein's shit. Go read all their shit, and you're gonna start hearing, these guys sound like a bunch of fucking assholes lying through their teeth. Like, why the fuck are they saying? Why the fuck would you think? Why the fuck? You know what I mean? And then you start challenging it, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, come back to the beginning, right? And then I said to myself, I had to go read these liars to know that they're lying. But the Black Swan, the Horizon, has never lied to you, dude. Like, do you think your eyes and the world is lying to you? Like, so what if all these people, smart people, say all these things that fucking smother it? Like, are you gonna call that tree a man? Like, I mean, that man a tree? Like, no. Like, okay, stop thinking. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. This is a man. I know him. Yeah, but the scientist said that could be a woman. Like, this is my friend I grew up with. He's a man. You know what I mean? You know that. Like, you can't remove the beliefs because of all the damn freaking explanations from these priests. You guys ever experienced that when you first? That's all I hear from the new guys coming in. After you hit them, with the facts, they're like, it's not possible. It's not possible. It can't be. Their flatter society, the flatter society, man, is like grained in the brain of these Globers. I never had that problem. When I first saw flatter society, I was like, this is the dumbest. Why is Vsauce wasting his fucking time on this shit? All the science we could be doing. Why is he wasting his time? Like, who cares if you go to the edge of a stupid disc and it gets heavier? That's ridiculous. Like, never fell for flatter society. So can you believe people that did fall for flatter society? They're like way, way deep in that rabbit hole. And it's going to take a lot of patience and a lot of resources, thinking, mental resources. We're going to be exhausted like you're playing poker. But I think it's worth it. I don't think calling them stupid and sending them off is the right way to. They're the only people that care to come here and troll us. So they're probably the only people that are going to care to listen. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Remember when you first came in, how difficult it was for you. These people are just people. They're victims. They're victims of the governments, of the mystery religions. Just like you were. Just like I was.
I want to make one analogy about one question. And that question is, why would they lie?
Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah, but look at this, Bog, if you put if on that, if you don't know, but if you put if they would lie, or if they are lying, isn't that scary?
Yes. And I think the heart.
If you don't, why would they lie? And I said they don't have reason to lie. Let's answer like this immediately. But let's ask a different way. Like, if they are lying, isn't that scary?
Of course, if they are lying, it's scary. Of course. But I think what they really mean by what do they get from lying, right? What they mean by that question is what advantage would a bad guy have, right? Lying to the world about the shape of the earth. Like, what agendas or what goals can he ever accomplish, or what does he get from it, right?
I want to move you now how it's difficult to be on this side. Now, when you realize that they are lying, Wong, now you are in that position that you even everything what you learn now will be on you, only on you. Oh fuck, you know. But
Yeah.
sometimes, yeah, and sometimes, and many times, it's somehow that people will choose even with knowing the truth because that scary part. When I told you, what if they are lying? Now he will realize that they are lying. Now he will be scared like a shit because it is scary. And now, like, fuck, I will leave this. I don't want to know. Somebody else will realize. Somebody else will do it. I don't want to know anything about it. You know,
Yeah.
that doesn't matter.
But they can't. Yes, I agree. It's scary. It's scary. But it's not as scary as if the Earth was a ball. It's not as scary as that. It's not as scary
Yeah,
as if the Earth was a ball. Because if the Earth was a ball, like knowing that you're in the middle of fucking nowhere, that there's no God, and at any moment an asteroid could hit you, anything could happen and wipe the whole world out. You live in constant terror
yeah.
if you believe these things and know these things.
Now it's that like I can feel like people are clearing the conscience and can go with the empirical things what we can what doesn't even science what we can really we will realize on the end. Fuck, look at this, these guys did that 10 times, I can do it. If fuck it, that's it, you know. Great. But I don't know, you know, if we had all these things, you know, I know that it's the way. I don't know any better way than this one. This one is the best one, you know. Now, like, look, people, water, and everybody can now realize, and everybody can say, okay, now let's see who is lying here, and doesn't matter, you know. Let's did it this time on the right way, even if. But I don't know, you know. This is too evil.
Yeah, there's not a lot of things that really scare or
Finish
horrify
nice. I
people.
don't know. Even
Like
maybe
true
this is
horror,
nothing.
true
Even
fear and horror, in my opinion, comes from not knowing, not knowing something. Like the
yeah,
fear of the unknown. You know, that's where people what people really are afraid of. They're not afraid of monsters or any of those things. Because you know because once you know what it is, you can deal with it, right? But not knowing what something is terrifying to people. You know, that's why if you don't show the monster, the movie will be a million times scarier if you show the monster. People are afraid of what they don't know, what they don't understand. That's why you have racism. That's why people hate each other because they don't know the other person. They don't understand him, so they kill him because he's different, because he doesn't understand him, doesn't know him. Imagine knowing that you don't know shit about the world and you've been lying to. Oh wow, man, this that can give people a heart attack, in my opinion. A kind of
no, you're
realization.
becoming crazy, man. Yeah, if you put that globally, if you put that in like in mind, like a click, if you can make a click for 10 seconds, that you have honestly intellectual honesty, that click, you know, water, everything that can click in everybody. Like let's say in 5 billion minds, let's say 6 billion minds. I think that people will be, oh wow, you know, what the fuck.
That's funny when you say that because people don't even know what 1,000 miles look like. They don't even know what 100 miles looks like, right? Like there's 100 miles right there, right across the ocean. It's like, whoa! Like, do you know how big the globe is? What? Never mind. So imagine telling them 6 billion years ago, the Earth, the world, the universe exploded. You know, it's just it may as well be 50 years ago. Like, who cares, right? That's what these numbers represent. Nothingness. Nobody thinks about what a
Yeah,
thousand
but
miles looks
this
like.
information about water will always stay. That only somebody need to move this water, and then we will be okay. You know,
Yeah.
because on the end, whatever will. When I'm saying that click, that click, what you know, you know, you will speak of black swan, but doesn't mean black swan. You know that water is fucking flat, you know, and that's it, you know. When people, if people get that click, you know, they will know, they will knew it, but they don't want, they still want to believe in it. I don't know.
Because they don't know, right? Because what they do know right now, right, explains everything. So if they were to accept that, then they don't know anything, and that's living in the
Oh,
darkness.
I know why. Because Earth is big, big. It's fucking big. That we know it is big, and
It's
because
so
of that,
big, it looks flat.
only because of that, and they cannot perceive that bigness, that fucking, and that is it's a big, mass curve. I cannot, even if it's not
Exactly.
curving, it's
Yeah. Just
that's it.
imagine this. Just imagine this. Anything flat you see, imagine, okay, that the Earth is that's how big the Earth is. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? It's so big. It looks flat. Yeah, but it doesn't look like a
Yeah,
ball there with a radius of 3,950 miles, man. And it looks like the
I know, man.
galaxy or something.
But
Like, how
if you don't
big?
mention, only if you don't mention with the numbers, I know that doesn't match even if you. Yeah, I get it that in the first place, like this, but like when you see, when you know, I
That's,
don't know.
that's why people don't care about measurements, about the numbers we give it. Because it doesn't matter. It's always going to appear flat to them. That's what's happening in their brain.
Yeah,
Why should
and
I care?
after
It's always going to appear the same.
you have satellites, you have rockets, you have ISS, you have that mainstream live stream. Uh, what else? That's in the brain, and plus that's curving because it's big, and you cannot perceive that from the ground. Even what you can tell whatever you want.
Yep.
You can show him, look, fucking, it's flat. This is the mat. Nah, that's your mat.
That guy Sino that came here a couple days ago, man. When we showed him the Red Bull jump, where he jumped off and he saw the thing. The fear we're talking about. That's what was in his voice when he said, "That's not possible. That's not possible." Like the fear and the anxiety, they all came out in those words. And then the cognitus happened. And then
I
it's
don't
like
know.
God.
I had also I got a fear also. I could say of in maybe I don't know, not a big fear, but something fucking scared me. And but I didn't go to cook this. I go to more in the fear
Right.
and the realization, and oh fuck,
And you
nothing
start
cold.
explaining. And you start
Exactly.
explaining and trying to justify all the reasons why it can't be. Right?
Okay.
All you're
It's only
doing is
it's only
regurgitating
one
a
thing.
story.
I cannot go against myself. That means I will be crazy. I cannot go against my common sense. I will speak about that with other people. You will tell me this, okay? Did I see this? Yes. Do I see? Is that so? Distance to that is that? Yes. Why? Because of that. Okay, great. Till I don't, if I have some kind of, I don't know how to say, things what is going left or right of that means that that I'm not doing something well, and I don't know, want to know what I'm not doing well. And if people cannot explain what I'm doing well, I cannot change my common sense, and I cannot go against that.
Some people, I agree with you. People have not switched on their common sense yet. Some of these people, like I did it, and because I experienced it too. My common sense did not click. I did not start using my common sense until I verified that these people are lying. Right? So that's how far it can go. I'm not a smart person. I'm lucky that my common sense kicked in, and I'm able to think straight. A lot of people, I
Well, we
think, are
can
gonna have
learn.
trouble
We
coming
can
out of
we can learn
this.
if we have. Let's say that we have good memory, but fucking great good memory. We can learn like 10 books about astrophysics, for example, and we can fucking people will look at us, they will don't know fucking what we are saying, and we will only repeat what is in the book. Even we don't know what we are saying, but we have fucking good memory. We know what is written in the book. You understand me?
Yeah.
That knowledge we can have. Some people know how to say, to be actors. To know that mean he can repeat the text of 2 hours, without problem.
Me, I love education. I know what you say. I love reading. I love everything. But the experience that I had in elementary, in public education, right? It
Listen.
made me hate learning. Okay, I love learning. Okay, but the experience of school made me not ever want to go back and learn any of the stuff I learned. And I think a lot of
Bong,
people feel this way
Bong,
about school and relearning things. Go ahead.
I learned this in social education. Do one experiment. This is not natural experiment. This is experiment with people. Take 10 people, 10 your friends, Write one story about, let's say, 5 minutes to read. Put everything happened, change the angles, I don't know, change the
Yep.
names, put 6, 7 names inside. Make some story. And put it on the paper. Then you will read that story to the one person. Only read that. That person then will listen to you. That person then will say the third person. Nobody will listen. Only. And then we'll go to the 10th person. But nobody will hear what they are. They cannot hear what second person telling third person. They will not read. Only you will read first time. Then second person will say what he heard from you. And then on the end, when they finish, then the last 10 person will tell the story all of you. And then after that you will read the story. You will see what happened.
Totally different stories.
Man, they did that like many times in some workshops.
And
Man, the story
oh
is
my
totally the
god.
story is totally different, totally different.
Exactly.
The name,
Exactly.
yeah, and that I'm telling you story about 5 minutes, and you are telling in 1 hour because you need 10 person, 15 minutes. Then you need.
Yeah.
It's finishing totally different with other names, with other colors, with I don't know what.
With
It
different
was the car.
definitions
It
of
was the
level.
it, no. It was the car. It was the car in your story, but the guy take the bike. But the guy wasn't the guy. Guy was the
Yeah, and
woman,
then
and
a girl, a woman.
yeah.
Did you hear the story about the guy that took the car? No, I only heard the story about the woman that took the bike. I think it's the same story, dude. I'm pretty sure it's
Man, you can
different.
make that experiment, and you will be surprised. Everybody will laugh on the end. Really.
What is true is the grapevine. It's how rumors spread, and that's the trick. You know, they leave this topic. So it's like a rumor, right? Because it's always changing. We're always discovering new stuff in space. Oh look, the moon is inside. Those are the rumors. But when you ask somebody what's 2 plus 2, like everybody knows how to tell that story, right? Oh yeah, it's four, 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 four. So why is this story correct and consistent? Well, the shape of the Earth it keeps changing. It's because that is told as a rumor. This is told, as fact or things that we do every day. So of course,
Because
what I mean. Yep. Go ahead.
because 2 plus 2 you can question, but flat shape of the earth. Come on, man.
Exactly. Oh my
That's
God.
like what? Uh, do you know what are you touching?
That's a man and not a woman you are touching. Like, oh, what?
It's it.
Yeah.
Do you know how that big it
Touch.
is to earth itself, nature, the rivers, mountains, everything. You want to touch that science. 4 billion years of of gravity, of mass attacks mass, and then 100 years of space
There's
time.
also there's also something they call knowledge management. How? Wait, what? You mean school? No. I mean compartmentalization of knowledge. That. So it's like all the knowledge is up there, right? And you have to work your way up through the compartmentalization of knowledge to get to the top where the real knowledge is at, where the real scientists are pushing the limits of all that crap.
Yeah.
Human progress. And why is Russia and those guys fighting, and you guys are over here talking about pandemics, and those guys over there? Like, what progress? can't even stop people from fighting and killing each other. What kind of progress are we talking about? Time where you get rid of half the population and only give your technology to the other half that you get to rule
Maybe it's
over?
because there's nobody really fighting.
Exactly, right? False dichotomy, right?
Just saying.
I agree, 100%. Time I say that, people want to yell at me stuff. Like, people are dying. People have always been dying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the price for things to change and for goodness to happen is for people to die. And it's hard to admit, but it's the truth. Sometimes people are sacrificed in the way of saving others. Sometimes that's the way it has to be.
It is the way of life.
It sucks when it's you, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yep. By school, going through high school is the reason why I didn't want to look into flat Earth, the numbers, radius. When I looked it up, I was like, wait, I gotta relearn stuff I already learned. School. So it's like you don't remember shit you learned in school. You freaking hated that crap. What are
Or
you
you're gonna have
talking
to
about?
learn it in the first place, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I had to do. I was like, oh my god. It's like, are you gonna do this to yourself?
I'm too lazy to be a flat earther.
That has to be fought through. This is the big wall that every person who discovers the truth has to fight through. All the bullshit that they're being told, and this through school. I was like,
Oh, Bong,
where do I
honestly,
start?
I didn't know the radius. I know that 40,000 kilometers. That was in my mind, and then
Me too. Yeah.
Somebody said radius, and then I wanted to fucking know. Let's see fucking radius
Yep.
because I liked math in school.
Well, there really isn't a radius because you can't measure it, right?
Yeah. Of course. Fuck.
So it's kind of like it's one of those double standard things. Like if you answer that question, you're kind of assuming or you're admitting that you believe it's true, right?
Well, dude, that's the other thing. Everyone knows the circumference of it, right? 25,000 miles, 40,000 kilometers. Like, how do you guys know that? What, like some kind of circle? Like it's a circle? Oh, it's not a circle. That's a circle. Yeah, but it's not a
Yeah,
circle. But that's a circle.
That means you
oh,
live in a two-dimensional world. Because if you continue on forever
sorry,
and ever and ever, you just keep coming back.
that information 8 each per mile square. Oh, but that was the gold one. I thought like, oh, really? Okay, that's small, and then it's growing, and I thought, oh, that's interesting because in that time I didn't thought that math it's really that small on the end because that's it because my brain is working. That's it and nothing else. Then when that was the goal. Like, oh my god, look at this. What what 8 inch? What there is nothing.
What I find fascinating about numbers is like how the number 9, when you multiply it, you always end up with a number or a sequence at the end that equals 9. You ever notice?
Yep. That's very interesting.
I mean, it starts out with 9 times 2, you get 18, and 1 plus 8 equals 9, and then, you just keep going from there. I've actually gotten some big numbers, and it still comes out that way. It's like, what the heck? Like, what is this?
9 times 999,000.
Oh, because of that, I know to do one trick. One trick. Yes, you can say three. How you say three letter number like 357, for example, and I can tell you 2,000, 3,000, blah blah something, and you say two more numbers like that. I said two more numbers, and all that 5 numbers will give that result. What I said after your first number. I have formula for that, and that 999 can help a lot.
You'll have to share this with me so I can use them on my phone.
Oh,
calculators work. Why do they teach us the long hard way?
Rookie.
I don't know. I
Okay.
did see that video on YouTube about how to solve, big multiplication and division problems really simply, and I was like, oh my god, this is so easy. Like I could have learned this in seconds when I was in grade school, and I would have never had problems through high school or any of that. But for some reason, no one told me that.
Rookie, I will tell you like a fog now. For example, the square numbers, like after 10, it was some formula that you can easy come after all numbers, and then you can go like a. I know on my I know how it's going, but I forget it, the formula. 10 it's 100, 11 is 121, 12 is 144. I know that in mind, but I know that I use one formula to get that, and it's so easy, and you will get all these, how to say, squares. 11 on yeah.
So I had to listen to people like you and people that love doing the math. I had to come here and listen, right? And then just try my best to take
Bong,
notes, off
do you know what
topic.
is math? Do you know what is math? I will tell you now something. You go to the math class. If you understand all that formula and logic, you put numbers, and every time will come back the results. If it cannot be only if you have some logical math, that's something different. But if you have math or you can come to the result when is, for example, when you have something that something divide to zero, then it's finished because you cannot divide by zero and
Yeah.
blah blah blah. But all other things you can calculate because you learn the process and method and the formulas and all letters and blah blah blah. That when you learn, but you need to learn that. When you learn that, practically, I know how I knew it math, but if you don't practice and you don't, how to say, uh, uh, you cannot forget it, that formulas. When you don't forget that formulas, you are fucking good in math, in every fucking math. But that is all the time like a practicing like a fucking sport.
Yeah, that's what I hated about it. I hated all the numbers.
Yeah,
I hated
most
trying
people
to
hate it. Yeah.
because if I couldn't take the numbers, right, and translate it into reality, I can't. I don't know why I'm doing it. That's what I hated about
Okay.
math. But once I get it, right, it was like, oh, and that's what I loved about math. It's like, dude,
I know.
people have figured this out. You can do this. It's like, it's
Man,
my
in
ball.
high school, I don't know. I don't want to put my ego or something. I'm not doing math for years, but in high school, it was like a teacher is telling like today we will learn blah blah blah, and everything is fucking coming in my brain like a normally like a fuck. I understand all this stuff. And
Well,
then
that's real shit. Hey, see, that's what I mean. Like when something is real and it's being taught to you, your brain just easily can click onto it. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. I was into that, and she explained it to me. It's not that I was like a genius. No, she was explaining to me, and I was understanding. What she explaining. Like, that's the reason. Okay. Oh fuck, good. This is easy. For example. And for most people, it was fucking difficult. I know that because I was surrounded by other kids. It was
I'm so
fucking
bad
difficult.
at math. This is how bad I am at math. I was 10 years old. I'm the smartest kid in the class, right? But when we get to greater than, less than signs, right? I I guess it because I don't know. Like to me, right? The greater number is what the arrow is pointing at. That's the greater. But every time I do that, I get it wrong, right? So I kept guessing. It took me like a couple of weeks, and then my friend finally told me, and then I was like, "What stupid."
Man, I remember it was like a 16 years old
I always
kid.
do the same thing because I didn't pay attention to the directions, and so I'd get it wrong at first, and then everybody'd be like, "Why did you get all those wrong?" And I'd be like, "I don't know." And then the teacher would go, "Don't you remember how to do it?" And I'd be like, "Oh, that's right." And then I'd do it all right there, and then she's like, "You just got an A." And she goes, "Why didn't you do that with the test?" I said, "I don't know. I was sidetracked or something. I'm stupid."
That's true.
Rookie, my
That's like
rookie,
that, man.
my best friend was the bad in math, and he has and he needed to have that exams during the fucking holiday, and I wanted to help him, and I teach him. Man, he was fucking okay. I teach him one day to today, and he understanding tomorrow nothing,
Yeah,
everything gone, gone, totally.
Well, I do agree. Like when something is super new to
You have to
you
help.
and so unfamiliar to you, it'll take a while for it to to sink in. You got
And,
to do it a couple times. Yeah.
one time I said,
Another thing is,
sometimes I understand also teachers,
yeah, I was going to say, a good teacher will know that she has to pound it into your head and make sure you've got it, and make sure that like let it go for a couple hours and then hit you again right before you leave class. That way, she knows that you're going to keep remembering it, right? And the next day, she hits the first thing. And then once you know that they've got it down and they're not going to forget it, then that's kind of like what I thought a teacher did. But when I got into like older, the higher grades, it seemed like they weren't doing it that way anymore. It was almost like they were doing it the opposite. It was weird. It was like some kids were excelling and they were like putting all the energy into them, but all the kids that didn't seem to pay attention a lot or seemed to have a trouble, instead of like working with them, they would just kind of let them sit in the back of the class and fail. That's the way I felt anyway.
That's a
You know
bad
what I mean?
teacher.
Like it's just, I think that's
Rookie, I will tell you something what I learned about social education in I studied, but not in university. It was part of university, and plus we were working on the field. And practically, it was the we had the groups of kids like working workshops with them. Like 10 girls with let's 12 till 15 years old, and we're working with them. First, we put the chairs and tables. We didn't put like in schools, that we are like teachers and they are like need to listen to us. We put it in a circle that everybody can watch ourselves. And then we started something like this. We didn't want to know. We didn't want to. First wanted to know what these kids want and where their needs and what they are like. All of them. Maybe they have some similar needs or blah blah blah. And then we will train them to move to that point where they are more interesting and to speak about that and to teach them about something about that or to make something about that or blah blah blah. And that was like
yeah. Attach things
like
together so that the memories
yeah.
are attached to something
and
good
I,
or something that they'll remember easily.
and people who was teaching us was telling us also that was like a like approach also that people does not need teachers, it need more trainers, that people like us need to train the kids how to live the life and what we have in experience, and then approach and of their needs. If you have I don't know, if you have for example 10 girls and they like and they all of them I don't know like gymnastic, no, they will study the maths, do you understand me? You will push all your efforts on these kids because of math and they will never maybe want to have that math,
Right?
but
Yeah.
maybe
You
you
gotta
need to
find
find.
something that they really really like to do and use that as an attractant for you to get them to cooperate with the other stuff and learn it so that it's just like the same as the other stuff, so that they balance
Yeah,
it
yeah,
out.
yeah.
You level out their understanding so that they can
Not
make
even
logical
to move
decisions,
them
right?
to find out from them what they really want, of course not small kids, you cannot expect that for 4 or 5 years old kids you will make it also from them you can find out what they want to do, for example. And that's it, that's all education, but we have the government education. This is the program, this you will teach this is the history, this is the math, this is the that, and that's it.
Right. Somebody said something the other day. I don't know if it was in here, but they were saying that old schools, like old schoolhouses where you had like one in your town or in your neighborhood, they would actually the older kids would help teach the younger kids, and so a lot of those younger kids would excel and actually end up being as smart or smarter than some of those older kids, and so you would have very very advanced children that would be very very ahead of their game, right? But whenever you separate them and you segregate them like that, and you break them up by race or color or whatever it is that you do, you put them in separate rooms, and that's how you
Yeah.
destroy their understanding and how to work together. Like they need to learn to work together at large groups and small groups, one on one. They need they need to be able to defend themselves as well as be aggressive. They need life lessons. They need your wisdom, not just you telling them what they're supposed to understand. And just memorize it this way, and that's all I need you to do. Don't do it that way, because it makes the kids think that it's meaningless and that it's not important, right? And make the stuff you teach them important. Like if it's not important, why are we teaching it to them? What's the point except to brainwash them, right? we all want our children to like love their country, right? We want them to like want to support, the way of life that we live, right? But we don't all agree on the life we live anyway. So that's why it's difficult for me to understand why we all, like it seems to work backwards in that sense. You know what I mean? It's
Well, it's
terrifying.
designed. It is designed. The education system is designed to produce a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. I'm paraphrasing. I think it was Rothschild that said that. So I was like, who are you, right, to determine a nation's like what kind of outcome? What you're going to control the school system? Is that what you're saying? You're just going to teach people how to be workers and slaves and not how to think? How are you going to do that?
I think it's
Well,
obvious they already did, but we don't know how they did it. But it's obviously been
For
done
me,
in 10 years.
for
Public school, yeah.
for me, it's more searching to put them that basic things like I don't know what that could be basic things, but we know it could be million things, basic things that we can learn, and all other things that people will observe, that teachers or whatever, kids, and they will find out. Oh, look, this kid has this quality. This kid has this quality. Let's move these kids in that direction, not in direction what you want to move them. And this is look. Now, how many of us? I like to read also everything, but I didn't like to read all books. And when somebody said, "Yeah, this is it. This is on the in the literature. You need to read this book." Why you didn't let me to read other books and to tell you about other books? If it's literature. No, this is the
have you
program.
guys
You must read this book.
have you guys heard of something called the trivium and the quadrivium? You guys know what that is? Those are trivium is like your basic learning. It's what elementary school is. Okay, it's also what high school and higher learning, college. That's the quadrivium. That's where you learn the other topics. But the topics that you're supposed to learn in this program, like what's important in it, are topics like art, topics like music. These topics in these schools are put down as electives, not really that important. But these topics will turn you into a thinker. That's probably why. That's what
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
funny. Those are the ones that I was the most interested in. The ones that I actually got A's and B's in. All the other stuff I
Yeah.
either got D or C.
But Dad, Mom, I want to be an artist. Dad, Mom, I want to be a musician, a singer. What? Yeah, you gotta be nothing. Like, get a
Wait, I
real
have to
job.
practice? Oh, wait,
What?
maybe I don't want to be a singer.
Well, what are you talking about? You're not going to be able to earn a living like that. There's not that many singers. You have to no, get a real job. Go study something for real, and then you walk away from
Yeah, that's a
music, and you
hobby,
walk
kid. Yeah,
away.
you got to get a job.
Yeah, well, study science or something, computers or something. You can get a job in. Why would you want to study that? Well, Dad, it's helping me grow my mind. Like, no, make money. Yeah, go ahead.
But I want to put you in one situation. Imagine yourself like a teacher, and you are going in the class, and your
Yes.
kids are 7 years old.
Yes, good age. Yes.
Yeah, I
Very good.
started my first with 7. In England, they're starting with 5, but we started with 7, let's say. And then you are coming and saying this to kids. Kids, today I will tell you one definition. The level is flat. Don't be scared.
Yeah. Of
You know?
course. Yes.
Don't be
Of course.
scared because,
I don't think 7-year-olds are gonna be scared of that.
no, they
Too
will.
young. Too young. Yeah.
It would be like not even to say that don't be scared, to say only that level is flat. Let's see how kids will react.
I was 7. Man, what was I thinking about? Watching E.T., watching, cartoons, Batman. I don't know if I was really thinking about the shape of the earth or reality. At that age, I would teach them a song. I would teach them, you know, how to draw a tree. We'd go outside and pick a tree to draw together, or a flower. to draw together. You know what I mean? I would, stuff like that. Something to fuel the imagination. I wouldn't bother with the. Of course, I would show them what water is and everything, right? I wouldn't bring up the actual words because they can go home and tell their mom and dad. My teacher told me that the earth is flat. State Dad. I'm like, what the? I'm gonna fire that. I'm gonna call the school. Oh, what the? Who the hell? You know what I mean? Well,
Yeah.
look, appreciate what you're doing here, but you know what I mean? I'm fired. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll go look for another job. Yeah, that's what would happen if I was my mother was a teacher.
Okay,
She
imagine
taught
now.
special
Imagine
ed.
now that you are that teacher, but kids are not anymore 7 years old. They are 16 years old now, and you are coming
Oh
and
yeah, that
saying
sounds fun. Yeah.
you're coming and saying this.
Oh yeah. Oh
Kids,
yeah.
today say one definition. It's this one. The level is flat.
Oh yeah. I would have so much fun with the 16-year-olds.
And
With the
okay,
water concept of water,
and
flat
now
level.
yeah, and now you have that 16 years old boy coming home and said the same with his father.
Oh
Listen,
yeah.
John.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Listen, Daddy. Today I was in school and my teacher said that level is flat. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, tell your daddy
Really?
what I told you. All right. If he says anything else, tell him to come and tell him to go build a foundation. Tell him to go build a house and see if he can do it at his current level. Tell him to go talk to the carpenter that built his house and see what he said. Because the 16-year-old would know how to speak to his dad, right? And I would say to the 16-year-old, the world
Oh, that
could
would be
be flat, right?
that would be
Dad would
bad
get
if
fired.
if dad is making houses.
Oh yeah, his dad would be like, "Sounds legit." That's how I level houses, It's how I work, son. So yeah, good teacher. You're gonna be a good carpenter when you grow up. Will
They told
redefine the meaning of level. That's not level. You don't know level. Come stand on this floor. This is level. Hey, that ball is not level. That's ridiculousness.
like your dad and that one guy from Tennessee. Only we can make so level.
I mean, when you talk about practical, right? Like, why are you
Yeah, yeah.
learning this? So I can, because in school I'm like, why the fuck am I learning this? Like, I'm ever gonna use goddamn fucking these kinds of math and building a house. Like, I want to build it. That's it. I don't want to like build a rocket. I'm not trying to build a rocket. I'm not trying to build a teleporter to Mars. What the hell is all this crap?
But Bong, let's use this ball for anything. Let's use for any job apart NASA.
I gotta admit though, wouldn't you love to go up and try to touch it yourself to see if it was up there and what was up there for real?
Oh, I would love that. Yeah. I go up on a plane. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, nice, but I'm kind of scared. I don't trust the pilot. But if I could just go up and look around and test it, safely, hell yeah, that would be so awesome. I wonder if you
Maybe
can actually no.
some robot with some camera.
Or an airplane that doesn't ever have to land. I wonder if that's possible to build an airplane that so you can live in it in the sky and come down and do your shopping and go back up to the not
Apartment?
the ISS. Yeah.
It's my apartment.
Yeah. I mean, like
Is
is
there
there really
Russian on
something up
ISS?
there?
Well,
You know
supposedly
what
there
they're
was these floating islands in the sky in certain places in different scriptures. I don't know which scriptures those are, but I've heard this said. I don't know. It's just me throwing it out of my head. You know, I've heard it.
I wonder.
Are still Russians on ISS?
They're just legends, of course, but who knows? Maybe there's some proof, or maybe there's some evidence that the stories were maybe somewhat true, or maybe misinterpreted, of course, but somewhat true.
Yeah, they have because it's international, right? It's an international, right? Space station, right? Or else it would have been
For
called the American Space Station.
for everyone.
Yes, because space unites the world. Okay, because when it comes to us versus the universe, we have to stick together. I can only imagine if there was a threat from outside our world, how quickly we would put aside our differences and unite as one world. It's like fucking actors, man, they give the best speeches. Although I did like Independence Day speech, we shall not go quietly into the
I
night.
thought that I saw something that what you. With 2 times, even more. You know when we built that big fighters, against that big creatures.
All it take was just to fly right up to the center. Right? It's like why can't you just shoot something in there? Why did you have to fly your plane in there? Everything wrong with Independence Day in 14 minutes. Ding. I
That's
watched this
funny
YouTube channel.
when you say that. It's funny that
In
you
one
say that
version,
because I feel like the same way. I feel like I can pick apart just about anything on the TV and tell you and show you how it's fake or how it's green screened and where they try to convince you it's not. It just cracks me up that nobody else sees it.
Yeah. I mean, it's very convincing, isn't it? Some of it looks so real.
Yeah,
in one version,
we probably had technology to fake people's faces for a lot longer than people would think. Just based on what I'm seeing, anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
When you watch it on the movies, okay, like say Interstellar, when you watch them float around in space, right, it looks real, right? And that's why it's real, right? That's why NASA is real, because it looks not as real as the movie, because it looks so fake, right? I mean, what do you expect? Did you expect the real thing to look like the real thing in the movies? Because the movies look like the real thing, right? Why does the real thing look fake?
it depends how you perceive real and fake.
Well, you never notice that when they're up in space and they're doing their little, whatever they call them? They call them events, right? Whenever they're like posing or whatever, and they're in a group or something in one part of the space station, you ever notice that they're always like free? They're always like still until a certain part, and there's always like different kinds of like sections of them. They break it down to where they can do different tricks, different points in the little thing. And it is an event. You got to remember they admit it by saying that these are called events because they're not real. I don't believe that there's probably anything but like a hollow shelled rocket going up. It's just all for show. You know what I mean? It's all just it's kind of like why we set off fireworks on the 4th of July. There's, you know what I'm saying? It's just someone decided that's what we're going to do, so now we all do it.
Yeah.
I think that they will be better in next years in 2023. I think that they will now something, they discover this, but this will be covered with some kind of, the story will be better. I don't know.
I think
now
the truth is probably a simple story. That's the reason why we all would rather hear it be some romance, some perfect romance type of thing, like it's got to be like artistic and all that. Maybe it's not ever going to be that.
water on the Mars. You have lake, you see everything live. You see the sound, it's coming down. I don't know, whatever, in drones, and then you see how it's collecting. Everything will be recorded. You will see, and I will say, look, everybody will. That will be like a moon landing, something like that. Gathering water from Mars.
It's gonna get really, really like the faking of it. I think is gonna get much, much
Because
better.
Bonk, if
Unreal
you don't know,
5.
we are there.
Yeah, we're there
Easy.
now. Uh,
Yeah.
Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 is a gaming. It's for creating games. It's a 3D platform, so you can create. It looks real. It's so real. They just
It's
released
a
it.
graphics card. I know. I understand.
With the graphics. Yep, yep. New technology that Nvidia is doing things. It blows my mind. Things. So
Oh,
the realism is going to go way up. We're going
There's
to
radon. There's a whole
experience.
bunch.
I think they will
Yep.
slow down because of flat Earth now. They will point it to Mars. They will not bullshitting now. They will not go any plans. They will point it on the Mars. We will see. Mars
Well,
is
you can
the
go to Mars. You can go to Mars. I can go to Mars, right?
But only
It's
in that
going to be
little
a
in that
virtual.
little
It's
environment
a
where it's
virtual.
in a computer and it's creating a fake thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Virtual. You can virtually go anywhere in the universe with this technology. Anywhere.
Let's see.
And if you do it right, you can convince the whole world it's really true.
Right. Because you don't have to go to. So there's a meeting in Japan that you have to be there by, in like 4 hours, and you got to jump on this freaking plane, and you got, oh
Bonk,
my gosh, I hate traveling,
Bonk,
right? That's not
I
gonna,
only
yep.
want to record this assumption. That means 2023. Let's see what will happen if they start to speak Mars, 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 Mars. I was right. Okay.
Mars can come to you. That's the
Yeah.
idea. The meeting can come to you. The meeting can be
And
there in your
then
wherever you want.
then we will then we will use this material, what we are saying now, and then we will put it live, and they will say, "Look, fuck it, these motherfuckers were speaking this 1 year ago."
Because it's not just a visual thing with your eyes. It's visualizing it. You can close your eyes and visual. The idea is so that the mind can experience reality in the mind. Not just with eyes and ears and nose, but inside the mind. Like think about people who are blind, people who need prosthetics, people who cannot experience this 3D, this technology, right? I mean, all those people are the reasons why these technologies are being developed. Because we want to help people who lost their legs. Because we want to help blind people see. Okay, Jesus, go ahead then,
Yeah, we
right?
want to put you to sleep so that way you can just veg out and you don't have to be worried about anything. We'll take all your cares away.
Right, right. It's a full
That's what they
body
offer. I think.
transformation. Yeah, it's a full. I don't know how it's gonna work and how we're gonna transition there, but by 2030, I think that's their goal, right? 2030, 2020 by 5G by 2020 happened.
Yeah,
I found out about it in
they have some.
2015. Yeah, it happened. It's happening. We're moving to 6G. 6G is using this infrastructure so that we can have
No, no, no.
real time
You're right.
connectivity.
They are pointing out very well that 2030. They want something to do till 2030. If you don't see, you can see that everyone pointing that year. Why you pointing that year? Okay, that's the
No,
year.
yeah. It's like a business plan,
Yeah.
or any plan. We want all these different corporation, these different uh producers, manufacturers, I'll call it that, to build our infrastructure by then, right? We want people to start utilizing the technology and the infrastructure. So there's going to be a transition. Facebook is dying. I think. I don't know what it's gonna turn into, but uh, yeah, we're there. We're there. It's in our hands. It's in your pocket. It's everywhere you go. Where is it gonna be next? Right? In you, inside you. So it's not that this may happen, or this is a cool thing, right? That we can go. No, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Like it or not. How are you gonna buy shit? How do you buy things now? Now, how are you gonna buy anything in the future when it happens? How are you gonna sell anything? Right? How are you gonna do? How are you gonna access any of the services? How are you gonna get water? How are you gonna get power? How are you gonna be a law-abiding citizen? Right? Like, it has to
But they
happen.
will.
It's going to happen.
The scary thing is, what if it's already happened?
It is. It's just not in their bodies yet. Coming. Yeah, don't worry. You'll have patience.
Like the cell phone, you know?
Yep.
Is it in your right hand?
It's on the table looking at me. Is it in your pocket?
Like, is it already in your hand? That's my question. Like, as a flat earther, like, is the mark of the beast already in your hand?
Dun, dun, dun.
Are you down to it? Like when you're looking at your phone, are you looking down?
Exactly.
What are we actually looking at when we look down at our own hands? That
The
is
abyss.
the question.
You
I
look
missed
into
the
the
whole
abyss.
entire thing.
We're
The
talking
scary
about
part,
technology.
Bonk, you know, that's the scary part. When then flat earther ask the question, why they are lying?
Yeah. How are you
And
going to
then
prove anything then? Yeah.
I do still want to know the answer to that. Don't get me wrong. I just want to know that after we catch the assholes that are doing it, right?
of course, Rookie, everybody wants to know that answer.
It's more like catch the ass. It's more like catch the
Under.
assholes that aren't doing it. Us.
Right. The problem is, though, is that they're never probably going to ever really admit why they really did it. They might tell you all these other things, and you might accept them, but is that really why they did it? Right. That's the part that gets through. Because you really can't know, right? Unless you can read their mind.
Rookie, put it like this also. Can you imagine something? Can you imagine something that you cannot even? I don't know how to put it. You cannot even
No,
imagine.
I cannot reason about something I can't imagine. No, I don't think you're right. I
Yeah,
can't. But once somebody starts to give me an inkling of it, and somebody gives me a
if
sign or
somebody,
something, yeah, maybe
you
I
know,
can.
because somebody can surprise you very fucking. I don't know if somebody can tell you, let's say something like what will be like. I don't know what's that, but if I can say if somebody show me something behind Antarctica and I can really see that, and even that doesn't matter. It could be something really. I don't know what I'm saying. I could say in that moment then I don't know. It depends. It depends what information is.
Well, it says that the statue will talk to you, and that people will worship the image of the statue, the beast, and it'll be right hand. It doesn't say it'll be on your right hand. It says it'll be in your right hand. So if you look at the cell phone, not only is it in your right hand, because most people are right-handed, and those who are left, it's still talking about the right hand, the power hand. But it's all the numbers are in your forehead, and it's the image that talks to you. It's the statue that speaks.
Black mirror.
I'm left-handed, so.
I'm right. I'm
It'll
right.
rot your right brain.
I'm right-handed. I'm
completely
right-handed,
right
but
brain.
really, I'm kicking all the fucking time in left hand. I don't know why.
I don't know why, but I think all the rest of the people are all a bunch of numpties. Sorry to say it. Could just be me though. I don't know.
Like 500 years ago, you could not explain the concept, the idea of a phone to anyone. Imagine you
Well,
explaining what a phone is to somebody 1,000 years, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, right? Like, it's the
yeah, that
same,
long ago, they
right?
used to burn people that were left-handed like
Exactly.
myself.
Well,
Burn
if you
people at the
start trying
stake. You're a witch, or the Salem witch trial. Then
to,
burnt at the stake. You're some
I'm
kind of warlock.
left-handed, and I blame most of the reason I'm absolutely amazing on the fact that I'm left-handed. Thank you.
Me too. Thanks a
I
lot,
want to
man.
remind you
I
all.
need. Thanks, glad. Right on, man.
Yep.
let us unite.
There's no way
May I
around it.
remind you, it's
Left-handed
called
people are just
history,
better
not
than right-handed
history.
people.
Sorry, didn't mean to talk
There's
to you.
no listen. There's no way around it. Left-handed people are better than right-handed people. Okay, and that's okay.
Yeah,
We can teach you to be ambidextrous right-handed people. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking around.
We're not
I was
disagreeing.
gonna say, what if you're ambidextrous?
We're not disagreeing.
But
Stop defusing my argument with your joke.
Sorry.
No,
yeah, but he is right.
But that's what I mean. Right?
You
Like,
rug
because
puller.
most people are right-handed, right? And you try to you can't explain what a phone is, right? But when you say it's a mark on your right hand and your forehead, I mean, what do people do with phones? They put it to their ear, right? I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's kind of there's the correlation.
God. So if you're
Technology,
right hand, it's your hand to God. It means the same thing.
I know when the iPod came out, everybody thought the iPod was that too. I think maybe it was the beginning. I don't know. You know, like think about it.
Yeah, the smart card, the credit card. I mean, yeah, the
Sony Walkman. I mean, we've been progressing down the line here. Nintendo, Super Nintendo. You know, like come on.
Yeah. That he who is with
getting closer to the ultimate.
Oh, go ahead.
Throughout COVID, I was put in a predicament where I had to close a bank account. And then I had to reopen one.
Oh.
And when I reopened one, I had to have, literally, had to have a cell phone number. Not a house landline. I had to have a cell phone number to open a bank account.
Oh. Yes. Why? It's the question. Why? Why can't I just use a landline?
Close an account and try to open one. You'll see that you have to have a cell phone.
They don't exist anymore today. You have to plug them into your cable.
Because most people are not home anymore, right? Most people are always on the move, mobile, tracking.
Well, all
Motion
accounts now are digital. It's digital money, and they try to use physical money to account for all the digital money out there. They just can't do it.
It's like, yeah, it's at like negative 30 trillion or something. Well, that's America's debt.
But they're gonna be like, why are you trying to withdraw everything you have? Like, what's your cell phone?
Minus something you started with. Wait a minute.
Questions that you've never been asked when you opened it.
Why are you trying to deflate the economy?
No, I'm just trying to be real on the topic. Like, I've literally been in a situation throughout COVID where I had to close a bank account and then reopen one. And I couldn't reopen an account without a cell phone number. You can you can give them a house, a landline number, but that's not going to work. You need a cell phone number to open a bank account.
Is this just at a certain bank, or is this most all banks now? It's more convenient and efficient. The words that a company would use.
Hold on. I mean, isn't that like most important in case there's some kind of like problem with your account or they need to get a hold of you? Like, I mean, wouldn't that just be like giving you? They give you their number. I mean, you know, it's kind of like a trade-off.
You know where we live.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Sorry, my thing isn't working. I was gonna say, You know what I mean, right? You get where.
Yeah, it's like it's no joke, man. It's like it's happening right now. Like they're literally forcing people to have a cell phone in order to have a bank account right now. If you
Yeah, and they
had
fed
one
us these storylines. Yeah.
grandfathered in, if you had one before, whenever they passed this law without telling us, then you're grandfathered in. But if you go to open one right now, try it. You won't be able to do it without a cell phone.
Well, I think
At
it's kind
least
of
it's
odd that they expect you to have an ID. I mean, if they take a picture of you and they've got a camera and they take your fingerprint and they get your signature, isn't that like enough? Like, do you really need like some kind of form of ID?
that is your ID. Is the cell phone.
Well, other big thing is remember during that time the pandemic, they released an app that you had to have on your phone to track where you are because they need to know that people are distancing themselves, right? And if you were in a certain area where an outbreak happened, right? Well, now you have to be quarantined. I think that's the biggest reason because I got one on my app too, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
dude, I
first.
could fight that in court so easily.
It's literally the first time in history where they quarantined the healthy.
Well, that's what made us all realize. Well, at least some of us realize what's going on. Right? Maybe we shouldn't go into this side of the conversation.
Oh, gee, man, it's like people don't even understand what's going on. They're just oblivious to their own realms.
if you think about it, like one big experiment, right? Then it makes sense. Have a control group, and you have the actual group that's getting the thing. But as the person observing the experiment, you have to be able to separate your control group from the actual group. So these are, if you think about it that way, it all makes sense. You're trying to monitor an experiment you're doing on real people. Data
Well, I'm
is
not gonna
important,
lie.
right?
I'm gonna
Right.
I'm biased. I truly believe the whole scheme is because people believe they're in a world they're not in. Like you don't get today's world without believing you're in a world that you're not in. Like,
We just had a memorial. We had a memorial yesterday. One of the mothers that died a year ago. She went in. She was healthy and talking to her family on the iPad. 3 days later, she couldn't talk on the iPad. The doctors called the family and said, "Your mom is going to die in 2 days. Only one family member can come talk to her." You know what I was thinking, right? You all know what I was thinking, right? So that's what I mean.
Castle.
Like,
Storm the castle, my friend.
yeah. I mean, it's obvious. And I try to explain this to my wife, like how it
Bring the whole
works.
family and just walk in, do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't go to hospitals. Just stay away from them. Just want to die.
like if everybody here is a flat earther, then you don't get today's world without that lie. Today's world is a manifestation of the ball earth lie.
Well, I think some Globers have a grasp on what's going on in the real world. I think there's a few things that they're so confused about, and they're stubborn. I don't know that every single Glober is completely stubborn in that. I think you got to remember most Globers are people's like brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers. Like we're all somebody that loves us all, right? Like no matter how much we dislike each other and have disagreements, the truth is that somebody loves all of us, right? You know what I mean?
Yes, yes. Like a person's only going to decide his way of life or her way of life based on the world they believe they're in. If they believe they're in a world that they're not in, then every decision they make is flawed. So it's like, I'm famous for, saying everybody's Truman. If you ever seen the Truman Show, like where the whole neighborhood was in on it, him being on a TV show. They knew it, but he didn't know it. What I'm saying is everybody's Truman, and they believe they're in the world. They're not.
Yep.
And that's what creates the world we're in, is the manifestation of that lie. So if you can pull that lie out, all the other lies come down with it. You ain't got to worry about it. They come down with it.
At the end of the Truman Show, how people treated it. Right? As soon as it ended, everybody just forgot about it. Just, all right, change next. What else is next? As if nothing happened. You know what I mean? You notice that? They make people look like people don't give a shit.
At the end, right, of the movie, he realized that
Fiber Oak
in on it.
We know him.
And
or...
thing is,
yeah.
Everybody's Truman. Not everybody's in on it, but everybody's Truman.
Yes. Yes. Truman's wife, Fiber Oats is new. He's cool, flat right there. Truman's wife, you know what I mean? I was like, what about Truman's wife? What about Glober wives? What about Karens? What about, trolls? What about those are those people, NPCs, right? Could that what? Yeah, they all work together with NASA to tell you the story of the globe Earth and dinosaurs and stuff. You know what I mean? You can look at it that way. That Truman is the person that woke up to the lie. Yeah, people who are still in it may as well be part of the show. But who are the viewers? Who are the viewers that didn't care? That as soon as the show ended, well, I'm bored. Next, what's up? What else is on? For those guys, who do they represent?
Yeah, it's like Republicans and Democrats. They all want to keep that lie a secret while saying bad shit about one another, but yet they're all in a mutual agreement of keeping that secret.
I think we are the viewers too. I think we are the viewers too. Look at how these viewers don't give a shit about what happened to Truman. As soon as the show is over, they get bored and want to watch something else. Human beings are a disease, a virus. I think this is the message of a lot of their videos. You're the reason why the earth is fucked up. You're the reason why. That's why we have to depopulate. That's why we have to do this and do that. Because you guys don't give a shit about Truman. Because you guys want to be entertained. Are you not entertained? Right? It's like, all right, check Netflix. What else is on, right? Dude, you just heard the earth is flat. Yeah?
Yeah, you almost want to take the evil side because all the other people are fucking stupid.
That's what they want you to think about. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you want to take the evil side because of how dumb everybody.
That's exactly how they want you to view your brothers and sisters, everyone else around you. That everyone is stupid and you are smart, and you should probably join a Freemasonry lodge somewhere and be part of the solution and not part of the. This is how they want people to view each other. We have to get rid of ourselves to save the world because we're not entertained. Because we're the problem. Because we're insignificant, we're placeable, we're in space and nothing matters. And if we want to survive, we need to remove these stupid people so that the rest of us can evolve, continue the human race so that we are not extinct when the sun blows up in 8 billion.
Yeah, but we're going up against people that make it look like they oppose one another, when in reality they're on the same team.
Yep.
So they'll even go to the lengths of war. Well, the best man wins, and if I win, then or you win, then we still have the same agenda going. So no harm done.
Yep. I think we're at that point where they're going to, look at what war does. You know what I mean? Look at technology. AI is telling us, right? The humans do not live in according, with nature and the order of things. That human beings should be living this way. That's what AI is starting to say. I don't know who Elon Musk is talking to, but are you asking a freaking algorithm how life works? No, it's a what? It's a demon. Demon means knowledge, by the way. It doesn't mean evil spirit.
American military is all across the world starting wars and killing people, while the American people believe they're the good guys. It's like it's so naive. So naive.
That's what AI is pointing out to people. That's what Ultron was pointing out to the world in that movie. And that people need to listen and pay attention to what the AI is saying, or else the AI is because the AI solution is just get rid of people, right? But we have to change. We have to start, caring about each other and looking at each other, as valuing each other. They're teaching the same shit. They're saying, we gotta love one another, but then we have to do it this way. That's what that.
Well,
I mean,
people are okay with committing genocide in Yemen. Like that's what's going on right now, but nobody's talking about it because of Ukraine and Russia, right? So nobody knows what's really going on. But America, the people of America, they're really bad at it. They became Rome. They became Rome without them.
they have always been Rome.
Well, America's like Rome because they police the world, and that's what Rome did. Like America's like, it's so crazy to me that people like I used to be I guess you would call a Republican till I found out what the
Whatever that
Constitution.
is.
But yeah, I used to be a Republican. I'm definitely not a Democrat, but it doesn't matter what you are in America. You're on the wrong side of history if you believe either of the narratives. Like you're gonna be one of the worst. You're gonna be known as a Nazi, pretty much. People don't see what America's doing. That's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. We're going across the earth. America has a military base, in almost every country. Right?
Yep.
And that's cool with Americans. That's all right with Americans. But if China had military bases in our nation or every nation of the earth, we would have a problem. But okay, if we
Well, it's the way it is because that's the way the bankers want it to be. That's how the rulers want it to be. The way it is right now, that's exactly the way they want it to be. So
yeah, it's just the narrative of the minds of men. They want the minds of Americans to be okay with. Yeah, they want to call a war on terrorism. How can you have a war on something something that is the exact consequence of war. Terrorism. Like, how can you have a war on terror when terror?
I know. I know, and I actually have a statement that I just thought about a second ago, so I had to stop again. Love your government more than you love yourself, or we will kill you.
But they have me, like I'm admitting I was one of them. They have Americans, people, believing the left or the right is the right side to choose from, when really they're both on the same team, acting like enemies. They're just acting like enemies, but they're on.
But see, you have to keep in mind that the whole purpose of America since about the 40s is to brainwash the population into believing all kinds of things so they could go out and have these wars as the fourth arm of the Vatican and to the, international bank of settlements run, Basel, Switzerland, run by the imperialist bankers that have profited from every war since our revolution and before. So you have to keep it in context, is all I'm trying to say.
I agree. And if you do keep it in context and you believe what they're telling you, well, then we have to be being taken over from within. Nobody ever thinks of that. Like, we're being taken over from within.
Wait a minute. Listen, it was already taken over a long time ago before you or I were ever born or thought of. So it was we were sold down the river in 1871, and then they just kept on furthering that. 1933, took away the gold standard and sold you and your future people through the certificate documentation, future energy, future life energy, that it was mortgaged away for the debt, which has been in circulation every 70 years is the cycle. And there's a major war every 70 years. Now they've ramped that up some. So all that you've seen in the last few years, in my opinion, is just their bold face now. And they're like, we don't care. We're moving ahead. We don't care what people think. We're just going to trudge forward regardless of any problems we might encounter.
Yeah, and whether it's the left or the right leading America, Americans believe they're the good guys. It's so fucking nice. It's so nice.
And that's kind of like also another answer to why would they lie? Because like, if you know that the Earth is not a ball, right? If you know the Earth is not a ball, right? Then it's going to be so much easier for you to know that they're lying about the situation up there, the pandemic, 9/11. All these things are gonna all of a sudden. I mean, they're all gonna make sense. I mean, that's another answer to why would they lie, so that all these lies can be built on top of it. Because these are the ones you're concerned about, right? Right? Well, guess what? The Earth is flat. It's not a ball. So you're concerned about nothing. More lies. You know what I mean? What do you guys think?
Oh, no, that's what I'm getting at. It's like that's where all this manifests from, is that lie. And if you can tear that lie down, you ain't got to worry about the ones that I've been talking about. They come down with it.
Yep.
Right?
Or whatever
So
lies.
that was my whole fucking. That was the whole point I was trying to make. Was everybody is living in a world they believe they're in. They're not living in the world they're actually in.
Yeah, but we're going to take it down from the inside.
Man, flat Earth. Before flat Earth, I couldn't put together. It was not cohesive. All the lies and conspiracies I was looking at. I was trying to figure out how they all, connect. Make the connection. But after flat Earth, I was like, bing, it's like all there. There's like a plate to put everything on. Like something like that. It's like the ball. It's the ball, guys. It's Wow. Come on, man. War happening up there, and there are people dying, climate change, and overpopulate. It's the ball, man. You know what I mean? It's like, problem here is the globe, not those people. The globe is this lie.
That was my whole point, man. People can realize they're not living in the world in a world that they've been taught they live in it. Like if they can realize that, then they'll see. They'll have
It's a
eyes.
globe. It's a globe. So go out there and die for the globe now. Because we said so.
Yeah, that's what I
Man. Every now and then I'll check up on what my people are doing in American Samoa, on YouTube. What are they talking about? Guess what they're talking about? Climate change, overpopulation. Is it okay for us to say the N word? That's what they're talking about. Oh, fucking boogers.
Yeah, look how complete that brainwashing is. It went all across the whole flat Earth. I'm down here by the park. Earth is flat. You guys got that right? Earth is flat?
Yep.
They got it, see?
And level. Don't forget to say level. To redefine level to mean flat, 180 degrees.
It's pretty hard to say a bicycle going by on a flat horizontal is going along a curved edge when it's going right by you. What are you going to say? No, you're on a ball, sir.
Flat and level.
I'm like, wouldn't all the mechanism for a bicycle would be different if you were on a curved rotating surface? Forgive me. Am I wrong?
Yeah. It would probably be cube wheels, right? Probably develop a shape like a cube because we're on a ball, right? Square wheels. That's what a ball would be.
If you actually use the logic of ball earthers, then we have to be on a cylinder. Because a cylinder, the boat could go over the curve and the horizon remain flat. But a sphere, it's symmetric in all directions. The horizon couldn't remain flat with the boat going over.
Therefore, boats are disappearing on a cylinder. Because
Yeah,
then when they go sideways,
it's flat.
Because when they go sideways, when they go sideways, it's like they're going straight. Yep, that's a cylinder. That's the picture they're painting for us. A cylinder. That's NASA's answer. I know this makes it look like a cylinder, but it's not. Okay, but there's your curve.
Well, the only reason I say that is because if the boat goes over the curve, but yet the horizon is flat when the boat goes over the curve,
and then
would imply it's not a sphere.
But you got to throw in this other observation. If you consider if you consider the Red Bull jump, okay, and what Neil deGrasse Tyson had to say about it, what he had to say about it, right? That stuff is flat at 120,000 feet, that you'll not see the curvature. So when you put that and the cylinder together, all of a sudden the cylinder is a plane.
Right?
Right?
Even he admitted it without admitting it.
Yep.
Even he
when you put those two contradictions together, you end up with a plane, flat, level plane. 1 + 1 is 2. Yeah. So, because when they say boats are disappearing over a curve and it paints a cylinder, you can now verify that this horizontal line left to right is 180 degrees because that's the cylinder, right? But then when you go up to 120,000 feet and you feel near the ground and say it's flat, right? Well, now that curve disappears and now you have a plane. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, look at this. Look at how these two contradictions equals the flat Earth, flat and level stationary plane. Beautiful. Like, see how these two fuck ups equals truth.
and their scientific method, right? Like literally observation and experiment. So people want to claim people are scientists, but it is my contention that everybody's a scientist because they have the observation of life and the experience of life. So everybody's in my opinion, everybody's a scientist.
An experimenter.
Yeah, somebody that discerns their world of observations they're with. Yeah, a scientist.
How did you
go against that based off what somebody said or some magic spell they put on you? But it's all based off the individual. The individual is the most important thing in my opinion when it comes to science.
He's the observer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the experimenter, the observer, he's everything, or she. It's the individual. The individual is trying to convince the masses of what he or she's seen and observed and experienced. Simple as that.
I wish it was as simple as that, eh?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. If you've been to the beach, you know the horizon is flat. That's the observation. If observation is the first step in science, then you've observed the earth is flat by going to the beach. And the only thing that could influence you is outside influences. But you as the individual, you witnessed it. It's stationary and it's flat.
Yeah.
And that's where all the water's fresh water, all the waters from the mountain flow to the ocean.
I used to also want
where it becomes level. Nowhere else for the water to go. Once it hits the ocean, it's flat. It's there.
Yeah. And mountains, when you pour water on a mountain, right? It goes into the soil and then it maybe flows down to the earth, and waters all the soil and then it goes to the ocean. Like, why isn't water sticking to the mountain? Why does it keep coming down? What the hell is gravity doing? Look at how big this mountain is. Sheesh.
And why does it stop once it's the ocean?
When it gets to the ocean, it's like there must be more gravity down here than up there.
And here's the ultimate question. Here's the ultimate question: the flat earther. How the hell does all fresh water flow into the ocean and yet never dilute the ocean salt? It doesn't even dilute. Rivers from all across the earth flow into the ocean, and yet it never dilutes the salt. How the hell is that possible?
Are you trying to say everything is made of salt?
No, I'm just saying you could.
Because I think everything is also have salt in it. Yeah. Well, anything that has life in it should have salt in it, right?
They
Sodium.
explain that. It never makes the salt weaker on a scale. On a solid
If we
scale.
were in an enclosed system, it wouldn't, would it?
They explained that by saying that the water didn't always do that. That after the flood, it flowed over the continents, and now it's getting salty from flowing over the continents. But originally, that was not the way that it did that. So now that it's flowing over the continents, it's saltier than it was before.
That's interesting. I mean, it does sound like it would be true, right? If there was lots of salt deposits on the surface.
The ocean, dude, and you take a drink of ocean water.
No.
Unfortunately, I've taken a spit on accident, so I know what salty is, right? And the ocean is much saltier than fish. Like, I know that sounds silly, but
Actually, not as salty as the baller I just spoke to for the last 30 minutes. But go ahead.
Dude, I was literally in a predicament. I drank piss, and that shit was salty as fuck. But when I remember being at the ocean after that, and it didn't even compare to the piss. The ocean.
Salt, but like I'll test that the ballers are saltier than salt water.
No, every hour of every day.
They're saltier than these nuts.
Fresh water is flowing into the ocean every hour of every. Never dilutes the salt.
What's up with the ice wall?
Why isn't that a question?
Well, that question appears to be answered by the flood. The water is now flowing over the land and picking up salt from flowing over the land after the flood.
But on the salt scale that they use, the salt is never diluted. Even though every day of every hour, every minute, every second, fresh water flows in. But it never dilutes salt.
But the fresh water also dilutes, so there's a balance. Some water flows in, some water flows out. So they'd probably say in the overall balance, it's negligible.
Or maybe there's a valve of some kind that controls it.
Yeah, there is. It's up in Iceland. There's a discovery. There was a science program about how the oceans recycle. Like there's a deep reservoir of water that comes up and then goes into the ocean, or goes in the ocean, goes back down. This is what the globe scientists have discovered, I guess, and that's how they explain it. So they're basically saying they don't know.
But it's interesting when they discover something like that, though, right? And it kind of confirms what your mind was already thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If you fill the kitchen sink up with salt water, and then you just start pouring in fresh water, it's only going to take I'll give it 5 minutes, even though it probably wouldn't even take that. I'll just say 5 minutes to make it even, so you can understand what I'm saying. That it's going to dilute the salt water. But yet, every day, every minute, every hour, all fresh water flows into the ocean and never dilutes the salt. It never dilutes the salt. It stays.
Lemon. He was saying that the fresh water also. He's saying that fresh water also picks up, sodium and salty stuff, and that's also helping to moderate the salt. I don't know how it works. Oh my God, I wouldn't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you think about it, that should be a phenomenon itself that we all observe. We all know that all fresh water flows to the ocean, yet the ocean's never diluted with salt.
Yeah, but the fresh water picks up salt on the way. We know that deltas and, alluvial, flats are a thing where sediments have been picked up by the water and deposited.
Yeah, but throughout your whole life, your grandparents' whole life, your great grandparents' whole life, great grandparents' whole life, great. All of it's at this. When we're talking right now, fresh water is flowing into the ocean, but yet it never dilutes the salt. That's impossible.
It picks up deposits. You do realize that, right? The fresh water picks up deposits on the way to the ocean. You do know that, right?
You and I do, where we isolate it. Once you start pouring fresh water into salt water, we observe it being diluted.
Maybe you've got evaporation.
Yeah,
evaporation.
I think that the fresh water starts out fresh and gets saltier and saltier as it picks up deposits going toward the ocean.
Yeah, when it evaporates the water, it leaves behind the salt content, and it's the same water being recycled. You know, that's the precipitation explanation. I mean, it's the same water. You're not getting any. You're not putting new water into the system, right? It's all in there. You know, and when you, the salt is concentrated in the oceans, and there's all these salt everywhere. Look, without salt, there would not be life. That's like, you all know that. So salt is
it all the ocean, because that's where it becomes level.
It has to do with alkali. You know, your pH balance and.
What are you nerds talking about in here?
I know, man. I don't.
He keeps on harping on this point about fresh water being added to salt water, yet the oceans don't get fresher and fresher. And we're trying to respond and say that the water starts out fresh coming from a mountain or rain or whatever, but it picks up deposits on the way to the ocean.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, every river at the point that it enters the ocean is registered as fresh water. There's no salt in it.
That's false.
Yeah.
There are alluvial deltas and alluvial flats and deltas at the mouth of some of these rivers that imply that they picked up silt on the way at the very least. You're saying that they're registered as fresh or something like that? I don't know if I believe that.
Run into salt water.
What do you mean by registered as fresh? How the fuck do you know that? It's signed up at the DMV.
Technically, it's an estuary. It's where the fresh water meets the salt water. If you want to be a bit more technical, but I get what you're trying to say. But the thing is, it appears that it's picked up deposits, and that's why you have those deltas that fan out.
Thousands of years, doesn't dilute salt. It still registers it.
Right. Because it's a closed system, right? All the salt that's in there is all the salt that will ever be in there. All the water that's in there is all the water that will ever be in there. But you know, the systems are broken up into these ecosystems. You know what I mean? So you're always gonna have the same amount of stuff in there. And plus, this is the globe's explanation of how it works, right? Like we know that we don't know things.
Well, the next question is, if we don't know things, fine, what's knowable? And based off of what's knowable, we see river deltas that look like a big, triangular fan that look a lot like, deposits of silt and possibly even salt at the mouth of a river. So it looks like these freshwater sources start out fresh, sure, but pick up deposits on the way to the ocean or something like that and deposit them in these deltas and alluvial, deposits or whatever.
No, what I'm saying is fresh water all across the earth flows into the ocean every day, every hour, every second, every minute, yet it never dilutes the salt in the ocean water.
Yes.
Does the fresh water pick up salt on the way to the ocean?
You know what else doesn't make sense? Where the Pacific and the Atlantic meet, right?
The fresh water picks up salt on the way to the ocean, so that would be your answer.
They put a meter
and the water evaporates.
Every day, more and more fresh water's pouring in.
Is that T-Wad?
Salt meter registers the same all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot of phenomenon going on in this phenomenal world that we experiencing. It told stories, that doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes sense to me. freshwater salt on the way to the ocean evaporates fresh, and the cycle begins all over again. But the salt's more or less going to stay behind. So I don't really feel the need to ask that question.
I guess my point is, we can't answer. So why would we act like it?
We can answer. The next question is whether we're going to accept the answer presented or keep searching.
The deepest hole we've ever dug is 7 miles, right? We know that there are waters beneath, right? Springs of water, but we don't know how deep, how much, what the processes are happening down there. I mean, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, don't know a lot of things.
Hey,
assume
everybody, real quick. We got a newbie up in PC checking one. He says he's a flat earther and he's been around here a few times, just hasn't been in about a year. So I figure let's give him PC verified and let the cards fall as they may. You feel me?
Can we just move him in here?
Yeah, just bring him down here. Let's talk to him.
All right, I'll move him in. There he is.
Hey, what to? How we doing?
Let me just unmute him real quickly. What?
Here we go. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on?
Not a man. I just brought you down into the here into the gauntlet so everybody could take a poke at you.
What?
Sure, why not? I got, I'm just hanging out right now.
Cool.
Seems like the latest craze for Globers is to like be the best flat earther they can be. So what do you got? What are you team Globe or you flat gang? Where are you at?
Well, I was on the server for a while. I even had silver for flat earthing, but I took a big break for lots of reasons. But I was just picking in on people.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a break. So if you're gonna blast off a couple globe killing shots, what do you got? What kind of bullets you got in the chamber?
Okay, well, I mean, obviously I know all the basic ones like the flat water and so on. But like sort of day to day, just living in the knowledge of this stuff, it actually gets sort of stronger, as probably a lot of you know. Every day you're sort of out here. Like, I mean, think about the stars and stuff, like how we're told they're suns, and then it's like you go out in the sky now and you're saying, well, what the hell are those things? You're seeing them up there in the sky all the time. Like, okay, they're lights, they're sort of shining. Like I got a telescope now, but they just look like, I don't know, brighter in the telescope. I got a pretty good telescope.
Damn, you got me. I was gonna say just use a telescope.
Yeah, go get a telescope, guys. Like, that's one of my favorite ones. Like, oh, just go get a telescope. They'll answer all your questions immediately.
Yeah,
So.
it's weird. It's like, what kind of information is that telescope providing you that?
Because you could just take the sun and the telescope and make energy, couldn't you?
Well, it starts whispering in their ear or something. I don't know.
Yeah, because like Galileo, right, with his super ancient telescope, could see moons around Jupiter. I don't remember which one, but very believable.
But you know what's really amazing? That's not what's amazing. What's really amazing to astronomers about that is that light from the sun has traveled hundreds of millions of miles across the solar system, bounds off of this planet, gas planet, let's say, like, wow, light is bouncing off of gas, Jupiter, you know what I mean? And then it's traveling all the way back to you. That's the amazing part. It's like, oh my God, what is light? How do I, oh, you know what I mean? Think about it.
No, you're right. You're right.
Amazing to astronomers. Like, look at how perfect and awesome this image is. Go ahead.
Because if Jupiter's lit up, only the sun is not, it's the only light out there. I forgot about that. So the only way we could see Jupiter is if the light was, bouncing as he's right. Sure. Great.
I used to be like, wow, I never saw Jupiter in the telescope, but when I do see other people's pictures of it, I'm like, wow, look at the resolution of that big red storm. So it's like a marble, like right in front of your face. I mean, are you guys sure this is millions of miles? And to think that a light is reflecting off of gas and giving us this image, oh, it's like.
Oh yeah, and Jupiter's just gas. That's the story, right? It's the gas giant. But the gas doesn't leave because of this force of gravity, which does a lot of things apparently for people.
Yeah, it can do anything.
Gravity's the biggest lie of them all, possibly. Well, there's a lot of big lies, I guess.
Yeah, it's literally got people thinking they're being like pulled down. like
I mean, our understanding of physics, that's the thing, because I took a ton of physics when I was in school, so like I was really into that all the time. And I don't know if anyone else ever taken physics, but no matter how much you take, they always just say, put a down arrow on your object and write G equals this, and then that's all you do. You never think past that. Just G is negative 9.8 or whatever it was. That's all you do. You always say we're adding G, which is a constant on Earth supposedly. And you don't think where did that number come from? Why are we adding this number? What does that number mean? No, just write it. It's like that's what they tell you.
I mean, when I was little, I had stuffed animals I was pretty attached to. But like these guys, they have imaginary friends, and they're super attached to gravity.
I know
mean,
that.
I've literally spoken to these guys, and they'll be like, "No, I'm being pulled down." Like you're being pulled down.
Wait, what?
And then
By what?
And then you've got big G and small G to now consider, right? Like
Right, because
Then
big
there's
G would
per
be
E.
outside of Earth, right?
So when they taught you physics, they taught you that physics was invisible rather than physical.
I'm sorry, they taught me things were invisible?
Yeah, like how could you fall for? So in physics, when you was taught in physics, you specifically, I'm sorry if I'm calling you out. Did they teach you about physics, like physicality, or was physics all about pictures and stuff? Was it ever physical?
Well, no. Well, oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. No. Actually, no, I didn't do a lot of physical demonstrations. It was pretty much all book learning. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying.
I was all like based on theory, but it was never physical. That's where I was at. That's what I meant.
No, like one time they said we could do a project on anything, so I did. I did a project on foosball, and I actually learned a ton of stuff about it. But that was sort of on my own. I mean, that wasn't. Yeah, foosball, like how the ball rotating, and like I came up with all these things that the physics of foosball. But no, we mostly just look at books, and that was all we do, and a shitload of math.
Physicality, like physical.
No, well, it's supposed to cover the physical. You're right about the meaning of the word. It's supposed to cover like 99% of regular physics is just learning how things roll down hills. There's really not a lot else you have to learn. So it's supposed to be at the physical world. Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, well, that
It's
see.
like-
Go ahead.
So do they use do they use Sisyphus because they I could see rolling the boulder down. So Sisyphus would be the Greek person that would be the go-to because Eratosthenes is what we use for sticks and shadows to measure. Apparently, NASA used sticks and shadows from what we're getting. That's the latest here, 2022, from the Glovers. That when you ask them how did they measure, before they went into space, and they've told us right up front that some guy in 200 BC measured the Earth's curvature with sticks and shadows, and then they went to the moon. Thank you very much.
And they took a picture halfway with a regular camera, just sort of stuck it toward the window or something. And then that's the only picture until, I don't know, 1990 or something? When was the supposedly second picture?
2012 is. Oh wait, that's the
marble. I guess it would be the Discovery satellite thing would be their next one that was claimed to be an actual picture.
Yeah, I mean,
So
they didn't take any
anybody on
pictures. Go ahead.
What's the difference between physics and engineering?
Well, engineering, I mean, I didn't actually become an engineer, but engineering, the difference is that, they learn things to build usually. So they're using, I guess there's computer engineering now, but like if you want to build a bridge, you got to figure out like how the wind's going to be hitting the bridge, I guess, and the best ways to create a strong structure, something like that.
Yeah, but isn't it done through physicality?
Well, see, that's the problem is that, and this is why I still love physics. I mean, I don't know why it got wrapped up in all of this other stuff, but physics
Like
is supposed to cover when we look at the world, like what are we looking at? That's what I was interested in.
Yeah, like engineering is physics it's just my opinion.
It should be physics. Yeah. I agree.
Physicality. Like things physics. Like it's physically going on. It's I don't understand how physics became something that's theory as opposed to physical.
Right. Well, probably Newton he's both the beginning and the end of a lot of modern physics, I would say.
It's still it's still physical, but look, in the sense that we can't physically go there, right, and do it. So you know how, okay, like China. I tell you about China. Okay, I teach you about the culture and the land and the weather, crops, all that, right? It's there. I'm telling you about the physics of it. It's there. You just can't go there, right? But one day you can go there, right, and then do your physics there in China, right? Well, but outer space, is a place that we can't go, right, and we will never go. But they still have to tell us how the physics of this place works. That place out there, we'll never be able to go to. They tell us maybe if you become an astronaut, you can go there. But that's what it's like. That's what they mean by, that's what these models represent. That's what they mean by the orbital mechanics and all these things. You know what I mean? It's not saying that it's not real. They're presenting it as like it is based on physics.
Right. Yeah. Well, if
Like
you
if you're
have a
going
lie, you can use it to blind a lot of people.
if you're going for a college degree and you say, I want a degree in physics, and this person says, I want a degree in engineering, my question is, what is the difference? Because in order to have physics, you must have engineering.
Engineering is specific. Yeah, engineering would be specific to here in IRL, here on the Earth, where physics would include out there in space. You know what I mean? So physics would be this bigger
that's crazy.
study.
That's true. That's
one's
true.
a paradox, the other one is supposedly based off truth.
Well, one is down here where you can test and actually do it, right? Where there's this disconnect. That's what these theories are, right? And they're the only ones that can actually go out there and test it and see, oh, we just discovered something else. Did that Allen build it? That is actually, they're the ones that can do that, right?
Yeah, I'm saying based off the words, you would think physics required physicality, physically touching things, varying, manipulating.
And we are to believe that astronomy that they teach us is physical. See, we are to believe that it's actually based on physics, real physical observations.
Physically touching something.
Yeah, develop the theories, and then they build the show. Yeah, and then they build this whole show up to show us that they're sending people up there to test things and theories and stuff, right? And then they print it on the news. Oh my gosh, we just discovered a black. We just did. We saw this. We saw that. With this camera, we saw this happen. Therefore, this is how it works.
Yeah, man.
I see. and I agree with you. And I don't mean to try to block you
They're
out.
saying they're saying they're physically seeing it. Yeah. And we are to believe.
If you go to Mars, to paraphrase what you're saying, they know already. I mean, I guess they say they're on Mars somehow, but they would know even if they went to a million Mars or any that they all obey sort of this invisible law that we've already discovered, even though we're like stupid humans. We know anywhere, even things we could never get to, like they claim we can't get. We already know.
You
We know
just need a
everything.
vague enough explanation of that thing for the people that live on the actual Earth. You know, like tell them it's gravity. Like, how do we explain it? Look, just tell them whatever you want to tell them. They're never going to test it. They can't come to space. Come on, think about it, right? It's a perfect lie.
But then they had to say they went to space. So they had to say we went to the moon.
Yeah, and they can say whatever they want from there. Whatever they want.
But why do you think they had to go to the moon? I mean, the lie was actually better before because it's such a like a jumping off point to say, well, look how stupid the moon landing is. Then people are like, well, what about this other stuff? And
Going to the moon was about the Cold War. It was about developing technology, right? It's like bringing space into reality. Remember, they just were able to build planes. You know, they're trying to fool people that space is real. Kubrick releases a movie. Why do all NASA videos and evidence look like a freaking Kubrick movie? Right? That's where the aesthetics of NASA comes from. This is how space was presented to the world. That is crazy, man. I'm telling you. That's like, whoa, these guys are crazy. Wow, this is like a movie, like a real movie, man. People are really crazy.
It
Like
is a movie. It is a movie, Bong.
Yep.
That's the point.
Yeah.
And I don't believe in nuclear weapons either. I think that were all bullshit too.
Yeah, like Dr. Strangelove, that was like the reefer madness of the day.
Exactly.
They're all gonna worship the mark.
Yeah, and all the music at that time too, like psychedelic thing was going on, and what were they singing about? Space, funk, space, psychedelic, funk, space, music, space. It's always about aliens and like in space.
Oh, you mean the movies? You mean the movies are all space? What are you saying?
Because talking about demons, because before music, like, oh, that's demonic music. But if you talk about aliens, it doesn't sound as demonic, even though it's singing the same thing. You're talking to other, like Adele or these pop stars. You know how they sing to aliens? Like okay.
Yeah, a lot of the new age stuff.
Dragon.
A lot of the new age
Dragons.
stuff, like Emerson, like
Katy
knowing
Perry.
that, like the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, "We Are Stardust," like the song about Woodstock,
Yep. It was the reefer madness of its day.
There was that Katy Perry song with Kanye where she talked about, you're an extraterrestrial or something. Remember that one?
Yeah, got a bunch of them. She has a bunch where she's singing about extraterrestrials. We know
Wow.
that she's talking to.
Really? What a strange crew! What a strange crew that is.
And like, if you listen to these songs though, with the knowledge that the space propaganda, the lyrics, they're not just all garbage. There's hidden meaning, like to brainwash us, even in those songs. It's crazy.
Esoteric. Yeah, that's what it is. And repetition. Go ahead.
What he just said is absolutely true. They have subliminal messaging. Sesame Street, let alone NASA.
Yeah. Movies about space and aliens, right? With big ass industry, music.
Right. Independence Day, that was like when I was young, that was a huge movie. Oh, Men in Black was also, they're all alien movies. I mean, everything's friggin' you get like, I used to like those movies. I even still, I guess I don't really like Independence Day anymore, but or Men in Black. And actually those were both Will Smith, weren't they? They both Will Smith and both aliens.
And Star Wars, Phantom Menace.
Yep.
The
Well,
90s.
the value changes. Before you watched it for entertainment value, but when you wake up, you watch it for information value, for investigation value, because they're brainwashing people with their lore slash
Yeah, very good word.
ideology,
Yes,
philosophy.
lore.
Yeah. So they're teaching people using movies, using songs, and songs are very repetitive. Pop songs, it has to be repetitive to be and it has to be catchy. You know what I mean? People don't
Yeah,
know what they're saying.
exploiting the beauty of music and rhetorical and poetic speech by hyper emphasizing the repetition so as to inculcate and indoctrinate, not to give you something to delight in self-consciously.
Yeah, and actually they do that via the emotional buttons. They know which sounds and which lyrics create, but push these emotional buttons, different ones, and people that are able to be, they're actually controlling people that way.
Emotional manipulation.
You gotta admit though, that the fact that the vacuum of space is a wonderful fictional setting.
One very awful sense when you critically think about it.
It's where inspiration comes.
Fictional, emphasis on the fictional part.
On the demons. The demons
comes from space. Right? Muses. The muses?
Yeah. The muses.
They come from space, from outer space.
Yeah. So once you use your own discernment, then they're in trouble.
If you are an ancient Greek Epicurean, yeah.
I had a question. I'm new. I'm pretty new. What's the conversation right now?
How they pushed space into outer space and the globe Earth, into how they launched it into the public as a real hard since the moon landing. Like why the moon landing?
I have another question.
How they pushed the.
Do you guys know? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say they pushed the ACP, the academic cosmic paradigm, I call it, and not just space, but the whole worldview in itself, the whole enchilada. We live in a vacuum, the sky vacuum, flying around on a ball, and there's potential ETs, including extraterrestrial, exoplanetary, xenoplanetary, alien life. The whole thing.
Fallen angels.
How they push that in pop culture and entertainment.
Yo, Gregory, you remember from a while back? It's Ron.
Ron! Hey, Ron!
Dude, I've been looking for you for almost like 5 months, and then I finally found you. And then I was also looking for a guy named the EXO. My other account got hacked. Yeah, man. Y'all blessed. Y'all blessed.
The EXO hasn't been here.
Blessed.
We miss the EXO. Shout out to EXO, man.
Yeah. Yeah, blessed. Do you guys know his account?
Yeah, I think it's the same.
Yeah, I can't find it. My account got hacked.
He has his whole
own
new server now. He has his own server. You could find him there, definitely.
Can I get an invite, perhaps? Maybe.
Let me see if I can find it.
I didn't even know he's got his own servers, but he's got a YouTube channel too. You could find information on that as well. But yeah, my entire life got hacked by the government.
Around a flat earth,
you laugh now, but until it happens to you, I would wait until after, because those who laugh last, laugh best.
Ron, what'd you say?
Hey,
said what?
Give him the flat earther rule. Ron?
Said what?
You asking Gregory?
Who's asking me a question?
Yeah, is Ron a flat earther?
Yes. Could have asked Ron, but
I'll give him the role. No, I wanted you to vouch for him. Thanks.
Oh, yes.
I'm a flat
welcome to the
earther.
server, Ron. Yeah, man.
I'm a flat earther, and I'm also a little bit the inner earth in there too.
I'm a true earther. I'm also just earther. You call me E.
Man,
as opposed to a star or a mooner or a sunner or a skyer or a clouder.
or a Marser.
Well, vacuum.
Prefer to be called a level earther. I'll have nothing less. I insist on it.
Yeah, we're just talking about how they use music real hard. You know how it's emotional, and it kind of opens you right up for hypnotism.
I have a question.
Once you found the root lie, all the other lies don't matter. You just got to tear down the root lie.
I got a question for everybody. You guys don't mind me asking?
Shoot. No, you cannot ask a single question. Be silent. No, I'm joking.
It's only for the woman. But I was gonna ask, what are the main points you guys use to debunk the rounders?
No curvature.
Circle dinner table.
No axial rotation detection.
You can have a round dinner table where it's round but flat.
Yeah, he already knows it. And gas pressure without a container.
Have you guys had
when you say round, it's almost like you're asking a trick question. When in reality,
not necessarily.
you're limited to either sphere or ball. You can't say round. You can have something round and flat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a trick question. It just depends on which way you take the word round. Are you going to take round in the sense of sphere or round in the sense of circular plane?
Yeah, I'll say water. Water's a very good one. And it's only one word. Water.
And it only means one thing. Water.
Or
and Ron, you already know this.
You could go 2 words, sea level.
Ron, you already know this premise. You know, the what you have to tell the whole
I heard the EXO went from the flat Earth to the water Earth. Like complete water, I think he said like Atlantis.
Did you say again?
I said the EXO. I heard the EXO has been debating you guys on how he believes the whole Earth is water, as in like kind of like Atlantis. I think that's what I heard.
I've heard that till now.
Okay.
Well, how much water is there here compared to how
clue.
much land? And we know there's water underneath. Well, we're told there's water below and water above. So what's not about it?
I mean, if he's gonna say that, that's like stretching the conception of Atlantis to a ridiculous, absurd end that even the occultists would laugh and sneer at.
I'm not an occultist.
There is more water. There is more water than there is land.
Do we not live in a water world? Is it not all encompassing? Water is surrounded by water.
Maybe it was done on purpose.
How could you navigate based on triangulation if the Earth was a sphere?
That's another point.
If you're going to use triangulation to navigate, how could you do that if the Earth was a sphere?
You couldn't do it, and they certainly could not have done it 500 years ago without very complex mathematics that they weren't even using back then.
Yeah, you can go back to the early American military with the Loran project, and they used triangulation for GPS. Most people don't know that. Most flat earthers don't.
Loran is a line of sight, transmission, and they've been using it up to 1,200 miles. If I could be stand corrected, possibly since World War II, since mid to late 40s.
On what the curve would allow. Like you can't have triangle and a curve at the same time.
Yeah, but the point
triangulation.
is not. Well, but the point is not to prove flat Earth, right? It's already flat. Like everyone, the point is to prove this claim, this claim of a curvature, right? That has to do with the radius, a certain radius, a very small one, and that
You
curvature
don't have to
should
phrase
be
it that
very
way because that.
obvious anywhere. Yeah, it should be very obvious. But that's the
Well,
point, right? You got to focus on that. But
it isn't wise to phrase it that way because we do have a burden to prove, and we sustain that burden to carry it. It's the globers that don't carry it. They can't carry it.
An area is if the base area is flat. That's the only way you can triangulate an area. Because you don't get triangles with curves.
Well, and you've seen the Air Force thing where it says make sure you assume a flat Earth when you're flying a plane because otherwise it won't work.
Oh yeah, there's
that's what I mean.
Documents that
So many government documents saying that.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
The only way to triangulate is by your base being flat, because you could turn the triangle as long as the base is flat. Otherwise, you don't have a triangle.
I mean, that's another point that we addressed. I mean, the globalists hanging themselves. We appeal to their words and what they do to debunk their globe ACT.
The only way you can triangulate an area is if the area is on its nature. You can have hills and valleys, but at its base level, the foundation is if it's flat.
I mean, that's like one of the greatest ways to hang someone by their own words is because when globalist is arguing against flat earther and the globalist simultaneously holds that the earth is a globe in the ACT and is a flat earth, that's an obvious, what scholars call a dialectical tension. It's an obvious self-contradictory position to hold. My cosmology, the ACT, is true, and another cosmological paradigm that is contrary to it is also true. Hello. What make it make sense?
Yeah, even the Romans, when it come to warfare, they triangulated their area. Like even clear back to, like, I mean, it's obvious that there was people before the Romans, but even clear back to the Romans, they understood that you could triangulate the earth.
Triangulation is easy and it works. I mean, that's why they've used it for so long.
Yeah.
And the retort, like I believe you're familiar on, like the retort is that, it makes the math simpler. Okay. It makes the math simpler, you said. So this mathematical paragraph, let's call it, these equations, which is supposed to be substantiated by the a posteriori data, the empirical data, is just simpler when you establish these premises that it's a flat stationary non-rotating plane. But really, that simplification, that mathematical simplification, which is supposed to be a flat stationary non-rotating Earth, is supposed to be substantiated by this globe flying around in the vacuum. Okay, a simplified false knowledge claim is still a false knowledge claim. You haven't helped the situation.
That's like saying it's simpler to operate a boat, right? If you just assume it's a boat and not a car.
Or if you assume it's a car.
Right? Like it'll be easier if you just take the boat as a boat, right? Just operate it like a boat. Don't think of it as a car. It's not an airplane, it's a boat. Okay, like you know what I mean?
These equations that are supposed to correspond to reality, we simplify it by saying that the reality is the very opposite of what we say it is.
Right.
It's not the reality is the opposite. It's the reality is in a different. So you got to treat the carriage in a different.
I got one. I got a good one. Let's say we're playing pool, right? And you keep missing your shots because you keep thinking, right, that it's a ball the table is a ball. And then I tell you, look, it's a lot simpler if you think it as a plane. Okay? Angles will make sense. And just think of it as a plane and not a ball. And then you start imagining that this pool table, is a plane and not a ball. You start setting your angles a certain way because planes, right? It was like, oh shit, it is simpler. It does work. I mean, I know it appears to be a table, right? But we all know it's a ball. But if you just assume and work with it like a plane, it's a lot simpler. It's like, wow, noise.
Yeah, the math, everything changes because what we're measuring on and what we're living on, what we're driving our boats on, or whatever. That's why we do the math that way. That's why, like, imagine. So all of a sudden, it's like, wait, we've been sailing, all these years using triangulation, or I guess star travel, looking where the star is, and we've measured that, and it's always been the same. But now we got to throw all that away because people said that, we're now rotating the sun and we're on a ball, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, not gonna work.
It's almost like they're saying it's okay to just trust my eyes and accept what I'm seeing for what it is. It's like, oh, no, sure, okay then. Looks like a plane, so I guess it is a plane.
But it's like, throw out everything you know, right?
Are you saying it's like blind faith?
Saying it's a lot simpler and it works if I just imagine that I'm flying over a plane and not a ball. That's all I'm saying. I'm just a pilot. I just fly planes. Just shoot pool balls. I don't know anything about curving tape. But all I'm saying it works.
Think of how everything is measured. Like, for instance, you're talking about boats and how they travel. Well, when you're on the boat itself, you're traveling. You have what's akin to a speedometer, but it's a knot meter. So you go in knots per hour, but you could just use miles per hour to make it simplified. Just let's say you're going miles per hour. Well, all of those distances are in a linear fashion because what you're actually doing is while you're traveling every so often, like maybe once an hour, you're going on the chart on the nav table and you're drawing the line of your actual motion. It's usually a straight line until you find out differently. And most of the times, if you're near the coast, you're using landmarks to triangulate your way coastally that way. That's like a triangle laid down on its side. It still requires a flat horizontal. So when you're traveling, you're marking out with straight lines with a ruler a certain amount of distance. You have a compass and you have it set to 6 nautical miles per hour or whatever you're traveling on the legend on the chart, right? Well, the chart itself is actually mimicking the surface of the water. It's flat as well. And then when you find a location on the map, like let's say a piece of land, those don't move, by the way. You can locate them with your compass to find the angle they are from your heading. So now you have your heading in a certain direction on a straight line, and you have an angle going off to some landmark. Those two lines come together. That's going to be the closest approximation to your actual location because it's on a horizontal. Now, can you imagine what difficulty you would have if you were trying to calculate where you were on a curved surface from that object? Think about that. It would be nearly impossible. Because if you were 100 yards further north, you would also be a certain amount of distance downward as well, or vice versa, any other direction. I'll yield the floor.
Yeah, I do have to comment on something I had QE say about Sexton and the elevation angle. He did say that it's a measurement, not a calculation. If I shout out Brian's logic and his video about the speed of light, or as Brian would say it, light, then that was also not measured. The two-way speed of light is a calculation. So have they just done this across the board?
Yep. So what is actually so damning? What is actually so damning to the globe about these things? The sextant or coastal navigation, like I was talking about. There's a couple other things as well. Is that that's the way it's actually done. Think about the words. It's actually done that way. They don't get that part that they want to avoid the part that this is how it's actually done successfully. They want to say, oh, well, you could do it like this. If you imagine real hard, you could do it like this.
Elevation angle equals latitude or altitude. Or you could even call, if it's the one that's calling you out, you could call it attitude. But elevation angle is based off the horizontal, just like all angles. You don't get an angle without.
Mm-hmm. And then, see, to kill it even further, when you have those circles of equal elevation, and you have 3 of them intersecting. Now, if you had 3 circles, they cannot be equal elevation on a sphere, period. So you've lost your horizontal. Now you've lost your equal elevation for those circles that intersect, that are supposed to be, that are actually showing you where you are located on the chart. Craziness.
You cannot get an angle without a horizontal or a vertical.
Well, first you gotta accept that the motion and the movement of the stars, sun, and moon on your heliocentric model is so perfect that it's doing what it's doing. In other words, you have to accept an impossible model first. So I think we got to talk about that first, right? Before we even talk about navigating on a ball. You know what I mean? It's like, wait, how are these all in such perfect order, though? What kind of model is this?
The only way to navigate a sphere is with landmarks. You would have to have landmarks.
Well, you could do spherical math. It just would be just incredibly difficult. I mean, I or even impossible, I'm sure, in a lot of situations, but just go 1 mile somewhere and you're calculating 300 pages of math or something.
You can't use angles, man, to navigate a sphere.
Well, yeah, what you'd have to do, because every slice, instead of being a line, would be an arc, right? So there you have to do some sort of arc math. I mean, I don't know exactly how you do it, but there wouldn't be straight lines. Or maybe even 3 arcs, right, instead of 3 straight lines.
You can't do 2 straight lines. You can't get a 45. You can't get a 90 without 2 straight lines.
Straight lines wouldn't exist.
Yeah, but I'm saying to do the globe math, I mean, it would be possible. You couldn't use triangulation. You'd have to use some other math.
I mean, that's what you're on.
I don't think species would ever evolve to have the intelligence, nimbleness, right?
If you have a horizontal, vertical.
I don't think such creatures or species like ourselves would have evolved on such a surface to have the capacity to ask such questions or even to do anything. I think any kind of life on such a surface, I wouldn't try and assume what it would be like, but I don't think humans would be would evolve from such a place, where the ground is round. I mean, it's curving, and you don't know what a straight line is. That's what I'm trying to say. Like on globes, people don't know what straight lines are. Like it doesn't exist. Why would you need a straight line on a globe? Where would you get a straight line from? What, you're going to use water on a globe? You're going to try to, the water is curving on a globe. You don't know what a straight line, you don't know what level is.
Okay, folks. So here it is. So where we're at is right now, we first of all, and wait till I'm finished, we first of all have bludgeoned the globe using the sextant. First of all, they've lost the horizontal plane. So that's first. Now, secondly, we bludgeoned them once again on a secondary time with the circles of equal elevation. They're bludgeoned again with that one. Now, what I'm presenting to you is where we're at the third bludgeoning of the globe with nautical celestial navigation, with the fact that the nautical almanacs that have the stars' zeniths and angles in them are printed in ink. They're static. Do you get the profundity of that?
Why do you
They're
sound so muffled for me,
static.
Sonny?
So listen.
Why do you sound so muffled to me?
Go ahead. Say it again.
Why do you sound so muffled to me?
I'm using a headset. I don't know. Maybe it's too far. Is that better? I don't know. Should I be closer like that?
That is a bit better.
Check.
It might be me.
It's not that bad. It's a little muffled, but it's okay.
You sound clear as day. Oh, it's much
Okay. How's that when I'm closer? When it's closer, or
that's
maybe
better.
That's better. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, did you guys get that 3-step bludgeoning of the globe with celestial navigation? 1, no horizontal plane. 2, no circles of equal elevation. And 3, the nautical almanacs are written in ink. They're printed. They're static. They don't move. Therefore, if you're on a surface and you're 100 yards further over to the northeast, let's say, right? How are you going to know the exact place where the angle is going to be correct because you're on a surface that has dropped down from the original location? You get that? Any deviation, that's going to change the whole thing on a horizontal plane. Not true. You just move. You have a different elevation angle, period. You look that up in the almanac. Oh, that one crosses here. Okay, great. Now you go to the next one. See what I mean? So this is how profound this is. This 3 steps of the globe is it's over with just celestial navigation on these 3 points alone. There's probably more. So I would suggest everybody look into it a little bit deeper.
I agree. Shout out 10th man. I mean, what a dude. It's a very positive claim for Flat Earth as well.
There's no way to have a 45-degree angle to Polaris if the vertical to Polaris is not straight, or if the horizontal that the vertical is based off of is not straight. There's no way to get an angle without 2 straight lines. So you can't say that the Earth is curved while saying that the star is billions of light years out there, when it must require, if the star was billions of light years out there, the ground must be underneath it at the point of measurement in order to get the angle. The ground cannot not be there without the angle. If the star is light years, billions of light years away, so should the plane, the horizontal. Otherwise, you can't get the angle. Like, it's as simple as that.
So what we're dealing with the Globers is not a complaint from them. What we're dealing with them is a fundamental imaginary presupposition that something could be done some other way than what I'm saying, for instance. So the only thing you're going up against is their imagination, because they can't show you one single instance of where someone has navigated using the method that they're trying to state or claim. You got that? Keep that one in your pocket, yeah.
And you'd think with like those super speed jets, I mean, they definitely almost every second or something, because they're going the speed of sound or something like that, they'd be dipping their nose every 2 seconds.
Dude, You sound clear as day to me. I mean, what sort of headset are you using? Is that a microphone?
I'm using microphone.
Oh, dude. That's where it's at, obviously. Shit, you sound great.
Thank you.
Wait, while I'm shouting people out, this guy, Trinity, I don't know the guy's name. I wish I did. He's a brilliant dude. His YouTube channel's called The Trinities. And I like me some street activism as well. Oh, when he's shouting up and down the street saying, the corporations, oh, the corporations, the dead are telling the living what to do. And then he talked a lot about the thing we can't really talk about, but everyone's getting it. Because there were a lot of masked people walking past him at the time, you see. Anyway, if anybody knows what this guy's name is, let me know.
If it's all based on angles, how the hell do you get an angle?
No. The angles, that just makes it because the math is easy. Like if you're out on the ocean, especially in the old days, you're going to want to be able to figure out where you are fast so you don't either end up, because you might die. Like you're not going to have food, you're not going to have helicopters to save you. You got to do math that's going to save your life.
But the way to figure out where you're at is based off angles.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying to switch that to some crazy curve math, which most people might not even be able to do, or might have been invented actually probably for a long time.
Yeah, you can only discern if your GPS goes out when you're out at sea. All you can do is the stars and the horizon.
Right, if you can't see any land.
That's all you can do is just, I'm going to follow this star. Fuck it. I'm going to follow that star. But you're only going to follow it based off the horizon.
Or if you've got star charts or something, you could use that to possibly figure out where you are from that. But
how could you follow it without an angle? Like you have to have an angle to the star.
That's
right.
That's That's pretty much what the almanacs are. They pretty much are star charts, but they're just written. They're just printed.
But you can't have an angle.
Their locations and times and angles.
Vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, you need the sextant to measure the angles to the stars, and you use the horizon for that, I think, too.
That's it.
Yes.
The only way.
So don't let the Globers try to tell you that they'll try to explain to us because they're going to teach us, apparently. They're going to try to say that the purpose of the whole thing is, guess what? To measure the distance to the star. Where in navigation on the ocean, on the high seas, are you out there measuring the distance to the star? Please. I almost fell off my chair.
They're that committed. That's the thing about flat Earth, the globe Earth. Globe Earthers actually admit using angles. Yet there's only one way to get an angle, and that's not with a sphere. You cannot get an angle with a sphere. It's not going to work.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say something about the video on YouTube that Andy Hold My Beer just posted. So, Andy, I hope you can hear me.
Dude, I'm listening.
Yeah, so like earlier this morning, I was just taking a minute to hand out like 10 or 12 or so cards in front of this grocery store next to this restaurant that I was like waiting for an order for. So I was like, just giving it a little more time for him to work on it. So I was like, I'll just go and hand out some cards. So I walk up to people and I tell them the earth is flat or tell them the earth is not a ball, just directly to them with a regular tone of voice. And I don't have a YouTube account set up in a way where I can even like post comments. I think I have to like set up an account in a different way to do that. And I don't have contact with this guy, but if you're in contact with him, you should really tell him, like, just yelling things out to a crowd random facts, even if they're true facts, just yelling random facts out to a crowd like that. Like, I don't think he's gonna get any. Like, I mean, he'll get some people, but like, I think most people just will view him as just a crazy person because, like, instinctively, even I myself, automatically assume that most people with a bullhorn downtown in Portland, Oregon, where I live, most people with a bullhorn, just because of my own experience, when I actually listen to most people, not everyone, but most people with a bullhorn, like, they're just yelling stupid nonsense. So it's like I don't even try to listen to him to begin with. So I just want to tell him, like, like, if you can, send the message to him, like, just speak with a regular tone of voice and just hand people cards or whatever. But like yelling random true, even if they're true facts out to a crowd, like, you're not gonna get many people that way.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and you're right. Most people, I included, would be like, "Oh, who the fuck?" But if you watch the video a bit more, it does go. He's got a little stand set up, and he has got flyers, and he does talk to people in a regular way. Also, if you just watch the video a bit longer. Anyway, I was going to write him a message inviting him on here. I think we should, if that's okay. I don't even know. I have no juice here.
Oh, I would say absolutely do so.
Hey, I can't see the voice text or for this channel if you guys have a voice text. Is there a way to get the voice text this channel?
What's your name?
What?
What's your name?
What? That's my name. Sorry.
Oh, what? Right, sorry, okay.
Let me hook you up. Sorry about that. Hold up, 1 second.
That says a lot.
Oh, you got no roles, man. Jeez.
I had this name, but I lost my old account, or I can't get in right now. I was trying to get in. I don't even know what email it's under. So
here we go. You should be able to see it now.
Yay.
Right above the live stream.
Thank you.
Yeah, right above the live stream.
Yeah.
Yep. No worries.
Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Thank you.
I was gonna say you could stand around with your own stand and be like, "Would you like to try a new product?" Well, what's flatter? Hello, sir. Would you like to try our new product?
I'm handing out samples of the truth for free. Would you like to try a sample?
Right. That sounds more inviting now, doesn't it? It's like, oh, free, cool. Crap. Cool.
The thing is when you're looking at individuals and handing them cards and telling them that the earth is flat, you can tell very quickly whether or not, even just by their facial expression, like even with just like the 12 or so people I handed cards out today, like the people who didn't take the cards and were just like, oh, no, care. Like you could see it in their face, like straight up characters from Idiocracy. I mean, these people are like truly just fluoride brain dead mongoloids. I mean, that's what a lot of people are. They just are brain dead mongoloids. But when it came to the people that actually took the card, like even when they didn't really say much to me or even didn't say anything to me, they actually just took the card from my hand and just carried on walking with it or putting it in their pocket, like you could just tell they were not brain dead mongoloids. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, like just yelling stuff out to a crowd, the people that aren't brain dead mongoloids, they're not really going to get what you're there standing. They're not really going to get what you're there doing if you're just yelling out to a crowd. But if you like individually walk up to them and try to hand them a card, like if they ignore you, then whatever, they're stupid. Ignore them. Don't worry about them. Stupid people be stupid. Don't worry about that. Haters be haters. Whatever. But the people that can critically think, good for them.
Yeah, you know how I tell if somebody's a normal person or not? Well, they look kind of normal. The ones that don't look very normal, what do they look like, you might ask? And what I think is most of the time they look to me like they're disturbed about something, man. They got a cold sweat. They look kind of nervous. They got beady eyes. They're shifty. Seems to be just the common attributes.
I gotta say though, I've convinced both my parents at least the moon landings are faked, and they grew up through them. They actually watched them on TV and everything.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm happy. I was happy about that. Like my dad was holding out for a while, but my mom went with it pretty quickly. But they don't want to take the full flat Earth jump, obviously. But
They're all aboard the fifth word train.
I don't want to get on the flat Earth thing because I'm too busy on the lemur trail, following the lemurs off the edge of the ball. But thanks again, honey.
I think if you live long enough, and there's a certain point where it's probably hard to even think about changing.
Yeah, I don't want to give someone a heart attack, if you know what I mean. Like my poor mom. Like I don't think she could take much more.
I don't think you can give anybody here a heart attack, man.
The moon landings were so bad. They were terrible. Why did they think they would stand up at all? Like they just like, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna just like, and we're never gonna say anything. We're just gonna do it, and that's it. That's all our plan is. Now they're talking about, they go, we're gonna have, because they're going back. They go, we're gonna have first woman on the moon, first person of color. They got all these people lined up now.
Remember, they already had it.
And they go, it was delayed due to a certain sickness that was going around, but you know, they're still on it. They're really, I mean, they haven't gotten the new rocket off the ground either. That you know, none of it's happening, but they're gonna go, like even maybe next year.
They could wait 3.
You mean pretend to go? But I must say, you might be right. And even with the whole identity politics angle you just illustrated, you might even be right about that. But I sincerely doubt it, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because people would critique it too much. People would be too critical of it. Too many people would be too critical of it. I don't think they'd be able to cover up the fact that it'd be fake. If they tried to fake the moon landing again, I don't think they'd be able to very easily cover up the fact that it's faked today, as they would back in, say, 1969.
So they could do it in 69. They just can't do it now.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna, well, if you think about it, they live streamed it, right? They supposedly live streamed it from the moon. So I was saying if they live stream it again, they would probably have to take questions like from people on Earth, like they do on the ISS thing, supposedly. But so people are like, oh, we'll turn on your camera so we can see the stars this time, and just see what they do then.
Well, think about it this way too. Like, so say they tell us that they went to the moon and landed there 3 times in the 60s and the 70s. But like, if they go back there, if they claim to go back there, and then make a public spectacle of it, people would ask like, oh well, are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? Like, what I'm saying is, it gets I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think it would get the quote unquote Globers' hopes up, higher than they want to get them up. Like they want to keep the vacuum of space alive in people's minds, but they don't want them to think that it's a place they're ever going to go to realistically in their lifetime. They just want them to accept it as a real place in their minds, but never actually think, oh yeah, I'm going to really go to space. I mean, yeah, they kind of want you to think that, but they don't want you to think that with the expectations that are like truly sincere. Like, call it half-ass expectations. They want Globers to have half-ass expectations for going to the vacuum of space. Like, oh yeah, it's possible. People have already done it, and yeah, we're going to do it in the future. Oh no, probably not for many years. No. Sign up for a decade or 2 or 2 decades or 3 decades. They want to keep them like that.
You realize everything you said was based off what they want you to think, and you even said it in both predicaments.
Yeah, I'm talking about the dismal mind of a glober and the propaganda that affects their brain, their mind.
Like,
yeah.
Just glober, it's just people in general.
No, yeah, how could they act? There's no way in the modern age, and I agree with you. I think they're going to keep saying it's going to be a year next year, whatever. I don't think, I mean, there's no plans to refake this thing. They're going to draw this out. They're going to keep doing global events, to coin a phrase there, but they're going to keep doing all these events, and they're like, oh, that's going to delay it another 5 years, and the budget's like.
Well, this is a long, endless list of excuses, and I think a lot of the other tyrannies. I mean, it's a guess, but I would just guess that a lot of it, at least, has to do with just distracting us from things that are more relevant, like the Earth being flat.
What's on your flyer, Orion?
So it's a QR code with the name of the Discord server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 at the top of the QR code, and then below it, on the QR code, it says 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube, so people know how to find us on YouTube. And then the words that I put on the side next to it are just simply, the Earth is flat and stationary, and then the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, in parentheses, air pressure, is a container.
Yeah, but if you go on to shit like that where it becomes science proves things, now you're the fool.
It's physics, not science.
If you're the smart one, you're the fool now.
Wait, what?
Like in reality, you'd be smart for doing that. But when it comes to living, you're a dumbass for doing that.
James, you've done this with 2 or 3 other topics, and now you're doing it with this topic. You're being nonsensical, and I swear at this point, I feel like you might be doing it on purpose. I really kind of wonder if you're even doing this on purpose, James. I don't know what you're trying to do. Just put yourself on mute and listen until you have something very important to say, and then say it.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody's shooting, pulling the trigger on the same thing, even though the same thing is not working.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Right, so it's like, how are you gonna?
I don't even know what you mean by that. You said pulling the trigger on something. What are you talking about?
Well, it's like everybody's about flat Earth, right? And I am too, but the way they're doing it is only hurting it. It's not helping it; it's hurting.
Who are you talking about?
I
think you've been drinking, dude. You should put yourself on mute.
No, I'm talking about everybody, man. Do you think flat Earth has been helped? You think it's getting more popular?
Yeah. In the city that I live in, just outside of Portland, yeah, I definitely say so. I've run into people that have read the stickers I stick on light posts.
How many people in this server? 25,000 more?
I'll be. If that's the case, I'll be quiet. I'll shut up. My bad.
Thanks. Anyway, I just invited that fella on. His name's Dave. That's all I know. And he's got a beautiful South African accent, which I also like, because I can pretend to do my terrible African accent, which just comes from Lethal Weapon 2, basically. We can all have a go if you like. Brown bread, white bread. Go on, have a go yourself. It's fun. When you say white, you have to say white bread.
That's actually why I listening to Flat Earth Solar.
Solar's awesome.
South African accent.
Every time he comes on Nathan's show, and he's so calming as well. Yeah, I completely agree. And that show needs a calming voice. and it's beautiful. Completely agree.
Why is it so quiet? You guys told me to be quiet. Come on.
We're waiting for you to speak, James.
You stood me up. I was corrected. I stood down. Come on. People talk.
Keep in mind, James, I didn't tell you to be quiet. I told you to not make issues out of things that aren't issues. And when you have something important to say, by all means, say it.
You was right about what you said, man. That's all I'm saying.
He had a couple of beers, James.
I remember James back when he was Predator. That was a long time ago, though.
Oh.
I'm still. I just have a different name with the icon.
I've always had a distrust for people with two first names. Sorry, I'm not. That's not. That's more on me than you.
I only had a first and a middle and the last. and a suffix.
Wait. I don't mind middle names. I'm just saying that if someone had two first names as their name, that as their full name. I mean,
Yeah, my full name looks like something out of an Elizabethan novel or something, but it's not. And we're probably must have been downcast as a family a long time ago. That's probably why I don't have anything. Just kidding. I have a lot more actually than probably most of anybody else has ever had. I have the best. In a meager way.
Either way, I go back to like 2013.
Were you on the first one too? I was briefly on the first one.
You're back in Google Hangouts.
No.
Oh yeah, no, not that one.
I was on ODD live chat. When ODD live chat, I had already started my own Flat Earth channel on YouTube. I've had it for 5 years. But I didn't find the Discord, Flat Earth Discord, this until it'll be 2 years ago this month, probably right around now. I think it's like August 18th or something. So no, I didn't see the first one.
Were you Sonny, were you Turnip or is that a different guy? Your voice sounds very similar.
Nope, always been Sonny.
Oh, okay. There's this other guy, Turnip, I used to see on here.
I go clear back to where the topic being discussed today is what I was saying clear back in fucking 2012. Like the things I got laughed at, mocked, and ridiculed for are the things that are being talked about today. And that's on record. I don't have to just say it. It's on record. It's on recording. Like you can't get an angle without two straight lines. That went clear back to 2013. That's what I was saying back then, and every flat earther was laughing. My own teammates was laughing at
you saying that in 2013? That's wild. I didn't hear that argument until like 2020. I think.
I go beyond Jim Panda. I go clear back to Richard. I go back to fucking people you wouldn't even know.
Perhaps you're right.
Yeah, it's the same old James. I just used to be like the gentleman said earlier. I just be known as Predator.
Ugh.
Yeah, everything I'm saying, everything flat earthers are saying today, I said like fucking 10 years ago. You can't have an angle. You can't get an angle without a vertical and horizontal. Shit like that. It used to be laughed at even by flat earthers.
Oh,
Flat earthers
are you a sailor then, or something?
Yeah, I'm not trying to take credit or anything. I'm just saying, like, what's being said today in the flat earth community, I said like 5-6 years ago.
Well, no, I'm just saying that I'm very much a land animal. I'd never even heard of a sextant until I heard it on Nathan Oakley's show. So
The sextant back then. But what I said back then is you can't get an angle without two straight lines, which is the sextant.
And yeah, and then they came out with the G Odyssey idiots with the warbled plumb lines. they got the bendy warping plumb lines, like as if.
Yeah, like.
Well, and you know how on the sort of main map people see in classrooms and stuff, the flat map, they're saying that the continents are all the wrong size because it was flattened out from a globe or it doesn't work and stuff. And so everything we see in school, they're telling us that's not right. And then if you look at the globe, that's not right. So we're given even they're even telling us we're not even seeing what we're supposed to be seeing for that. Like
It's almost like everything that was once was said is ignored, so they can make it sound like they're the ones that said it. It's like Fox News and CNN. It's like flat Earth and spherical Earth. As long as I've been around, is the same thing. CNN and Fox. It's like it's the same thing.
What if you could take all of your sailing, your nautical charts? 1 second.
Well, it's just grabbing a certain attention span of people, right? And working on those people.
So what I said. What if you could take, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that makes it so much worse.
What if you could take all your nautical charts after sailing, let's say, across the Pacific Ocean, then across the Indian Ocean, then across, to like South of Africa, and then back up across the Atlantic, and then put all of those together around a north central, and get an idea because of the scale. If you could lay those out on a completely flat floor, and you could accurately there's ways of doing it. Artists do this all the time. How they put things in boxes and make sure everything fits in the box. So you could do flooring that way to where you would know like exactly if you're off a fraction of an inch in this or that direction. Of course, you would have some tolerance, but you'll get a better idea of what we're actually dealing with as far as what distances are, let's say, between those locations like I talked about.
You could only do that using triangulation.
Well,
no, I know I know what you're saying, but like, so for example, as far as I understand it with the flat Earth, even we don't know the correct Antarctica data. Like I've heard one person cite that there is a measurement from like 1800s, which is triple what we're given.
Yeah.
The
only way you angle to a star is by a vertical and a horizontal.
So he's talking about the routes, the routes from even Magellan, Captain Cook, and Captain Ross. All three of those, they say they logged more than
Have a vertical and horizontal. In order to use the stars, they had to have their horizontal and vertical.
That would only make sense on the horizontal. Those extra distances, like 69,000 miles by Captain Cook, even if you take a third of that distance off for when he went slightly north, then even if he took a third, it's still more than like twice as much distance as the so-called equator is supposed to be.
That's what I'm saying, though. They used flat measurement angles to tell you you're on a sphere.
To know you're on a flat. Not to know you're on a sphere.
Aliens. The only way you believe in aliens is if you believe you're in a world you're not in.
Exactamente.
Yeah, once you realize the world you're in, you realize that aliens is a bunch of bullshit. Navigation is absolutely real.
Yeah.
And the only way to navigate is with two straight lines.
The alien shit is whack.
So, what is the purpose? I still don't fully understand this, and it's probably something I think about more than anything else. What is the purpose of just confusing everybody all the time? I mean, you could say, okay, it's for power, they're controlling people, but like just having everybody confused all day, what's the point of this?
Hey, wait. Can you hold on to that question for just a second? I just want to quickly say something about the aliens thing. So what I just said a few minutes ago about the moon landing and how, I highly doubt that they would fake it again because they need to keep the Globers' hope in their mind alive about it while keeping their expectations low about it, because they can't actually go there. There's no such thing as a vacuum space. So when it comes to this aliens thing, I just want to point out that they're doing exactly the same strategy. It's a clever strategy. It's very clever strategy with the aliens. So they might say, oh, look, we found these rocks. We found these rocks on Mars, and they had some fossils in them, and these fossils they showed that that there was bacteria living there, and so it's fossils from bacteria. Oh my gosh, there's evidence that there was life in other places of the universe. So they keep your expectations low as far as actually meeting a quote unquote alien, life form, blah blah blah, green or gray, whatever the hell. They keep your expectations low, but then they keep the idea alive in the minds of globe believers by by saying, oh yeah, like there's these fossils and it's on the planet Mars and it's just, all that shit. So it's the same concept applied to a different part of the story of the vacuum of space. But yeah, sorry. What was your question again? Like, why would they lie to people about that? Was it a why would they lie question?
No, what you were saying actually falls right into that because that's what they're doing. They're keeping us they're feeding us sort of what's the best way to say it? Like small nuggets where it's like we're gonna see aliens. We live on a globe, but they don't fully explain how that works. And then this is what we're seeing on TV, and then that makes sense. And so there's constant feeding on multiple fronts as you got it, whether it's aliens, whether it's confusion of where we live. They're just feeding us stuff constantly, and it's just to keep us confused for some reason.
Well, they want you to think you're a big fish while at the same time in a small pond.
I mean, maybe raise us up to being, to where each of us is more important. Although, if we're just a dot in space, as they say, then we're also nothing. So, I mean, it's a confusion tactic. They're never telling us like, okay, you take two lines and then here's where you are. Like, then we could all say, oh, we can all do that. We can all see where we are. No, it's never like that. It's like they're just feeding us stuff all the time.
Well, you got to admit it's kind of on the face level a difference in I mean it's kind of subjective, but it's the perspective of how relevant things are. So, I mean, think about it. If most people knew that this is it, the flat and stationary Earth is all that we know that exists. I mean, there could be other places, but we don't have any validation that there's any place. So there's no logical reason to believe that there's anything more than what we observe and what we can prove that exists. And so the Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary, the Earth is contained. We're obviously in a closed system, otherwise we wouldn't have gas pressure to begin with. You know, for anyone that understands how gas works, gas law works. And so the thing is, you know, if people believe that we're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and that there's a lot of other quote unquote planets out there, a lot of other civilizations, other aliens out there, then it dilutes the relevance, if you will, of life here, and at least in their mind.
Actually, it doesn't dilute life here. It gives life here a whole new meaning.
But I didn't say that, James. Did you hear what I said, James? I said in their minds, it dilutes the relevance of life here.
Yeah, I wasn't agreeing with, or I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was going off of what you said. So if I came across, what it does is it dilutes. It makes you feel that you're in a world that you're not in, and you're comfortable with that feeling. So dangerous. So dangerous.
Yeah, that sort of answers my question, because you're saying that sort of by having you believe you're somewhere else, maybe that gives you a sense of belonging. Like they've given you the sense, even if it's based on nothing, of belonging somewhere that doesn't exist. So maybe that's it. It's just comforting to believe all this stuff.
Well, keep in mind that the why would they lie question is just purely speculative. I mean, we'd have to be in the mind of someone else to really answer the question. We can't do that, obviously, so we can't solidly answer it. But you know, nonetheless, life is more relevant if it's less in number. You know, if there's less ecosystems, you know, less places where life exists, then life is more precious. If there's more places that life exists, life is less precious.
If you allow me to make you believe that you're in a world that you're not in, it is at that moment that you live in my world. I hope you can trying to say that.
And they rule their world, huh?
Yeah. If I can make you believe you're in a world that you're not in, it is at that moment you live in my world.
Yeah, the why would they lie question is tough. It really is tough to understand it, but it does bother me too at the same time, because it's like every time you see something new, you're like, okay, now they're throwing that at us, they're throwing this, like, okay, like what's the end game here, you know?
Well, I was just gonna say what Orion said, is it doesn't matter. That's the point. The fact that they did lie is all that matters. And we know that they did because we've measured the ground. Anyway, I was going to shout out Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve because I love that man. Big Scottish dude. Go look, check out his channel. And he's got a beautiful analogy of animals in a pen, a holding area. And if the animals go to the fence, most animals, let's just imagine that it's a big fence, then they're going to come back. But human beings won't do that. We're too curious for that. We'll take one look at that fence and we'll go, right then, lads, we're going over it, we're going under it, one way or another, we're going past this fence. But this globe in your mind, it stops you, doesn't it? Oh, I'm going to come back on myself. So I love Del. Go check out his channel.
At the moment, I can't just look at who you are. I got other things going on. So, what's your name? Because I agree with everything you just said.
My name's Andy. Hold by beer.
Andy, it is. Let me look for Andy.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Discord, where are you at?
I'm here.
In Discord?
Yeah. And YouTube with the same name. But there's no videos, no content there at all.
Well said.
I'd like to start making content, but the YouTube's just gone a bit fascist.
Haven't they all? It's like people are trying to convince themselves what's going on really isn't going on. Yet it is going on. Like good has become evil, and evil has become good. That's what's going on, and people are trying to convince themselves.
Yeah,
That's
and there
not
seems to be a
going on.
bunch of minion retards running around like little mini fascists, thinking they're controlling everybody else. Like they have this like really bizarre.
Well, I gotta log off, guys, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, dude. Thanks for stopping in.
Was that what?
Yeah. See you guys probably soon, I feel like.
I like that the name is brilliant. What?
Yeah, I've just had it for a long time.
And you go what? You go yeah, and then someone goes what?
I think people used to mistake me for a troll because of my name originally, but that wasn't even why I made it. But oh well.
It's a good one.
All right, see you
Yeah,
guys.
Joe. That was good words. Sometimes troll can bury himself with good.
These earplugs start hurting my freaking ear canals after a while, man. I can't do it. I don't know what this sounds like. Does it sound terrible? Oops.
I see. What was your name again?
For me, I'm Sunny.
How is this? You can only have an angle, acquire an angle, with two straight lines. You can't do it with one curved line and the other one straight.
Let's see if I plug the speaker in.
You can only acquire two straight lines. So if Polaris is 45 degrees from the observer, he's only getting 45 degrees with two straight lines. The horizontal would reach all the way to the star, and the vertical goes up to the star. But you have to have a horizontal all the way to get that angle to the so-called.
It's so weird how I have my little flimsy mobile phone plugged into my big, huge Kenwood stereo, and it sounds great. I mean, you'd never imagine that we could have things like that. I know it's off topic. Where were we again? Where were we on now?
The star that they're looking at is 4 billion light years away.
Oh, that's a good point.
The horizontal to get the angle to that. That means the horizontal is also 4 billion. Otherwise, you don't have an angle to the star.
Yeah, so it's totally a moot point then isn't it? Because if what you're doing is dealing with triangles only, that's all, only triangles. Then if you don't have a triangle that has all three straight lines, then you are not doing triangulation, just exactly like you said. Exactly like you said.
Yeah, it's like there's no other. It's like, I hate to say it, but it's like Nathan Oakley and Cute Quantum Eraser's point. You can't get
elevation angle,
if the
right?
curve and the star is a billion light years away. The only way you can get an angle to that star is if the ground, the horizontal, is also 4 billion light years, and you have the vertical straight up to it.
Yeah, like, but they're so cockroachy. Like the thing is, when they run into like how the sextant is actually really used in real life, they are completely lost. They don't even understand. I've determined they don't even seem to understand the concept at all of what the purpose of the sextant is. I think a lot of them believe that flat earthers invented the sextant, that we just made the shit up. Honestly, that's who we're dealing. Right. That's who we're dealing with, James. Here, that's who we're dealing with here. You got to realize this.
Well, you know, in navigation, hold up. Let me make this point. In navigation, you're told that you have to assume it's flat, right? But you're told that this section that you're using, right, with the sextant, this small, you know, from here to the horizon, you're told to assume that that's flat. Okay, so even if you did believe in a ball Earth, okay, you can still use it because you have to assume that where you are to the horizon is flat. These are the flat sections of the globe. But you know, and then you do your math from there. You know, yeah, that's where your tangent line goes off the ball. You know, where the horizon. You know what I mean? This is how instructors explain it. You know, navigators.
And then they could go fantasize later on somewhere off in whatever their private room, up their ball in space. But that's not how anything's done here on the surface.
So you're still assuming a flat surface.
A light bulb on your kitchen table. You use the kitchen table as your horizontal, and then you use the distance from it to the light bulb. Right? You can figure all that out based off the angles.
And you could calculate that your table is a ball.
If it's curved, you can't figure it out. Like you cannot, if the baseline is curved, there's no There's no
baseline. The baseline is not curved. So if you're, that's what I'm trying to say that if you're a glober, right, and you're a pilot, or you're anything to do with navigation or long distance, you are working with a straight line. You agree, right? And beyond that straight line, beyond that horizon, is your curvature. So this is how they're thinking about it. This is how they're working with it, right? We can't say that they have to assume a curved adjacent. We can't say that because they have to assume that it's so big it's flat. So now we have to point to radius if we really want to you know what I mean? You have to point to radius if you want to debug that.
They can't say it's so big it appears flat because it doesn't matter how big it is. You still get the fucking curvature of it no matter what, based off of it.
Right. So we can't keep saying we can't assume that globers would assume that they're using that the ground is curved. We have to know what globers are doing, and what globers do is that they assume that the ground, the section that they're working with, is flat to the horizon, right? And beyond the horizon is the curvature. So they're using a flat surface. They are using they too are. But then there's a radius that's being ignored. That's what we have to point out. that you cannot assume that you're working with a flat surface because of the radius. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't even realize it. Even if you gave them the spherical Earth, they don't even realize that it would be lopsided. It would be impossible to get a angle to the star.
Well, no. That they would realize they would realize that the curvature of the Earth is not beyond the horizon. That is going to continue being flat. That's what they should. That's the conclusion they should come up with. Not that it's a hexagon or some kind of soccer ball. Where it's not a ball with flat surfaces. They'll never think that, right?
It's the only ball in existence. It's the only ball in existence where 7 billion individuals all are living on their own sagitta.
Right. So I think we should stop attacking the curve adjacent and start pointing out, right, that when you were told to assume a flat surface, right, that is because it's because the radius is too small, that there is no curvature. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but most globe earthers, like you brought them on the show, they would differ on opinions of why it's a globe. Like they wouldn't have the same argument. They would differ. They have so many different it's like how do you
it doesn't matter how many different arguments they have. They only have the only one argument that matters is how navigators, pilots, and how we actually use it. That's the only thing that matters. You know what I mean? This is how it's used. We have to assume that it's flat. And if we have to assume it's flat, radius doesn't exist. These are the conclusions they should be making, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if you let them all give their own opinion, you would realize that they all have their own opinion instead of facts. If you see what I mean by
Absolutely. Yep. That's what Bong's trying to say. That's exactly what Bong's saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. We're saying the same thing. It is interesting. Even the navigators, even the people that use it, actually travel and navigate, have to assume a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you're on some ship or something. Your life depends upon it. So, how good of a job do you think I'm going to believe somebody that is some glober of the tiniest minority that ever existed on the internet of anti-flat earthers, or somebody that actually is doing something for real and doing it correctly and accurately as humanly possible, because their life depends upon it and everybody else's life on board the ship? That's quite a big difference.
Especially if it's just you out there, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be out there alone. Like, you need something reliable. No way you're going to go out there and get lost and die. Like, ass ocean. Oh, mountains, landmarks. Go ahead.
A lot scarier than maybe it's just me. But if you sit back and think about how they all have different opinions on how the Earth is a sphere, it's very scary. It's very scary.
Yeah.
Well,
so go ahead.
Yeah, they're speaking, they're speaking out of ignorance, and then they're speaking from experience. You know what I mean? There are people that will regurgitate, what they've heard and what they could try and reason, and then there are people who actually do it. You know what I mean? So it's not that scary when you listen to the people that actually do it. Sorry, Jen, go ahead.
No problem. I was just going to talk a little bit about it because, so my father said how he did it, where he would sleep in the daytime, literally, because you're visible. Set up under, you have a little radar thing, and it'll ping if there's like you set it to a certain diameter of reception, and if something comes within that, it'll ping and it'll wake you up, because you want to be awake at night, because especially if you're close to, which you usually are, close to known travel ways, shipping lines, that these ships go from point to point, like way signs, like you do in a video game,
like the
so
highway.
how can you be on flat charts and you can navigate, and then when you hit the shipping lane, you go, there's a ship right there, and then you look at the chart and you go, here's my dead reckoning position where it crosses the shipping lane. You know, that's exactly where you are. Isn't that a truth? So all of that has to be on a flat plane. That's my point. Isn't that interesting, though?
Come on.
Imagine being asleep during the day.
Sleep in the day, yeah. Like you have your radar set up and shit. So you have different things, so that'll alarms will go off. You have your autopilot set on, your self steering apparatus, and your sails will adjust and everything. All automatically.
Now your cells adjust. Now how you adjust your cells depends on how they adjust.
You can have your steering set up to steer to a certain angle to the wind.
Yeah, you can put your cells at a 45-degree angle, because the wind that's blowing is going to give you the maximum impact. So let's say you're going for maximum speed.
Sometimes I can barely hear you.
With the same mile an hour wind and in the same direction, you can turn your cells to where you don't go as fast. Did you know that?
Exactly, yeah.
Did you know it's all based off of angle?
Of course, yeah, of course, absolutely.
Based off
Pressure, high pressure to low pressure.
It's called planar sailing.
No, you can angle your cells to the wind that's blowing on them.
Exactly, and you get more or less efficiency based on the angle too. That will change the lift, just like a wing.
But your angle of the wind, as if the wind's in a straight line. You know, we know wind doesn't actually blow in a straight line.
I hope so. A straight line. Watch out for that curved wind. Whoa.
You're going to base your angle of the sails off of the wind as if it was a straight line. See what I'm saying? So you can get a pitch on, do you want to go fast? Do you want to go medium? Do you want to go slow?
Just as if you're sailing along a flat horizontal plane with the wind blowing directly along that horizontal plane at a specific angle along the plane. Both lines are along the horizontal plane. I mean, yeah.
But in sailing, the wind is the horizontal, not the horizon. The wind is the horizontal.
The surface you're traveling along, the wind follows that.
The wind is what you base your pitch off of with your sails.
Yeah, and the wind is traveling along a horizontal plane. The wind is moving along a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Thank
you. It pushes the boat sideways, and then there's something underneath the water, right? The keel. That provides the resist. It resists, and then those two forces combined pushes it in a certain direction forward, right? So
pulls it actually. Yeah, pulls it actually.
If you want to, you gotta turn them around.
Like, you know how you put a ball? If you put a little ball in your fingers, between your thumb and your finger, and you push against it, and it flicks the ball out of your hand, like what the wind and the water is doing. pushing the boat forward like that. Right? The pressure, high pressure, low pressure. It's just controlling the. Yep. You guys get it?
It's more like a kite. It's more like a kite or a wind. What is it called? A hang glider. It's got curved surface. You tilt it up, and you'll get lift upward. So same thing with the sail.
But then there's a thing. There's a keel, also a keel underneath it, right? Because the wind, like if the wind is hitting the boat side, like coming from the side of the boat, right? Like it's going to tip the boat over, right?
Yeah,
but if
exactly.
But when you put a keel beneath it, right, it provides this resistance that pushes it in like at an angle that the wind is hitting.
Direction. Yeah, at a specific direction. Yeah, it'll make it so that with the rudder and the keel, then you can maintain your directionality of your travel. Yeah, you could fall off, so you're less close to the wind, pick up some speed, and then turn back into the wind and then get your sails nice and close, and pick up speed that way. You do these little loops when you're sailing a lot of times. That's why you don't
zigzag motion. Yeah. Well, that's if you're heading into the wind, which is like the slowest you can. Like 90 degrees from the wind is the fastest you can go. Cool, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It's not as intuitive because you think it would work like a kite or like a but then when you really look at it, the water and the thing hitting the top, it's like a balancing act,
Well, listen, from a beam reach, like you said, 90 degrees to fully downwind, if you put up a spinnaker, that's the fastest, they say, that any sailboat, even the racing sailboats, when they go downwind. But yes, anywhere from like a beam reach, like you said, to fully down, you'll be. What's that?
It's based off the horizontal of the wind. Like you're going to put your sails pitch based off the horizontal.
Based on the horizontal, and the sails are on are at the perpendicular. Yep, the sails are vertical.
It's like if you want to go towards where the wind is going, you have to like do it a certain way, right? If you want to go like say 90 degrees again, where the wind is going, you have to do it. You can go. Oh yeah, that's fast. I'll just shoot it straight across. If you want to go where the wind is going, you gotta zigzag a certain. It depends on what the wind is doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are the winds doing this time around? Oh, the easterly winds. Yeah, they're coming through. Gotta wait a couple months, to be able to hit out.
Speed up or slow down based off the horizontal and how you pitch your sails.
Yeah, we be sailing horizontal. That's the only way to go.
Imagine doing all that on a ball, right? No, it wouldn't be a problem because you still have to assume it was flat. So never mind.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you sail horizontal on a ball?
Assuming it's not a ball.
Hey, wait. He's got a good question there. Say it again. That's an excellent question. Say it again. Whoever asked that question.
How do you sail horizontally on a ball?
Right. Such a good question. And overlooked.
Yeah, because
question.
Isn't that a longer distance along a ball if you put a piece of yarn straight across and then you put one that's curved across? Which one's longer?
How do you get your your fucking
Wait a minute. I just asked a question. Don't skip by. I would like to have an answer.
Ask it again. Can you ask it again?
If it's your navigation.
A straight line. If you had a piece of yarn and you pulled it straight across, let's say a yardstick, 3 feet exactly, or pretty close as yarn could get. Pull a piece of yarn, and then you put a piece of yarn that's some radius around end to end of the yardstick, but a perfect, let's say half arc, half sphere, half a circle rather.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's longer? Which yarn is longer?
The curved one.
The curved one. Bingo. The bingo. That's correct. The curved one is longer. And so, what difference does that make? 1 second.
If you happen to get lost at sea, the only way you can catch your bearing
is that
based off
okay?
horizontal.
I wasn't done. So thanks for waiting. So the big difference, the reason this is a big deal is because you're traveling at a known speed. Isn't speed distance over time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dead reckoning. Yes. Yes.
Time, distance, travel, and the amount of time. So that's a linear, straight line. It's not saying you're traveling along an arc. Wouldn't every kind of speed measuring device, odometers would all be different? Everything would be different. Everything. Your knot meter on a boat would be different if you're sailing across curved water. Where is this? That's why I asked for 2 years now. Where's the technology? That shows that I'm traveling on a boat or a car or a motorcycle or a bicycle or roller skates. I don't care what it is, that I'm traveling this extra distance. When is that made up for? And I yield the floor. Funny shit.
Yeah, like if you got lost, if you was on the Titanic and you happened to survive and was on a life raft, the only way you could catch your bearing based off the stars is the horizontal.
Yes.
That's the only.
That's all
Once
you have.
again, ding, ding, ding. Can we get a bell? Every time he says that, can we get a bell to ding? Where's Justin?
Well, there aren't any mountains or trees or landmarks that you're going to have to work. I mean, I think that's all there is out there.
If you're out at sea, yeah. If you're that far.
And stars.
Stars are
exactly, and the stars.
Angle to them.
Exactly. You have a flat surface and things moving above it. That's all you have to work with.
And you got a compass, so you know that direction. Oh, Polaris. Oh, there it is. It's in the north. My compass. I see it right there. Great. Oh, how high is it from the horizontal? Oh, just measure the elevation angle. Bingo. Oh, that Polaris is an easy one because it just stays in the same place. Like the other one move around a lot.
I wasn't even trying to.
You're talking over me and you're roboting while doing it, but okay.
I wasn't even trying to go to the elevation angle. I was just trying to make sense to people that was lost at sea that the only way to catch your bearing using the stars is based off of horizontal.
Horizontal. Ding, 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 ding. Horizontal. What is that?
Oh, I apologize.
You have to build your own celestial navigation system, and load it up on and use that for your autopilot. I mean, if you really want to be sure and not get lost and rely on
make a curved one
outside third party. Yeah, you make your own.
I submit to the Globers. Go out there and make a navigation system where it's on a ball, and come back and tell us the results after a couple of boats down. Then we'll be able to figure out what you're saying.
I was thinking about autopilot. I'm like, it's so convenient, and we got solar power. So it's like, do you really need anything else?
Yeah, but tell them to do it. Tell them to do it on the outskirts of the ocean. Right there where the ice is, but he pretends there's nothing. They got
no. Here's what needs to. Are you done? I'm sorry.
It's like it's not a joke. There's an ice wall. There is an ice wall. It's not a joke.
Okay, great. So all we need to do is the Glovers need to go on a boat themselves, and they're going to navigate the good old fat and a good watch or clock and all the other navigation tools, except no GPS, no electronic navigation tools. Thank you very much. And then they could just go out and prove it themselves that they can do this on a ball. They can try to navigate using their ball method without any help from any of their electronic gizmos. And let's see them do that. So
you can practice on land first.
I was almost done. I was sure I was almost done, probably about 10 seconds away from done. So I submit that we actually need to have a campaign of Globers sail the globe. We send them out with a sextant, and their only way they can do it is their globe method. So, chop, chop.
I like that.
You're almost too.
I like that.
Not everybody
How
has
are they?
boats.
They're not going to do it. They're not
They
going
don't
to
have boats. I mean, you could. That's why I was saying you could do it. Practice on land first, because you could do it on the land.
When have they done anything they said they were going to do? They said they're going to give citations. They never have either. They said they were going to do observations with data. They never have either. So I know would never expect them to actually do it. But it would be still out there though that like here's the offer. You could prove it right now, and then would settle the whole thing, and we'll shut the servers down. We'll shut the server down. Smack dab right.
Any glober that has attempted that has turned into a flat earther. It's kind of risky.
No kidding. Exactly. Because they're gonna freaking die if they do it their way. That's why.
No glober that has fought a flat Earth agent has ever lived or survived to tell they've all turned into flat earthers. So it's kind of hard.
I still like it though. Maybe even
any
flat
real
earthers. Go ahead, come on back. Tell us what.
Yeah, they always like thought experiments like gravity. So that's a thought experiment. Yeah, think of them sailing on the boat with the globe method, whatever that is. Because I never heard of one or seen one. Once again, no freaking receipts. No freaking receipts of what they say. They say things and have no receipts. Excuse me.
They wouldn't even get there.
All the people of the world, that don't ever talk to a flat earther because they're going to brainwash you with their words, and then you're going to believe them. It's like even with all of NASA's evidence, and that's why you must never speak to a flat earther. Wow, they sound very powerful. They are.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
They are the most dangerous things out there. Terror, the new terror of the world. Yeah. No. We're coming for your children.
Lying to themselves. Even lying to
And that's why they have to spend all that money and propagandas and the whole world has to unite to make it work, or else one flat earther is going to just ruin everything, right? In one.
They wouldn't even be able to get up on the ice wall. They wouldn't even be able to send people to try to explore on top of the ice wall. Once they got the ice wall, they'd be like, "Holy shit, they're not talking shit, are they?"
Yeah. The newest flat earth here can defeat.
You're talking about 6-story fucking ships with cranes on them to get up on the ice wall.
Crazy.
Oh, the ice, huh?
Big, huge fucking dude. Operation High Jump, they used huge fucking cranes on top of ships that was already 6 stories high off the water.
You guys ever? Have you guys ever thought about the fact that we probably will never have the opportunity to go to the ice wall?
I wanted to see it. Shit.
There's an ice wall. There's absolutely an ice wall. Like,
right.
That's
Isn't it weird how we're going to live and die and never, ever,
I know, and I might never see mermaids either, and that's more horrifying. Actually, I was really counting on that.
The thing about the ice wall is that it's real, right? And it's there. That's why it's strange.
That's what space is, like a space romance with a mermaid like being from another planet. Same thing as a mermaid story. Come with us. You have the sirens waving the sailors. Listen, the sirens are waving the globers onto the rocks. Come on, use your globe method of celestial navigation right over this way, gentlemen.
Look at my sexy body.
Look, the mermaids are even agreeing with the globe. Let's continue to move that. Oh shit, bam. Oh, we're singing. Mermaids are like, you numpties.
Dude, like, if you look at the history of it, there's only been 2 ships, Admiral Richard E. Byrd and, what's his name from fucking Germany? Damn it. There's only been 2 ships to go to the ice wall and climb on it.
And those 2 ships or expeditions were all funded by people such as Rockefeller.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd, he had the greatest fleet in American history of when it comes to naval fleet. No other admiral had more to his disposal than Admiral Richard E.
Yeah, but he was just the driver. That's all he is.
That's what I'm saying. He even though that's all he was, sorry.
And the public relations guy. Yeah.
He couldn't even do what he wanted to once he seen what he was.
He wanted to go find those alien babes. He found out there was another place down in the south, and I know he met some hot chick up in the north in that underground place he flew into with his aircraft. What a fish story that was! Yeah, he was going to be the new. He was going to be the new sci-fi author, like the brand new H.G. Wells from 30 years prior. And that's my take on it. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. This has been the Sunny Report. Thanks.
No, I agree with you, dude. But Admiral Richard E. Byrd, at least he told truth within. He told truth within lies. So you got to discern it for yourself. But
did God really say you can't eat that any tree in the garden, right? Truth with lies.
Well, everybody eats the fruit of the tree.
True lies. True lies, right? Like the movie True Lies. Lies that are true.
Everybody's taken a bite of the fruit. Even you and I, we've taken a bite of the fruit.
The fruits of the knowledge of good and evil?
Now you want to look at that.
Yes, it's called science.
Yeah, we've all. Oh, it wasn't me. It was Adam that did it. It was Eve that did it. Even though everybody to this day, on an everyday basis, does it. They all take a bite of the fruit. Every day.
Well, that's how the most effective lies work. Like you can't, you know what I mean? Like it has to be around it has to sound true. You know, it has to have some aspect of truth in it.
Has to be.
Yeah, that's what we all strive for. Truth.
99% of it has to be truth, and only 1% can be a lie, and that'll do it. That'll do the job. That 1% is what everything is. The other lies are built on.
That's a good point. I like what you're saying there.
It's how car salesmen. That's how sales work. It's how marketing works. It's how psychology works.
Even the believers. That's how they work. Even the believers. That's what's crazy about that guy.
So telling people to assume a flat surface when they're working. That's a truth, right? But it doesn't mean it's not a ball.
Yeah, think about that. Think about every single tool is designed to be on the vertical. A vertical from what? A screwdriver, wrenches, pliers, sockets, hammer, nails,
vertical,
screws. They're based off the horizontal, but they're all standing vertical. Most of the tools, except for like wrenches, and they're still based on.
How do you have a horizontal? How do you have a vertical without a horizontal?
That's what I said. I don't know if you're paying attention. I don't know if you're paying attention, James. That's exactly what I said.
Because of the horizontal.
Right. So that's the lie, and the truth is that. But when you work with it, always assume a flat and level surface. Pilots, everybody.
When using your Phillips screwdriver, be sure it is standing as close to vertically as possible.
Point the sharp side of the screwdriver down.
Sharp downward. In other words, not towards your eye.
It would have been like pointed towards the center of the earth. Down wouldn't exist. It would be pointed in, right?
Totally.
Use your gravitational meter to tell what the gravitational force is, and that will give you an idea of how warbled your plumb line is and your location.
There's only one way to have a vertical. There is only one way to have a vertical.
Now use your curved leveler to make sure you level the curve.
Every tradie, every builder is laughing right with us right now. Like everybody knows we have to assume a flat surface. That's so silly.
Don't make fun. Don't make fun of the gravitational screwdriver. It's a real thing.
He's absolutely wrong. Got to have a horizontal, vertical.
Yeah. Dude, you're doing it wrong. You have to assume a flat surface, man. Like, come on. Didn't you learn anything in school? Oh, sorry. I thought the Earth was, sorry. I forgot the Earth is flat, but it's still a ball. My bad. I thought, silly me.
And next week, I'm going to make a full advertisement on the local cable television, and I'll make a mint, I'm sure.
There's got to be fucking Bill Burr that Flat Earth produces, man. We got to have a comedian somewhere in here, because everybody's making me laugh with facts. We need a flat earth comedian. That would be awesome.
I don't think we need one. I mean, things are funny as is. Okay, sure. Yeah.
No, I just mean like somebody in the crowd says,
We need a gesture, right?
There is a flat Earth comedian, isn't there? Remember that guy that did that stage show with all the video clips? I don't remember
He's always
his name.
can't
smoking.
have a vertical without a horizontal.
Yeah, he's smoking all the time. Yeah, just sitting on stage smoking, and then bringing up NASA clips, and it's hilarious.
Oh, what's his? I forgot his name again. What's his name?
Should be a
Glasses
flat
and
earth
cowboy hat.
comedian. That funny.
Yeah, that guy was sarcastic as, man. I was like, yo, that's
Went
dark,
straight to
man. Fucking funny. Like, damn, this shit is funny and super serious at the same time. That dark, deep funny, you know? Like,
when the rocket shoots up vertically in the air. Oh, it's funny vertically. How do you get vertically?
I don't know how you could possibly find anybody in Flat Earth that was funny.
Smoking a lot of people.
I just don't know anyone at all could be that funny.
THC. THC.
I think chocolate might have it. I like chocolate. Chocolate's cool, man.
Hey,
Makes
man.
me laugh.
Make sure your weed doesn't have way too much THC. Make sure it's balanced, because that's what's fucking people up. Like, you know, these strains. Yeah, yeah. You have to balance it, like half it. You can't have these new strains. Like
I got a really strong one this time, but it's kind of.
Yeah, I'm talking about the chronic. I'm talking about all the shit that we love. We gotta get rid of it. Start over.
Get rid of it. Yeah. Start over somehow.
Yeah.
How would you go back? How would you?
Oh, we need to add more CBD. That's what we need. Yeah, we need to remove some THC potency and add some CBD potency, and then have a nice smoke. You know,
like this
regulated.
Kush one.
Moderate.
Looking at right now, that's probably kind of what you're talking about.
That's probably not. Yeah, you probably don't want to smoke that. Because that's what puts people on their asses. That's what puts people on their asses. And, you know, when people say, oh, that makes me paranoid, it's that. You know?
Is it?
Yeah, man. It's all been genetically engineered. Like, by the time when you start smoking weed in high school, you were smoking the THC with almost like with 5% CBD or something. You know, that's.
When I was in high school, I was smoking wait a minute. When I was in high school, I was smoking paraquat. What are you talking about?
And I suspect our food is like that too. You know, people are fucked with it so much. It's got a lot of this, you know, because of, you know, whatever marketing that, you know, to sell more of it, you know, by using more of that.
I've never gotten paranoid. I've never gotten paranoid from it at all, ever. But maybe there's been moments when it's been like kind of like close to that, but what I need is the pain relief. Like that's really what I.
But it's not just that. What I mean is when people say it makes them lazy. That's what I'm talking about.
Go back and listen
Couch
to what
potatoes.
he just said. That was terrible. God, I'm sorry. Go.
We can change back. Stay on topic. Hemp only grows from the horizontal up to the light source.
It grows
from the horizontal. What does that mean? I don't get it. I'm lost in translation.
People people, you have such. I think globalists think right. That's flat, and all the way to the horizon, right? But it's still a ball, you know. So no matter what we say, right? They're like, about pilots think it's a ball. They have to assume flat. You do not see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
It's a flat ball.
Blasted.
Yes. You can
So,
tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
curve, unless you're at the beach. Then the boat go over the curve. But if you're not at the beach, there's no curve. I'm speaking for a ball.
Well, it depends on, who's at the beach, right?
Well, if you're at the beach, you can see the boat go over the curve. But if you're not at the beach, I don't know what the boat goes over.
Over the curve of the cylinder, yeah.
Or the person.
Yeah. Which contradicts the 120,000 feet observation from the Red Bull jump that stuff is flat, right? So how can Neil deGrasse Tyson say that stuff is flat from 120,000 feet, and then NASA says you can tell it's going over the curvature of the Earth, the boats? That's a contradiction, isn't it?
Well, you can see why it's a NASA.
I got cut for a couple
I think we've
seconds.
all avoided. They use what's called a fisheye lens. Yeah. Even the Red Bull Baumgartner fucking jump, whatever. It started off on the ground. He was standing on the ground, and yet the ground was curved. Like we all know the ground ain't curved. So the camera is giving us an image that's false.
That never gets old, I have to admit.
Eric?
No, right?
It's hilarious.
It's legit.
Here we are, folks. We have Earth curve. Around the
Oh, there it
surface.
is.
Oh, we have Earth curve. Well, how much do you have when you're up in the air? Well,
Apparently, just standing up, you can see it.
Yeah, but once you're so high up in the air, that doesn't matter none.
Well, it still looks the same, doesn't it? Yep.
We
You
have
can
a
still
chicken
see it.
dinner for you too after this, and we'll lead you over there to the chicken dinner area.
Intuition? I don't know. Just trying to
So who's right? Is Neil deGrasse Tyson right, or is NASA right?
Nobody's right, dude.
Well, who's right about the curvature? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that you're never going to see it anywhere, no matter how high you go. And NASA reckons you can see it from the beach as boats peer over it.
They go over the curve.
Well, that can't be because Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with us, right? That there is no curve from over there. That's not a curve it's going over because it's 120,000 feet.
But Andrew Thomas Young says it's at 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height.
1.22 miles, man. And then you get the curve, bro. Even though you get it while on the ground.
That's not a lie. Look at the black swan. That black swan. You put that guy back into like the kindergarten.
They'll show you the curve. They'll show you the curve.
But that's what the Glovers need to go by. They're experts.
Yeah, I see it. I see the curve.
They don't have a choice. They want it to be a
Glovers be like,
say.
Glovers be like, I'm pretty sure it's a ball. It's like, yeah, what's the radius? Oh, I don't know. Does it matter?
Right. You catch him.
That's a good discussion. Wait a minute. That's good. That's a good discussion. Look, can you imagine? They're like, let's go troll the flat earthers, man. Yeah. Hey, do you think we should like go learn anything about what they think? Nah, man. They got to be really stupid. So let's go to. Do you think we should know like the size of Earth or anything like that?
Nah, they're not going to ask us anything like that. They couldn't be that smart. Okay, let's go.
See, my favorite one is, what is the sun? Because a lot of globe earthers will tell you what the sun is. But when you ask them what it is, they won't be able to tell you. They just believe it's something, but they won't be able to tell you what.
The big burning ball of gas
I was just going to mention that. I was going to laugh
producing.
about that for a second. That's hilarious.
I forgot. I forgot how Pumbaa put it. Remember Pumbaa? He explained it perfectly, right?
Oh my
I
god!
always thought it was just this big
And
burning ball of gas, and Pumbaa, with you, everything is gas.
Wasn't QE or one of those guys who were in there and said, "Could you repeat that again, please?" And he repeated it again verbatim. Like, what is the sun again? A burning ball of gas. Like, just so confident, so clearly.
Goodness gracious!
Wow.
Big balls, fun.
The ones that think they know, they'll say, the sun is a bunch of nuclear bombs going off all the time.
That's great balls.
To sum it up, they'll say it's a bunch of nuclear.
Good. Then I'm going to put a big ass garden right next to where they're blowing up some nukes. No, the best fruit and vegetables ever created. I can't wait.
But they have no idea what it is.
Couldn't I just go to where they dropped all the nukes somewhere out into Nevada and Arizona or wherever that was and grow a bunch of plants then? Yeah, that's a great idea. I bet they do grow better. They lie about it.
They thought that in their mind, if they don't know what it is, then they're stupid.
It's probably good for you and grows the best fruit and vegetables, and that's why they don't want us to have
it. Dude, if even if America knew what the sun was, they'd fucking make one, and it would be it'd be worse than a nuclear bomb. Like, if they knew what it was, they'd be able to make it. Reverse engineer. They just claim they know what it is, but they can't make one.
Are they trying to scare people right now about like nukes and stuff and this new fake thing going on?
AI is the new scare.
If you read The Art of War, the best tactic
No,
in war.
I'm asking about current times, like what's going. Not the art of war. I'm asking about current times. Are they scaring people that somebody's going to be shooting nukes at each other?
I'm answering your question.
With the art of war. Okay, go.
Right? Fear. If they convince you they have a weapon that you don't have, nor could you ever have, then they've won the fear tactic. They've won the art of war in fear. Now they have you in fear. They have a weapon you don't have. I'm not trying to say that that the nuclear bombs are fake, but I am trying to say it could be.
So I guess I'm not getting the answer then. Okay.
Because it puts you in fear.
Nuclear war is no longer a threat. That was put to bed. Star Wars project was developed. It's where they put satellites in space that alerts us if a nuke is launched, and we can take it down because of this technology. And this is why we are united. Space. You know what I mean?
Well, like Nagasaki. Nagasaki
Really? When did they practice with this equipment? Really?
I mean, yeah, right.
Your bomb. Like one. But it also
that's right.
Massive TNT.
Oh, that's right. Just like the moon. They don't need to practice. They just do it the first time and it works perfect every time. First time.
First time, every time.
Look like a nuclear bomb. It'll create a mushroom cloud, especially a massive one. A massive TNT bomb will look like what you and I would consider a nuclear bomb, but it's not. So
I had a thought experiment.
I'm sure they got bombs and weapons we don't know about, but at the same time, fear is the number one tactic in warfare. Is to get your people or the ones you're going against in fear. So maybe all we have is a massive TNT bomb, but we make it look nuclear with matchbox houses and shit while we set off a firework on camera. You know, I'm not saying that's what's going on. I'm just saying fear is the if you can put your enemy, you've won half.
Remember Dune, the movie, the book? Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah, fear.
Fear is Batman's weapon.
We have what's called the Moab, mother of all bombs, and it's meaning non-nuclear. The mother of all bombs, the Moab that America has, is non-nuclear, but it's a massive bomb. It'll fucking you'll think it's a nuclear bomb. That's how big it is.
So they would wipe all of life out from a whole part of the globe, right? That's the solution. That sounds dumb, doesn't it?
I want to know the difference because when I'm getting obliterated, I want to know which bomb it is, so I could tell. I'd be able to tell the difference, wouldn't I?
Yeah, when the bomb is coming on your head, you want to know which one is it.
Exactly. That's going to make a difference.
So I can put on the right helmet.
Last few
so I can
seconds,
wear the right helmet.
While my skin is being torched off of the bone, it would matter a lot if it was a nuke or if it was a firebomb.
Or a fart. So I can wear the right gas mask.
You wanna know it was made in America and it wasn't made in China.
Really? That's what I want to know. That's what inquiring minds.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I mean, if it was made in Germany, I would be worried because Germans make the best stuff, you know.
Precision bombs from the Germans.
It's made by America and China. It's like,
bombs. Already seen.
I have German heritage, so it's okay for me to make fun of them. That's the way that works.
But as long as you're in fear of them, and then they got you beat.
And we still able to say the word bomb without? Is that still legal? I mean, is that still all right?
I don't know.
Can we say bomb? Stop saying bomb, dude. Like bomb, 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 ram, bomb.
I'm not saying there's no.
Take my hand.
You got me bumming in the bum and the bum 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 bum.
We already let them off, man. Iran, Afghanistan. They would already let them off, dude. Yeah, it's like I'm not saying
the art of war. The art of war also says that it's better to take your. It's better to take your enemy whole, right, with all the resources intact, than to destroy it. So I don't think bombing is a good solution for the new world order. You think about it.
If you read the book The Art of War, The main tactic is to put your enemy in fear. Even if you feel that you're going to lose to that enemy, you want to make that enemy feel like he's in fear. If you can make your enemy feared, then you've already won 50% of the war.
So if your enemy, according to, let's say, you're the expert or the ruler of a certain country, and the enemy, you've determined through certain sequence of events and checks and balances, supposedly, that the enemy is actually the people in your own country that you happen to be the ruler over.
Yeah, and we have each other believing that there's only certain countries with nuclear bombs, and we're doing everything we can to prevent other countries from having them.
So how does a dictator take care of a problem with its own population that it thinks that the ruler thinks are a threat? What do they do usually?
Yeah, they just put you in.
They ask other rulers for help. You know what I mean?
We had these things, we would already seen it.
I think there's one more world war. There's one more world war that Albert Pike talks about. You know, in that book he wrote.
That's true.
So
think about that.
yeah, and he talks about this war as to end religion, all the differences. You know, it's the Muslims versus the Christians or something. You know, I'm still kind of looking, you know, to see if that's going to happen anytime soon. But anything that has to do with religion, to remove it from the world, I think that's the next big war. It doesn't have to be a world war the way we know a world war. It can be an information war. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've been trying to pull off something major for a long time. I just don't think they really know how to do it. I think they're that demonic, actually.
Dude, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. And people will vote for them as if they give a fuck about you. So funny.
Yeah, they're still in the Matrix, man.
Yeah. Like they give a fuck about it. They're just in it for themselves. Are you kidding me?
People believe the system the way they believe the globe Earth.
We're going to give full health care to everybody because this should be your right to have health care. Meanwhile, they're dropping bombs everywhere else.
Well, if you think that's what healthcare means.
Yeah, that's what they mean by healthcare.
I think you're
confused.
Just make sure you are on the team of the guys with the biggest bomb. Make sure you are on their side.
Yeah, but why?
You mean America?
Either way, you're the one that's vulnerable. You're the pussy. You're the fucking one that's vulnerable. You're the one that fucking fell for it all. You're the one that's still falling for it all. Not you. I'm just saying in general, like, what they're doing is making people think they're the good guys.
I am the good guy.
The American government's making people think that the American government is the good guys. It's so fucking hilarious.
But me and Gemsy are the good guys.
I am the good guy.
It's fucking hilarious.
We're two good guys. Those good guys.
They're not doing a very good job of it.
And QE's the bad guy. And QE's the bad guy, so say goodnight to the bad guy.
Yeah, what's about to happen, everybody deserves. Because they thought that the government was good guys.
You got my reboot.
You think that, I don't care where you're from. America, Germany, whatever. I don't care where you're from. If you think the government's the
Or
good guy,
Mexico.
I hope you get what you deserve, and myself as well.
I might as well be Mexican by now. So will I get what?
You know what I deserve? At least some good meal every day. So I hope I get that.
If I could eat Mexican food every day, I would be perfectly fine.
As of now, it's going good, right? You get that meal.
So if the Mexicans take over, I think I'll make it.
Part of World War One and World War II, right? You know how close
we're gonna have a lot of lowriders everywhere.
Yeah.
I love the lowrider cars and those chicks. Smoking.
It's not what you think. The government's not there for you. You fucking moron.
What are you saying? The government's infiltrated the lowriders.
They're there against you. That's what a government is. It's to govern
the government
you.
Is a lowrider?
Yeah, the government is to govern you. To keep you in check. Make sure you're doing what they want you to do.
Unless you're a lowrider.
Well, whatever your opinion is, man. They do it with force, warfare, police, whatever.
I have an opinion about those pinstriping.
Yeah, sure we all.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a pun. Oh, pinstriping.
It's like more about like the fear of war than actual war, right?
Yeah, you're almost fearful to say what you want to say because what I said.
Because you might cause a war.
No.
You might incite people to riot.
Little did James Richards know that brief comment he made on Discord way back in 2022 caused a revolution that still continues today. This is the news report from 2046.
And you don't see the revolution?
Was it something I said? James be like, was it something I said?
Like, are you calling me a liar? What are you saying?
I'm saying that, yeah, what you say is very powerful. Is very powerful. You know, like that's why you must censor people and what they say because something called wars.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with what you say in Discord because you might cause the Chinese to invade the world and conquer it.
Yeah, so be careful. That could be.
And then if China conquers the world, it might be your fault.
I'm just saying, you'll be.
They might get here first. I'm kind of closer, just over the other side of the Pacific over there. So be careful.
Well, if you want people to, let's say you want people to stop saying certain things, right? All you got to do is set up a couple of situations, right, on TV where people say things, on social media where people say things and causes all this bad stuff, right? Problem, reaction, solution, right? Now you got to be careful what you say because, oh yeah, that's true. You know, people say things all the time. It hurts my feelings. What do you guys think? Great plan, right? Do it. Do it. Get those college kids on that social media platform. Yeah, let's do this. That's what I would do if I was the bad guy. You know, be like, easy.
Yeah, but for most people, it's gonna make it look like the reason why you're willing to mark yourself is because you're okay with the social media. you're okay with it, so we want you.
Wait, Bong, you're saying you're not the bad guy?
Okay.
I am not the bad guy.
We're all bad guys. Ain't nobody on the earth that's good.
I am just Guy. I'm just
I don't know
normal.
about that.
Just,
I'm not the bad guy.
I'm just normal Guy. I'm nobody. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, people don't see what's coming. Not even flat earthers.
What's coming?
They understand the lie.
What's coming?
They don't get what the lie is for.
Yeah, could you tell us what's coming?
What the lie is
Please.
Just the part about what's coming. What's coming? What's the part that's coming up soon?
Written. What's written is coming. Actually, it's here.
A new world order. A big idea.
No, it's
what's
not
up?
there yet. That's
It's been here. It's America.
Approaching.
It's like the revelation. You'll see the earthquake. You'll see the fucking oceans turn blood red. You'll see everything.
Sounds pretty scary, but sounds like my first wife. Just kidding.
You saying that the air might be cleansed? That might be a good thing.
Everything's happening so fast. It's going to happen within 2 generations. Two generations.
What's coming?
Burnt up.
Wrath and judgment. Wrath and judgment is coming. This.
But it wasn't God. It wasn't God like. God said in the end, man's tongue will melt in his mouth, his eyes in his socket, right? But it's man that does it. It's man that does it.
Pretty sure the new technology, like microwaves, these high can do that.
Yeah, what they consider the nuclear bomb is fucking literally written. It's literally written. Your skin will melt, your eyes will melt in their place, and your tongue will melt in its place as well.
Before your bones hit the ground?
Yeah. Like,
but after that, you feel no more pain, and then you won't have to pay taxes.
Yeah, but it's the wrong eternal life. You'll continuously feel that.
How do you know that?
That's what hell is.
You been there?
Well, it's your personal, individual torture.
How do you know? How do you know I'm gonna go there?
Not like hell is the same place for everyone.
I think
everybody has individual judgment, and their hell is different than the next one.
What the Bible says, right?
Well, it's just I believe that's the world we're in, but
so do people that yeah, but so do the people that preach. So do the people that preach that idea about that. But that's not what the Bible teaches.
Believe you're on a ball.
Is that like the only option? Eternal suffering and pain?
Well, what do you think the world is?
It is what it is.
It's eternal suffering and pain.
I think the fear of death is the real power, that is wielded over people. And people who have
How do you know
conquered the
death
fear
is
of
not the
death.
best thing that could ever happen to you?
Well, there you
Because you're
go. That's what
looking
I was saying. Only
you're looking
people
at
that
death.
have conquered the fear of death. Go ahead, James.
You're looking at death as if it's nothing, when it's eternal. Like you're dead.
The
more
Bible teaches that we are born dead. All these people, including myself, were born dead. Even though we're alive, we're dead. We're dead. So it didn't matter, right?
Eternally alive. The Bible teaches you're eternally alive. It's up to you.
You guys are confusing me.
I'm trying
Are
to.
you trying to confuse me?
I'm trying to be
Bible
consistent with the
eternally
Bible.
alive. Up to you.
Hey, how come y'all don't think the Bible is a psyop if the Earth is?
They go out and kill people that don't agree.
Well, you know how we test theories. You know how when you know how we test what we're told and we go by our experience, right? It's kind of the same thing with the Bible. Like we can test its teachings and what it says, and it holds true. And no matter how much scientists have tried to discredit it or to call it, it cannot win, right? Because they've got things like evolution and all this other stuff. So yeah, the whole world is against it, and it's very reliable and consistent. And when you test it, it works. So you know what I mean? Just like flat Earth.
Constantine's a good example. A lot of people think he's a Christian, but Constantine understood the more he persecuted Christianity, the stronger it became. So he embraced.
It's controlled opposition, isn't it?
But he embraced it for political means, not like his own heartfelt philosophical.
Well, I call that the Antichrist. That's what I call that because they deny
Yeah, everybody's an
Son of God.
Antichrist or Antichrist.
Well, the Catholic Church, the Vatican, especially because it was Rome, right? You said Roman Emperor, right? Constantine. Right?
Constantine, good example. He's a good example of.
In other words, the Pope. In other words, the Pope today is the Roman Emperor. You guys notice that?
Yeah. He was a good example of making people believe they're in a world that they're not in.
Don't they say like the Pope is like the left hand of God or something like that?
In the seat of Christ, the vicar of Christ. Just like the kings are representatives of the gods, right? So too is the Pope. Represent the God, right? But when you look at it, looks like a really evil God though that he represents. So what's up with that?
God said, "Many shall come in my name and claim they are Christ." And in my opinion, that's the popes, because there's been many popes that claim they're of Christ.
Doesn't the Catholic Church owns like a huge amount of land all around the world?
Yes.
Yeah,
they also own all the telescopes, the big ones here.
Like a lot of people think that Rome fell based off the history they was taught as a child. They think that Rome fell. Rome is America.
Rome is the Iron Beast.
Rome is literally America. Same
Wait,
word.
Mexico?
Rome.
Oh, what is steel? Steel is iron.
Rome is Mexico?
Same symbolism. Yeah.
Mexico is also Rome, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
Roman churches in Mexico, so that makes sense.
Well, the Catholic Church, is Roman. So if you have Catholic, if you practice Catholic ritual, if you are, if any rituals of any culture, has a Mary or you know what I mean in it, or a mother this or a mother that, then yeah, it's Roman. All the pagan stuff is the same. Where voodoo comes from, it's where all these other so-called magic comes from, right? Where science comes from, the world society. Come on, guys, come on.
I'm not totally on board with the history books that I've read, but when it comes to Rome, fucking Rome, there was 9 Templars that was unaccounted for when it comes to their death, right? And I believe they came to America, the New Land, and they brought the Republic with them. And yet, but they made the Republic sound more godly than ungodly. So everybody took a hold of that Constitution, so to speak, Republic. And they did it in a way that they thought was for God, but it wasn't.
It was for the Merovingian family, the East Trading Company. It was for setting up the New World Order. That's what America is.
There was there was nine Knights Templars that was unaccounted for when it comes to their death. Nobody knew where these 9 Knights Templars went. I believe they came to the New Land with a fucking. They made the Republic sound godly like because they knew they had to at the beginning to make it succeed in the end. They made it sound godly like. Everybody backed it up in America. And that's, I believe,
What do you mean?
America.
What do you mean godly like?
I believe America is Rome.
Yes, yeah.
That shit Rome did. We say we police the world, but it's just us fucking taking over the world.
It's not just America. America is just a branch. Okay, America is the military might of the Roman Empire. Right?
It's not just our military that takes it over. It's our philosophy,
It is the military. It's the military. England, the UK, right? That's the money. That's the financial branch side, right? And then Italy. Italy, the Vatican. That's your spiritual leaders, right? Those are the prophets.
It's the
False
Colosseum.
prophets.
Like the NFL.
Oh.
The NFL, the Major League Baseball, soccer. That's the Coliseum of the nowadays Rome. Gladiator. UFC.
Oh, that's what. Yeah.
All the
that's what football, sports entertainment. Yep.
All Rome. Yep. It's all Rome.
Hollywood. Yep.
It's the only 2 nations that bear the same symbolism.
Or Babylon.
When Rome went to battle, went to war, they carried the golden eagle. America's icon is the bald eagle, the gold eagle. Like we carry the maple branches. So did Rome. Like everything is Rome in America. Everything is Rome, but they did it in a way to make it seem like it wasn't in the beginning. It was all good.
When I was little, I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was the Christian God. I thought it was the God of the Bible that those men were about. And as you grow up, you realize it's not the God of the Bible, even though they say it is. say the Earth is a ball.
How it's the same fucking nation. America is Rome, dude. They control the world, or at least they try to.
America.
Wait, America controls the Chinese?
No,
and the Japanese?
America works for other people, man. Come on. We all know that all countries work for the banks. You know that? The lender will always the borrower will always be slave to the lender, and we all know who owes, like who's the lender and the borrower, right?
And that's what Rome was. That's exactly what Rome was. The lender and the borrower. Or the what do
The
they
credit
call that?
issuer, the creditor.
Yeah.
The recipient. The recipient.
That's also part of the whole thing. Yeah. So you need trade, you need economy, but you also need control. You need the force, right? You also need spiritualism. All these things have to be there in order for you to have a complete control system or any stable system, right? System that can work. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want iPhones, you need Rome.
The Silk Road, right? Remember the Silk Road, the control of trade on the known Earth at that time, right? But now oceans. You have Silk Roads on the ocean. These are the transport routes that we talk about when we right? And these routes are protected by what? By navies and militaries of Rome.
I mean, if you want to have your laptops and stuff, you need that system to be in place. If not, the pirates will steal your iPhones that you order.
Flat Earthers will.
Well, like if
I know I would.
You just picture the board game Monopoly. If I had a token on the board and I was the banker, how do you stand a chance? If I had a token on the board and I was the banker in control of the money, how would you stand a chance?
All you gotta do is thank the banker and tip him for the services.
That's what they have.
By sucking up to you.
They literally have a monopoly, and people like you and me as well, I'm not excluding myself, we're participating in the fraud.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're participating in the game monopoly. Even though they have a token on the board and they control the banks.
You're very welcome.
How do you fucking win?
How do you win? You have things in your house.
Has a token on the board, a board game Monopoly. Let's say his token is the doggy, right? If he's got a token on the board and he controls the banks, how the fuck do you win?
You have an iPhone and a laptop right now.
Oh, you think you could win? He makes you feel you could win.
I think I played a similar game to Monopoly, Cupcake, something I forget a long time ago, but I've never played Monopoly. I mean, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, tokens.
I'm using the analogy. In other words, if you and I are playing a game of Monopoly, and I control the bank, and I've got a token on the board, how are you going to?
I can't. I mean, of course, it's rigged and it's rigged against the players. It seems.
Yeah, I could put my face on the money.
Yeah, it's like everybody plays by the rules. Everybody has to play by the rules, and you're breaking all the rules. It's kind of not a real game.
I'm breaking all the rules legally because I'm the one that set the rule.
Yeah. It sounds like just getting bullied. Anyone that plays that game just plays to get bullied.
That is exactly what's going on, and people laugh at it. They like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. No, that's exactly what's going on. They print the money. They run out of money, so they just print more. And you're like, oh, I'll keep playing.
Yeah.
And so am I. So I'm not just calling you out. I'm calling myself out. We're both like, we'll
there's a
keep playing.
difference. There's a
Even though we
difference.
know.
Wait, there's a difference between the two players, right? One player knows that the game is rigged, while the other player doesn't. So there's a big difference in the kinds of moves that you're gonna make versus the moves he's gonna make.
That's what I'm saying.
And if you weren't participating in the game, you'll be like, oh, I want to play the game, and you want to jump in.
Yeah,
because you probably know how to manipulate it. Right?
My whole point is we involve ourselves. We participate with the fraud, knowing it's a fraud.
Yes. Let me say this. Jesus, is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar? Right? Now look, if he says yes, and he goes against the law of Moses, and the people will get angry. If he says no, then he violates the laws of Caesar, and he might go to jail, right, for inciting people to disobey Caesar. So, you know what his answer was? Exactly. His answer was, show me the coin. Whose face is that? Caesar's. Then that means that's Caesar's. Give that to Caesar, right? But give to God, right, what is God's. And that's what they can't take from you. You know what I mean? You and your service and your go ahead.
At least Caesar had precious metals. Like he couldn't just print. He couldn't just print a fucking gold coin with his face on it.
It doesn't really matter because of ideas like inflation, right? Ideas like fiat currencies. So, like just because it's a gold coin versus a stick with notches in it, right, doesn't mean it's worth fighting for the metal and not the notch in the stick. It's still in this. Go ahead.
When you're the king, you're the king, the only thing worth fighting for is the precious metals. Now they're giving us paper with their fucking faces on it as they collect the precious metals.
Right. But the value of that precious metal, right, is not the same thing like to you as it is to the system, right? It goes up and down in the system. So it's not the same thing as having the actual metal and doing with it what you need, according to what value
my analogy of monopoly is because it's a monopoly.
Yeah.
The government can run out of money and be like, hey, we'll just print more.
So give to Joe Biden what is Joe Biden's. I mean, George Washington, was it Benjamin Franklin?
Out of it.
Yeah, whose face is on the dollar bill? Huh?
This is I don't care if you're for Trump. I don't care if you're for fucking Hillary Clinton. My point is, the whole thing's a fraud. And if you're voting for one or the other, you're participating in the fraud. That's my point.
Give to Hillary is hers. she wants your children.
I've never. Oh,
in the fraud.
Those are mine, bro. Those are mine.
If you get sent off to war and you come back with no legs, you deserve it. Because you fucking went out there for these liars. You went out there.
What happened? What happened? Did you try to shoot somebody and he shot your legs off? Damn. It looks like we know who the better man was.
You just for liars.
Oh, you should have practiced more before you went out there, right? I mean, it looks like they're better at shooting than we are. So sorry. Here's a wheelchair. Here's a handicap parking spot thingy. All right. Have a nice life. Veterans, the Veterans Affair. Screw them.
It's a whole bunch of nonsense, man. Republican and Democrat, if you look at the definition, they're way more similar than they are different by definition.
Hey, someone has to administrate and govern the unruly.
The resistance.
Yeah, it's like people, you want a nation without God? Guess what? You will have a nation without God.
Not what I don't want that. I don't think a lot of people want that. I don't think scientists.
Yeah, because they think they're voting for Republican or Democrat, but nobody's voting for God.
Because, well, of course, his kingdom is different. It's like,
be persecuted, be laughed at, mocked, and ridiculed.
They have their God. The world has a God, man. His birthday's on the 25th of December. Yeah, that's the God of this world. The sun god. They worship him on Sundays.
The Bible does not give you Jesus Christ's birthday.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it
of
doesn't.
course. That's different. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It doesn't give you his birthday to expose people who think they know his birthday.
Well, then if 25th of December is not Jesus' birthday, then whose birthday is it? Dun, dun, dun.
He had to have been born around early September. Late
11-ish?
September, maybe late September or early October. Maybe. But it was it was right when they started putting the sheeps up for the winter.
Yeah.
It never actually gives you his birthday, though. So for people to think, for people to think December his birthday is naive.
Well, it's somebody's birthday, and it's the person that they worship and call God. Go to church on Sundays and talk about that same, Santa Claus and all these other things.
Talking about Santa Claus, yeah.
Totally
That's what I'm getting. It's all the fucking fraud.
Well, the Pope leads that. The Pope is the leader.
A world that you're not in.
The Vatican's God is that God, that Christian God they call the.
All I know is if Christianity is true, if Jesus Christ is the only way to heaven, then the world's in.
I don't call it Christianity. Christianity is the label for the Vatican and the Catholic Church. That is what Christianity is.
No, Christianity is not Catholic.
Christianity is what Catholics were called in the beginning. This is the Christian religion, right? It's the authority. Who decided? Look. Who decides how many books the Bible is made of? Right? How many scriptures goes in the Bible? Who decides that? Right? The church. That church. Right? The Council of Nicaea. How many books? 66 books. I'm not saying that 66 books has anything to do with 666 or sixes or all these sixes. I'm just saying those guys make this, they give it to us and say Christianity, right? No. Then you can have all your little denominations within it. Do whatever you want. Go ahead.
So someone gotta do it, right? Someone gotta do it.
Someone has to organize it all.
Where God says, kill every man, woman, child, and livestock. There's only one more God says, kill every man, child, woman, and livestock.
Which one is that? Where? The Old Testament?
With the huge word for Jerusalem. But think about it. Hold on. You think about it. Like, what happens to women when it comes to war? What happens to women?
Well, to get widowed.
Not only that, they get raped. Yeah, they get raped.
Yeah, slaves killed. You know, it depends on the party, the raiding party.
When he said kill them all, he didn't want you to take a wife and be like, oh, it's my spoils of war. He said kill them all because he knew that the spoils of war would, necessarily.
Are you talking about in the Old Testament? Are you talking about?
It would necessarily create rape.
Are you talking about in the Old Testament?
Yeah, the Old Testament.
No, that's not why. That's not why. Because these people that he did this to, okay, the Canaanites and all these people were Nephilim. They were all Nephilim, giant races. Oh yeah, everything, of course. So, but that's what atheists use all the time to try to justify how God is not really, you know what I mean, blah blah blah. But that's not the point. The point I was trying to make, okay, is that the God of this Christian world, okay, is the God of the globe world. It's on the globe. This thing called Vatican Christianity told the world that the earth is a ball. They're the ones that are the authority over all of it, everything. The Vatican has claimed the world as theirs. They've claimed authority over it.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. So that's what I mean.
Vatican, it's not Christianity. The
Vatican. In a world. Sorry, I just wanted to do like in a world where the earth is a ball.
Have you ever heard of the Protestants?
Pretty good accent. The what?
Protestants.
Yeah, they're all part of it. It all falls under the label Christianity.
No, they was killed from the Catholic Church because they opposed the Catholic Church.
Exactly, but now it's all the same thing. The Catholic Church has regained control. They're called doctrines.
But everybody wants to put Christianity with the Catholic Church. The Catholic
Ask any Christian what the shape of the earth is. He'll tell you it's a ball. Ask any Christian if they go to church on Sunday, they'll say yes, except for the Saturday, guys. Ask any Christian what they do on December 25. They say they celebrate the birth of the Messiah. So they live on a ball. I mean, it's all there.
The same.
Protestants and everything under the label Christianity. Yeah.
They're not. Christianity is not Catholicism. Sorry, guys.
Catholicism is Christianity. Protestantism is Christianity. Orthodox Christianity. Anything. Yeah.
Catholicism has the popes.
These books that come from the Vatican. Everything that's called Christianity stays in the 66 books. If you talk about the book of Enoch, you're not a Christian. Because that's not inspired by the Spirit of God, because the Council of Nicaea says so. Only the 66 books. 66 books, okay, Bong? 66. Right?
That's not
like,
true.
what? It's not scripture. It's not scripture. Right?
That's not just that's not just Catholicism that says that. So I'm
Santa Claus
agreeing
is in the
with you.
North Pole.
I'm on
of
your
a ball.
side in a way. It's not just Catholicism. The book of Enoch is false. It's also Christianity within the West.
It's not canon. It's considered not inspired by the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit. That's why it's not part of the Bible. And who decides that? The Vatican.
No,
Long time ago.
the Protestants protested Catholicism.
Okay, that's great. That's great. I understand. I know about Luther and all that. But
the Catholics are teaching false doctrine under the name of Christ.
Right. And now, and the King of England and the King, and the Queen of England, now those are real Christians, right? They're not Catholics, right? They're Protestants, right? They serve the real God of Israel, right? Right? That's the throne of David.
It was the Protestants that got killed. It wasn't the Catholicism.
A lot of Muslims got killed too during the the thing, and a lot of Catholics died too for the same reasons. Right?
The thing.
They're all arguing. The thing, yeah, they're all arguing about God's authority. Who has God's authority, right? Which God? But who's
Wasn't
this
that what
God?
was that what Joe Biden was talking about?
In other words, it was you that got in the Inquisition. In other words, it was you that got killed because you're saying the Earth is flat, while they were saying no, it's a sphere, and that's not the reason that they killed you. The reason they killed you is because they knew God better than you. So most people don't realize that Catholicism is antichrist. It's not Christ, nor does it represent Christ.
It is very antichrist. They deny everything about what Christ is, Jesus is, all that. It's very antichrist. So are these so-called Christians. They also deny the word of Christ. It's also antichrist. Protestants, everyone.
Catholicism says, confess your sins to me, and myself, I will forgive you.
But the point I'm making, okay, the point I'm making is that all this revolves around the worship of the sun. And they took the model from as is, right? And said, it's a ball, but everything still revolves around us, right? That had to be approved by the Catholic Church. And then in order for the earth to revolve around the sun, it too had to be approved by the Catholic Church, right? And they had to kill a bunch of people to make it look like they're doing the right thing. That's how you do the right thing, by killing people. So go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. 144,000. The 144,000, they're not Catholic. The 144,000 are real virgins that believe and lose their life for Christ. It's totally different than what we've been taught. Catholicism is so far from Christ, it's ridiculous.
And so is Protestantism.
Protestants,
Is that how you say it?
Protestants, the closest ones up until modern times, and then I agree with you.
Yeah, so close. What about Christmas? Is that close? Because I think that Protestants celebrating Christmas and going to church on Sundays is way off. Just as way off as the Catholics. Yeah.
Like Catholicism, yeah, they fell off. But Protestants, the reason they're called Protestants is because they protested the Catholic Church. They did not go along with the Catholic Church. That's why they called them Protestants. They protested against Catholic.
Oh, that King James. I'm pretty sure he translated the Bible from Latin to English, despite the Pope, because of their disagreements. I'm pretty sure all that plays into God, God's plan. But you know what I mean? It's not the cat. It's not. It doesn't mean that the Protestant movement that came out of that is the real church. That's what I'm saying. It's all still a deception.
That's what I'm agreeing with. When it comes to Christ, all religions fall short. They all fall short.
Because because religion is more of a control mechanism.
Even the Protestants started diving off into, okay, it might not be Christ-like, but this is the way it is. They all started diving off onto the opposite of what Christ stood for. So all of them. It's not like. So when I say Christianity, it's not like.
You know what you get from a Christian, from a Protestant Christian, when you tell them the earth is flat? They mock you. They do exactly what Jesus says don't do to people.
Yeah.
Right? They even get They even get really like demonic about it. I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean? Christianity.
But the ones that listen to you and they don't have a religion, those are God's people.
All these Globers we talk to, most of them are Christians.
God's
Mock
people.
us and do all these things. So Protestant. I've never seen a Protestant church heal, make the lame walk, or make some blind man see. I've never seen it. All I see are fakes. So either the Bible is fake, or people
even
are
you
fake.
and I. When it comes to the standards of God, you and I are fakes, dude.
Well, maybe because we believe the lies that we're told about God, about the world, right? About experience.
I believe that not everybody's understanding the totality of it. Like, they don't understand that your death is death. The only reason you die is because your sins. Sin is the wages of death. Like a judge in court. You've raped and murdered 3 girls. Here's your judgment. I give you the death penalty. Those are your wages.
A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye.
That's what the true God is. He'll give you your wages, but he's not going to do it until you fully go to your grave, knowing you're against him.
Knowing you're against your experience, the experience you had while you were alive.
Yeah.
Denying your experience. Right?
If at some point you can acknowledge that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, you'll probably be forgiven. But if you don't, then you're going to go to your grave, and it'll be your death.
My litmus test is if you can acknowledge, right, that what we are observing is what it is, like a straight line, horizontal. If you can't acknowledge that the earth is what it presents itself as, then how can you acknowledge anything else? Like that, but especially God.
But
if you can't acknowledge reality, then how can you really do anything else beyond that, right?
Yeah, he says, seek the truth, and you shall find me. So if you believe that the earth is flat, and you're doing your very best to seek the truth, it doesn't matter if it's flat or curved, spherical. In his eyes, you're seeking him. You're seeking the truth.
What is truth?
It's Jesus Christ. That's the truth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Truth. That's like, if people don't acknowledge that, then they're Jim Carrey in the movie, like I said earlier,
Truman. Yeah.
Truman. They believe they're in a world they're not in, and their death is their own self's fault because they don't believe the truth.
Because they loved the lie. Right?
Yeah, they loved it. They didn't love the one that loved them. Even through all their sins and whatnot, he still loves you. So they didn't believe in the one that loved them. Why would he give them life? It's all in the world you believe you're in. That's why I think flat Earth is huge. It's the Book of Revelation.
But even that's about to change too, man, because so Kabbalah, right? Kabbalah comes from the Jews. That will be your new Christianity in the future, right? I think that will be the new religion of the world, Kabbalism, or something similar to it. Something that matches the quantum mechanics world. You know what I mean? Something magical, right? Technology can't distinguish it from magic, right? It will look like magic. Snap your fingers, right? Like Siri, like just ask and the universe will deliver. AI,
you
right?
don't.
What?
It's more true to me though. Like if you don't believe, if somebody can convince you that the truth is not what the truth is, and you believe the lie, you're doomed to death. You're doomed to what you believe that truth to be. That'll be your downfall.
All war is based on deception. On deception, the art of war. All
when it comes
war.
to when it comes to mankind, I love you, man. I don't want to steal from you. I don't want you to steal from me. I don't want to hurt you or your family. I don't want you to hurt me or my family. When it
I
comes
don't want to lie to you.
Yeah, when it comes to the world we actually live in, I actually agree with Christ's words.
Me too.
The world we're in, and if people want to deny that, then they'll get what denying that is. They will receive what denying that is.
Oh, it's like being handed the game. You know how? Yeah, it's like you do your best to teach your son, but the Bible is Christ's words is like the game. You know what I mean? It's like being taught by the Creator of everything, how to play the game. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you not listen to that? Right?
Yeah, I don't
Why would
care.
you
I
go
don't
after
care.
hacks and cheating? Go ahead.
I don't care about your race. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about. The only thing I care about is that you don't die. And I'm not going to try to do whatever I can to get you to die because you disagree with me. I just want you to live in happiness as much as possible. That's Christ's way. That's Jesus Christ's way. I don't. well, you don't believe in my religion, so I'm going to kill you. Yeah, that's not Christ. Christ is, you're your own individual. You got your own relationship with him, and nobody can take that. Nobody. That's just the world we're in. It might suck for people that don't believe in it, but that's the world we're in.
If you choose to ignore the truth, then
you get what you choose.
yeah, God will respect your decision if you want to throw away your life by chasing
Yeah, like he's literally
clouds and
saying,
shit.
"Hey, I'm gonna let you live forever," and all you have to do is pretty much not hurt anybody. Just don't hurt anybody. That's all he's really saying. It's not a religion that says, if you don't believe in my God, I'm going to kill you. The true Christian faith is you're one with God. Everybody has their own. It's like you gotta let unless they're hurting your family or whatever. You gotta let them go. You gotta let them be their own.
I think it's more like flat Earth. Yeah. If we tell you that the Earth is not a ball, that we've been lied to, and you don't believe us, right? You go back to living your life thinking it's a ball. You end up with a miserable life, worried and anxiety and all this crap. And that's your own fault. You die believing a lie because you ignored the truth. Yeah, and that's your own fault, right? Yeah, that's what Christian. I think that's what following him is like.
And now that you put it that way, it is a little harsher than I thought. But I mean, if you go hurting people, how is it harsh? You're the one hurting people. You should be hurt. So it's not like it's
even if you don't hurt people, even if you do the right thing and do everything God tells you, it doesn't mean equals to happy, good things all the time. Shit's gonna happen like Job. You know what I mean? Like good people are good, bad things will happen to good people, and good things will happen to bad people. That's how harsh life is. No matter if you do all the right things.
How can we do anything but love?
It all starts with acknowledging our experience of reality. How can anyone do anything right?
We hurt each other based on our own God. Like mankind will literally kill one another because you don't believe in the same God as them, and then that's not a God to me. Like God is some people say there's gods, plural, like there's two of them. But the definition of God is there's only one. Like how can we do things to each other that harm one another? Like why? All that's gonna do is create a world of destruction. And then you might be in confusion of why the world's in such destruction. But it's only us going against God. Like I don't see how people can't see that. Because if it was just based on people, then fuck it, every man to himself. That would be That would be fucking outrageous.
That would be disorder.
That
Right?
would be
That would be
outrageous.
chaos. Yeah.
Outrageous. Total outrageous.
So what we do is we use religion to bring order to society. Like that. Well, does it have to be any religion though? Well, Christianity, of course, right? It's the only religion that's kind of out there. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I
Order.
wouldn't say religion, dude. I wouldn't say religion. That's where I think people go wrong, because instead of saying religion, replace that word with truth. Because as long as we're only about the truth, we'll find God. We will find God if we're just about the truth. If we're
I
about
don't think.
secrets,
I don't.
me
What's
getting one
true?
over you. If we're all about secrets and me getting one over you, ooh, I'm the senator of Colorado, whatever. If we're all about that, then it's not about truth. But if it's about truth, then we're all on the same team. We're all on the same team.
Until we're not. Yep, I agree. I mean, look at what happened to Flat Earth, to us, to the whole community. Like, we're all on the same team, right? Then we broke, and then we broke again, and now it seems like it's about to break up again. We're all on the same team, yes. Why are we fighting each other? Seems even those who are trying to look for truth and do the right thing do the same exact thing. They fight amongst each other. Enemy within is more dangerous than enemy without. Enemy within is the one you can't see. The indirect attack. The wind that turns the tide. The one you didn't see coming. Pow. Turn flat earth, I think. You're a flat earther? Like you think the earth's flat? The Bible is a flat earth book, so I mean that should be the first thing Christians. You know what I mean? Just trying to bend it and twist it so it fits the heliocentric model, but it's like, dude, looks silly. Now you sound silly. If you're a Christian and you believe the earth is a ball, then I think you believe that God made a ball look like it's flat. Right? Like, why? Because some scientist told me so. Some very smart guy in a white lab coat.
Yeah, the ball earth is the golden calf. You ever heard the Christian story, the golden calf?
Yeah. I heard Ken Wheeler was one of them. I've never really listen to him, but
All Earth is the golden gift, and you worship it.
Yeah, because I used to try to justify the globe as created by God, because only God can create such a beautiful universe out of nothing. I was that Christian. That's why I'm against that Christian, because I was. You probably think God created the universe when he spoke it into existence and the Big Bang boom happened, right? Only God could finely tune such a system. Infinite configurations so that it is perfectly situated for life on Earth. Too far from the sun and not too close. Perfect. Only a God could make that happen. That was me. Yep.
Yeah, if you're a Christian and you believe you can answer every question of Job 38, then you must have been there when he created it. Because if you wasn't there when he created it, according to Job 38, you're in ignorance.
The thing about flat Earth is it destroys Christmas and all those fake Christian things that come with it. It exposes the Catholic Church and quotation mark, Christianity.
Sorry. Job 38 exposes it all. Because he says in the very beginning, was thou there when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou art standing. And then he goes on to ask you questions about the earth. And if you can answer any of those questions, well, you must have been there when he laid the foundation.
Yep. When the sons of God shouted for joy and sang, when you saw it, they
and all the stars sang.
The store where the snow is kept.
When God says he knew you before you was in the womb, I think he's saying, don't fuck with the womb.
He's saying that the moment you are conceived, you are alive. That's what he's saying. You are alive with all the rights of any human when you are conceived, and that abortion is murder of innocent children.
He tells you. He says, I knew you before you was in the womb. So if he knew you before you was in, how could you kill somebody on purpose while they're in the womb?
Abortion is child sacrifice.
Yeah, there's so many. But if you go to Catholicism, it's okay. It's okay to kill somebody. So a lot of people, they'll be like, "Well, Christians is Catholicism." No, it's not. Catholicism is the beast.
Christians worship the same God Catholicism worships. Claims to worship.
Catholicism, the beast in
Christians
Revelation.
Christians worship it because they go to they acknowledge Sunday to go to Sunday and worship God. Of course, Christmas, Easter, they do Halloween for God's sake, right? Celebrate Halloween, Hallows Eve. Is it not obvious that even these Christians are also worshiping the same God of the of the ball Earth.
Many shall come in my name, claiming they are Christ, and are not.
I just
That
want
would be the
Christians to
Pope.
know.
That would be the Pope, because the Pope claims he's the vicar of Christ.
Well, that's anybody that fails to acknowledge the truth. You know, especially basic
Everybody
truths.
Christianity. It's not.
Especially basic
All the
truths, man. Like God made your eyes and God made the earth. Are you calling God an asshole by saying it's a ball? You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, if you can't acknowledge basic truths that God gave you senses to acknowledge it with, to operate on this in this realm with, right? Then how can you know the real God, right? Like, what are you worshiping? Why doesn't any of you? Why is it so fake? Where are the miracles? Where is the healing? Why do you guys like? Why do you ignore the poor? Why do you give money to the church and ignore the poor? Why do you fight amongst? This isn't Christian. This isn't the church. You know what I mean? That's kind of obvious. Who owns this, thing they call Christianity?
It's sad as it is to say. I can understand why he says
The true church in the Bible, in the New Testament, right? This is what it is. The, the real church in the New Testament. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's only for those with eyes to see and ears to hear.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that be like, my ears can hear, my eyes can see. They don't understand what it's actually.
I used to go to an Assemblies of God church in America, and there used to be like homeless people that lived just down the street. And these churches would do fundraisers, right? And when they get their fundraiser, their money, they treat themselves by going to Six Flags Magic Mountain. This is a Protestant church, Assemblies of God, right? And those homeless people are still sitting there. They're close to a church. And for me, right, the reason why I would live near a church if I was homeless is in the hopes that God will send somebody to help, And that's not what Christians do. They're ill homeless people. Oh gosh, it's not a good look for a church. These people are just making it look bad, driving down the value while they pay their loans that they used to build this building they call a church. Hey, isn't that cool? What people do, that's what churches do. That's not what the church in the Bible is about. Church in the Bible was like this place where people bring their resources so that the people who are homeless and hungry can have, can be taken care of. That's what the church used to do. That's not what Christians do. Christians are in it for themselves, Can I get from God?
Themselves, dude. They're like more like a true Christian. Like even if you're faced with tyranny, a tyrannical fucking king, right? You don't pray to God that the king dies. You pray to God that he starts to hear God's words.
Well, God put that tyrannical. God put that person there, just like He put, just like He put Daniel, right? Just like how Babylon took Daniel was there. There were always men of God in these places, and I'm pretty sure they're there too today. I don't know who they are. But they're there, affecting change or making sure we're not screwed. So.
Like we're like what 20 years from Christ coming again.
You're breaking. What was that? 20 years.
Yeah, he'll be coming in like 20 years. I'll probably be dead. But I can already see the sign. I can already see how evil's becoming good. Good.
And good becoming evil.
That's happening right now. Right now.
Then I shall be as evil as I can be.
People believe it though. That's how it's happening. It's because people believe evil is good and good is evil.
And level is round.
Yeah, they believe like you can get an abortion at 12 months, 3 months after it's born. Like evil is literally becoming good, and good is literally.
Yeah, well, when everyone's becoming evil, it doesn't mean we have to be evil.
What it said.
Oh, I'm saying that most people are going to be evil. Only a few people are really going to be good. And I think that's just the way it's always been and always will be. There's always going to be more evil than people that want to do as thou wilt.
As a Christian, do you think marriage is between a man and a woman?
And a tree?
Well,
Yes.
marriage between a man
Only.
and a woman.
Yes,
Marriage
yes.
between a man and a woman is becoming evil. And marriage between a man and a man is becoming good.
Well, then that means all animals are evil.
No, I'm just saying. You want to claim that we're an animal?
No, I'm saying that dogs, okay, know that male dogs and female dogs form a family and they look after their young. Birds do this, fish do this, right?
Does the male
So that has to be.
hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Does a male or a female dog perform surgery on a human?
No. What I'm saying is that what animals do should also be considered evil.
Does a human perform surgery on a female or male dog?
I don't know. Probably tried.
Yeah.
Never gonna work though.
See, when people want to claim that we're animals, that man is animals, it's mankind that defines an animal. So if we're the ones that define what an animal is, how can we be animals?
Exactly. Yes, I agree. But if a man and a woman is evil, right? Being together is evil, right? Then all of creation must be evil. That's what I'm saying. Because that's the way. That's the initial configuration. That's the default setup.
Well, that's what they want to like. Mankind, like, there's nothing created. This is what a lot of people find silly. There's nothing created without the word. Language. In other words, if you disagreed with me, the only way you could argue that is by the word. You see what I'm saying? Like the word, language, what mankind has on earth, man is godly like. On earth, mankind is godly like, having the form of godliness, yet they deny the power thereof.
Well,
we create highways, skyscrapers, combustible engines. Does any other animal do that? And if they don't do that, why do we compare ourselves to them?
I mean, God does the same thing, right? When He
Aren't we
says,
the,
God,
aren't we
God
the
does the
only
same.
ones?
God
We're
says
the
that
only
about
ones.
us too, right?
We're the only ones that define what an animal is.
Yeah.
Like there's
Yeah.
your dog, your puppy dog that you train. He's not going around performing surgery on humans. He's not going around creating skyscrapers.
I know. To me, to me, animal
We're
is the
like
animal is the biological aspect. Is that the word? It's we're made of the ground, same as the animals, right? We're made of the stuff, and
well,
we
we're
have a bio.
considered
But because this thing that we say separates us from animals, yeah, it's language, but also it's behavior. That's the other thing that separates us from animals, is how we behave. You know what I mean? In an animal-like way, or in a higher way, which is what we're saying, is what God gave to
the
us, which
that
is
define what an animal is. We're the ones that define what an animal is.
yeah.
Right?
You
So
know,
like does an animal like a monkey, do they define man as an animal? Do they define dogs as an animal? Or is mankind the only one that defines what an animal is?
yes,
All right.
mankind.
So
Yeah,
we are God like on earth.
yes, I agree.
We absolutely have the power of godliness on earth.
Over the other creatures and
Yeah, we
creation.
could teach
Yes,
creatures to do.
yes,
We could teach
but
other
not.
creatures what to do.
But I think it's more important to focus on each other.
But they can't teach
Like,
us.
I'm
Other
talking about
creatures
people.
can't teach us. Yeah, it's like, why don't people realize that?
Hey,
Why don't
creature.
people realize that?
I disagree. I disagree. Okay, Bible says to the lazy person. Okay, go look at the ant. Observe how the ant has no ruler over him, right? No one to tell him what to do, but he knows what to do. Look, he
You're,
works very
you're,
hard day and night, right? Hmm?
you're telling me what it says, like any other animal can do the same thing.
No, animals can teach us
Can
about life, about God.
I tell you what the Bible says?
No, but
Can
God has created these animals, right, to perform a certain function.
the Bible says? You're the only animal that can say what the Bible says, right?
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
No other animal can. And
No,
let me
no.
tell you what.
Uh,
Yeah, people
so
people just ignore that like it's nothing. They ignore that phenomenon like it's nothing.
in the Bible, there was this prophet that was asked to go curse Israelites because they were crossing through his town, Moab. Okay, Balaam.
Right.
He was riding his donkey. Yeah, and all of a sudden the donkey stopped. He kept whipping the donkey, and the donkey kept going to the side, going to the side. He kept whipping the donkey to get back on the road. And all of a sudden, the donkey opened its mouth and spoke to him and said, "Why are you hitting me? Because you're not going on." Instead of realizing that a freaking donkey is talking to him, he just carried on yelling at the donkey back, right? Because I'm trying to get you to get on the road, but you're not going on the road, you know? And then the angel appeared on the road and told him, "Hey man, your donkey just saved your life and you kept whipping the donkey."
And you took that parable as it was literal.
Well, look,
You're the only.
is there any other way?
You're,
Is there any other way to explain the talking donkey?
you're the only creature on Earth to decipher what's really going on. Then, but yet you're acting like every other animal if they had the opportunity to explain it. I guess.
Speak. Well, animals are trying. I think animals communicate to each other, right? I mean, your dog, my dog, is very affectionate. That's a form of communication. But yeah, I agree. Language does separate us, but it's more than language. It's that we're made in His image. That's what the Bible says.
Can your dog understand when you just told me your dog, my dog?
No, he's not that. He's not that. He doesn't speak that much English.
Oh, he doesn't. That's weird.
Yeah, just sit, Tom. Go. Good boy.
Because he doesn't look like that, maybe you should compare yourself to the dog. Maybe you're just an animal like him.
Yes, I do. And I think the languages that we use to communicate with are also not as efficient. There is probably I think Hebrew might be that language, but I don't speak Hebrew. Samoan is very good language. English, very bad, very confused.
Have you ever had a conversation with a dog where the dog was like, "You're not speaking very efficient"? You ever had a conversation with the dog?
Yeah, when I said no, when I said nope.
Oh, dog was actually schooling you.
Yeah, when he understands me, then I'll say good boy and I'll reward him.
Yeah, see me, I know how to talk to a dog. I know how to train a dog. Like I literally had my dog. I'm bragging. I'm totally bragging. But I could put a pick on his nose, right across his nose, and that dog wouldn't do anything until I said, "Get it."
How'd you do that, man? How do you train that?
As soon as I said, "Get it," that piece of meat would never hit the ground. He would just lower his nose and catch it in the air. Start eating it.
How'd you train that? Hey,
I did train me how to train him.
Yeah, my dog is old and blind, so he's the next one.
Your logic. I'm just giving you your logic, dude.
Yeah.
Like we can't monkeys. No, we're the ones that train monkeys. We're the ones that define what a monkey is. A monkey doesn't say I'm a monkey. We're the ones that fucking do that. You realize
Adam, God brought. I mean, yeah, God brought all the animals to Adam to name, right? And he named them.
Yeah.
The Bible says.
Named them all.
It's like, damn, Adam must have been. I was like, Adam must have been really, really wise, man. Like to be able to.
Even creepy crawlers.
Yep. Man, what was that like to be like that? Pre-fall Adam. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It's up to you to believe, though. You don't have to believe.
Well, this is the second Adam, right? We're talking about the second Adam now, Jesus, right? And that's the way. That's how it would be like. Oh, if Adam didn't fall, Jesus. Yeah. What it looks like.
So we have two saviors?
No. The first one failed, right?
No, there's only one savior because of the first one.
Yeah.
Just one.
Exactly. Because of the fall. Yeah. You know what's always bothered me is that God planned and knew all this before he even started creating anything. Maybe way before the angels were even created. That's what's like always like, man, this is supposed to happen. It's supposed to be like this. So you just gotta accept that. You have to accept that and roll with it, right? Trust God. That's the amazing part. But
here's what's sad to me. Ever since Christ, the Spirit of God has been put into every man, woman, and child's heart. But because it's so hard to do, they deny it. They deny it because it's so hard to do.
I think God's spirit is not in every man, woman, and child. Maybe children in the innocent, maybe in their innocent phase. But I think what we have in us is the same
Ever since
spirit.
Christ, you're without excuse.
Yeah, you know that our spirits is Adam. We are Adam's children. And God breathed His spirit into Adam, and then Adam fell, and we inherited that nature. And God's spirit comes through the second Adam, his son, right? So we have to invite His spirit into our hearts, and He's made that available to everybody with the cross. At the cross, He made that spirit available to everyone. That you don't have to go all the way over there to Jerusalem and worship.
Christ put Himself into every heart. When Christ died,
God's spirit lived in the tabernacle, in the temple. That's where He would
deny Him. But since Christ, the Spirit of God was put into every man, woman, and child's heart. That's what He did on the cross.
No, it was made available to everyone, right?
It was finished after that. It's a done deal.
Right.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Now we just have to invite Him in.
Everybody is left without excuse. They can't go to the Lord and say, Lord, I didn't know. Matter of fact, they'll never say it. They'll never say that to the Lord. I didn't know. Because every man since Christ, it was put in their heart. They know. You either deny it or you don't. Either way, He was put in your heart.
I think what you're talking. I think what you're talking about might be the law. That everybody knows what the right.
Fine. He paid your fine.
And the law brought death. The law brought guilt, and brought sin and death. So
yeah, He paid your fine. Your fine's paid. So long as you believe.
The law's still there.
And we all know good and bad. And I choose bad. It's not like I'm sitting up here acting like a saint. I just know through Scripture that each one of us, after Christ's death, it was written in our heart. It wasn't before in the what do they call that? The First Testament. It wasn't written in our heart then. But when Christ came and died for all of us, it was written in all our hearts, good and bad. We didn't need a mediator.
He
knew it. We know it. We still know it.
Well, I just want every Christian to know the earth is not a ball. That's what I want them to know. If you think the earth is a ball, what Christian are you?
That's kind of irrelevant if you read Job 38.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant.
Read Job
Very
38.
relevant. Right. What you think of God's creation and earth is very relevant if you want to live a fulfilling life on it, right? If you think that your God's earth is a ball because some Luciferians told you, right? Then what does that say, like about what you believe? You don't believe in God. You believe in some fairy
I
tale
stand.
story.
No, I stand corrected. It's relevant. You're right.
It's very relevant. Flat Earth is very relevant to Christian, to people who believe in God.
Yeah, but if you read Job 38, it'll tell you why.
Right.
It'll literally tell you why.
I mean, confusion, right? That is what the devil does, right?
No,
Confusing
it'll literally.
people. Hey, confusing. When you talk about curvature. Yep.
Like curvature, flat, triangular, whatever. Job 38 will literally tell you why you shouldn't know what the earth is. And it also tells you why you don't know what the earth is. So it's not like I'm like arguing with you.
The book
Job
of
38
the book of
answer these
Jude.
questions.
Was it Jude? I think it was Jude or Peter says they talk about the angels that are held in chains in the earth. There's nowhere in the Bible where that is. That thing comes from the book of Enoch. If you read the book of Enoch, it's a flat earth book. That's why.
Well, if you read the Bible that doesn't include, if you read the Bible that doesn't include the book of Enoch,
you won't know where that reference. You won't know where that comes from.
Yeah, but even the Bible without the book of Enoch tells you how important Enoch was. So it lets people know. It lets people know that read it. They should probably read the book of Enoch.
Right, and when you read it, it's flat Earth.
Yeah,
so, Christians Christians always complain about how Enoch is not canon and it's not inspired by God. It was like, who says that? The Council of Nicaea, Vatican. Like, why does Jude know about this and why would he reference it? Because everybody read the book of Enoch back then. That's why it was part of Scripture.
It was part of Scripture in America up until 1853.
Yeah. The Ethiopians have the book. The Ethiopians still have the book of Enoch as part of their scriptures.
Yeah, the cipher. You got the cipher. What's the other one? Got the cipher.
So here we are. This culture called the Western culture, right? Called America. This is where that version of Christianity exists, right? And when you bring up all these other scriptures, you're like, what's that? We only know the 66 books. I wouldn't dare read any other books because what? Did you say 66 books? Who told you can't read any other books, right? When Jesus says, go search the scriptures, they'll point to me. What is he talking? Is he talking about just these 66 books? Right?
I agree with you 100%, man. I hope you don't think I'm arguing that.
Nah, I know what you're doing. Yeah, I know. That's just getting that off my.
The book of Enoch makes me mad. The book of Enoch's not in the 66 canons. Yet without the book of Enoch being in the 66 canons, the 66 canons tell you how important Enoch was.
Yes, and other books, like the book of Jasher.
66 cannons tell you how important he was.
Yep. And there are
And
many
if
other
you read,
books.
not only that, but if you read the book of Enoch, it doesn't contradict the Bible in any way. It goes along with it.
Right. Even talks about Jesus. Someone that looks like the Son of Man.
Jesus quotes Enoch. Jesus quotes Enoch in the red letter. Even in the red letter, Jesus quotes Enoch.
That's why I left this Western Christianity, you know, and try to distance it like I did the globe, distance myself from it, you know, and try to just start over, you know, and see what's the real content or, you know, substance, proper context. We don't know the history. The history could be changed. The timeline could be different. Everything is written by the victors. History, you know what I mean? All that has to be considered. And then I think only God's Spirit can really guide you to the real.
It's almost like Satan takes over me on that topic because I get so mad that people don't know the book of Enoch. You know, it's like, how could you say that the book of Enoch should not be in the Bible if you don't know the book of Enoch? The book of Enoch should not be in the Bible. Have you read it? No. Then how do you know it shouldn't be?
That's what I mean. That all Christianity, even Protestants, are
The
all
devil,
part of the system.
it's like, I get so mad at that.
Yeah. So I think waking these Christians up to the ball earth lie.
Yeah, they think Christianity's like American thing. It's like, no, Christianity's not an American thing. So far from it.
And Christmas is not a Bible thing or, you know, scriptural thing.
It's a pagan day.
Yeah.
Pagan day.
So that's why I think flat Earth is very powerful in that community, in the Christian community, because I know if they wake up to this, that's a very powerful force on our side.
Yeah, they'll start to see things that they've never seen. But who wants to do that in today's world?
Well, I think they're the only people. You know, they're the people that are not really so concerned about science. They're concerned about truth. That's what Christians, Protestants are about. So I think that's why they're the first. They're important. You know, they're some of the. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They laugh at the book of Enoch, even though the Bible without the book of Enoch explains how important he was.
Yeah.
Don't even have the book of Enoch in it, but it still tells you how important he was.
Yep. And getting them to acknowledge other scriptures and that this version of the Bible they know it's like the globe earth, you know? It's already been packaged a certain way to give you the false version, the false God, to support it because it's the Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? The vicar of Christ, it's the Antichrist. It's Rome. It's the Iron Beast.
So bad, dude. It's so bad, I don't think you understand what I understand. It's so bad right now.
I
We
probably
have
don't.
to be.
Yeah.
We have to be Revelations. Right at the hit the horse that brings the balances with the banking.
Oh,
We're right there.
You know, cryptocurrency is here, man.
We're right there where one of the horsemen of the apocalypse.
The
He's
digital
the balance.
Where
And you'll
all
have
things.
like you'll get like a bread's day for a piece of bread for a day's wage or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Living day to day.
credit for a day's wage. That's what it'll come to.
Paycheck to paycheck, living paycheck to paycheck takes on a whole new meaning.
It's worse than that. It's like worse than that. Like people are used to air conditioning and heating, but when this horse comes, you'll have neither.
Unless you receive this mechanism that will help you access all the services that we have to offer you.
You'll be like, man, I miss air conditioning, because it'll be gone. It'll no longer be in existence. Man, I wish heating still here during the winter. It'll no longer be in existence.
You can build a fireplace.
And people think like we're so far from that, when really it's right now. Just wait till the winter.
You mean your winter, or we're in the winter?
Wherever you are. This horseman covers the whole earth, so wherever you are on the earth. Or you'll get hit with storms and shit. It's not that God's doing it. It's that people want it. People want that kind of shit. They'd rather have fucking Satan than God.
If you build it, people will want it.
If you build it, they will come.
Yeah. So stop building it.
I mean, that's quoting a movie, but at the same time, it's quoting Satan.
Well, that's what he's been doing. He's been building, and people have been going to him.
And people are cool with it. They're all right.
People want it.
Yeah, that's the conspiracy theorist. That'll never happen. And then it happens.
I want it now. Now. Like right now. What's taking so long?
I do too. And it says that his people will scream for that. They'll start singing a new song how they want him to come. Because they're sick of the dumb shit. It literally says how that'll happen.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, so they say. What do you feel about the Patriot Act? Is that problem, action, solution?
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. I think it's...
Yeah? Patriot Act? I guess you don't know what the Patriot is.
It's acting like a patriot, of course.
No,
what
it
is
says
it? What is it?
It says if they think that you're dealing with terrorists or are a terrorist, that they can detain you without due process. So if they can detain you without due process, why do they need to say anything